Fucking go live. All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? I am excited for this one. Real quick, I want to give a shout out to the replay gang. If you have missed this party, it's not as fun. It's amazing. Don't get me wrong, but it's not as fun unless you're here. So make sure every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, you are right here so you can be part of the party. And sometimes I go on whenever I want. So hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, and you will never, ever, ever miss a party. I should have shared the screen before I started, but I didn't. So we struggle streaming a little bit. I also want to give a shout out to the sponsor of the stream, my6shirt.com. Awesome shirts here. No matter what your persuasion, they've definitely got something for you. Even that. Everything you could possibly want, including, of course, the only place to get your own Indian Jesus official merch. Only at my6shirt.com. So, what are we talking about tonight? Who we got in the building? We got per usual. Yeah. Oh, don't get ahead of me. Don't get ahead of me. Don't get ahead of me. But yes. Our good friend, SNEAKO, has been banned from YouTube. So, I don't know exactly why. But I was looking at the last big thing that he did. And it brought up a few questions. But before we even get to that, hang on one second. I forgot about this. I wanted to show you guys a video from MTR. If you're not familiar with MTR, Mediocre Tutorial and Reviews, another Red Pill channel who does reactions and just has great insight. He put out a video responding to the Jordan Peterson clip or interview. We watched the whole interview, but he just did a clip, and he put out a little video, and it really touched me. So I want to show that to you guys, and then we'll get into the main event. So as always, you guys know StreamYard can be a little goofy with the sound. So if it is, per usual, what is good? So yeah, before we get into that, I wanted to show you what MTR had to say about the Jordan Peterson interview that we looked at in our last thing. So it's a short video. Actually, we'll speed it up a little bit. But I just thought it was relevant and very interesting. So let's take a look.
The film director Olivia Wilde has a new movie out, which she says is based on you, this insane man, this pseudo-intellectual hero to the incel community. Incel being these weirdo loner men who are despicable in many ways. Is that you? Are you the intellectual hero to these people?
Sure, why not? You know, people have been after me for a long time because I've been speaking to disaffected young men. You know, what a terrible thing to do that is.
I remember we saw this 2 days ago, so this isn't new. I just want the framing that MTR used was very interesting.
I thought the marginalized were supposed to have a voice.
It's making you emotional. Talk about
Well, God, you know.
I thought the marginalized were supposed to have a voice, he said, his voice cracking as he's...
So I just want to stop it right here. If you were to guess what the Young Turks, if the Young Turks were reacting to that sentiment alone, regardless of who it's coming from, I thought the marginalized were supposed to have a voice. Seems like something that the Young Turks would be all about. Like, yes, exactly. That's our whole thing.
Asked about being the king of all incels. That's right. That is exactly what you just witnessed. This is Jordan Peterson on Piers Morgan's show Uncensored, and somehow looking like a bigger crybaby than Piers Morgan ever has. He got handed to Piers for like openly asking him, like, do you bear any resemblance to this character who's like a leader of incels or kind of a violent, angry, misogynist dudes who are mad at women because they won't sleep with them and they're involuntarily celibate? And he's like, yes.
Well, yes, because it's not about the fact that he resonates with that character. It's the fact that that character does not reflect who he really is. But we wouldn't expect the Young Turks to know that.
Obviously, Jordan Peterson, you know,
what you said that way, I don't know what that's.
Meat diet intellectual guru, thought leader, I don't even know. Let's watch a little bit more of what he went on to say.
It's very difficult to understand how demoralized people are. And certainly many young men are in that category. And you get these casual insults, these incels. What does that mean? It's like, well, these men, they don't know how to make themselves attractive to women who are very picky, and good for them. Women, like, be picky.
Again, another thing that you would expect. You know, Dr. Vogenius pointed this out in his video about Jordan Peterson, about how even when he's talking about this, he's talking about, you know, the incel community. He's not trying to dunk on women. If you're just joining us, welcome. I just wanted to show this short video about Jordan Peterson, which we covered last stream. And then we're going to get into the SNEAKO, Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate, all that stuff. Thank you for being here. And let's get back to it.
That's your gift, man.
Olivia Wilde. What do you know about Olivia Wilde? Well, I'll tell you. The first thing you need to know is Olivia Wilde is a feminist. And if you didn't know she was a feminist, check this picture out of her wearing a shirt that says feminist. Okay? And in case this shirt is not making clear that she's a feminist, she also, once upon a time, wore this skirt. And the skirt, if you can't read it and you're listening to this podcast, it says feminist, 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 feminist. Hello, it's like 300 times around the skirt. In case you missed it, Olivia Wilde is a feminist. And in case you are someone who only speaks English, she also wore this. Yes, that is Olivia Wilde wearing a shirt that in French reads Solidarité Féminine. I don't know if I'm saying that right because I don't speak French, but I'm pretty sure it means that she's a feminist. And in case that wasn't abundantly clear to you, that she was a feminist, just check her out wearing this pookie hat. Yeah, there she is. There she is. She's a feminist, guys. And it's pink because girls like pink. She's a feminist.
In 2019, men accounted for 80% of all suicide deaths in America. 80%.
80% of all self-deletion.
The studies also show that a majority of American men who die by suicide have no known history of mental health problems because they don't talk about them. It's not that they don't have any mental health problems. They don't talk about them. And when they do try to talk about them, and like Jordan Peterson, listen to Jordan Peterson, subscribe to Jordan Peterson, or anybody else speaking out about these issues, they get attacked. They get featured in an Olivia Wilde movie as some sort of demon. So screw her.
Boom.
Even without you, I'm unwell. I need help. I need help. I just wanted to meet you. I'm unwell.
So when people are laughing that he's crying over incels, it's somebody like this that comes to mind. It's somebody like this who needed his help so desperately. But who cares about them? They're just men.
I hope that you find the help that you need.
Again, if you're just
We've
joining,
met some of your fans,
we're gonna get to the SNEAKO
and
in
we got
just a
the
minute.
impression they were all male fans, the ones that we talked to, and that they were struggling with their manhood, and that you give them this message that it's okay to be a man.
It's not okay. It's necessary. What the hell are we going to do without men? You look around the city here, you see all these buildings go up.
Any women want to do this
These men,
shit?
they're doing impossible things. They're under the streets, working on the sewers. They're up on the power lines
even wanna
in
do
the
that.
storms and the rain. They're keeping this impossible infrastructure functioning, this thing that works in a miraculous manner. They work themselves to death, and often literally. And the gratitude for that is sorely lacking, especially among the people who should be most grateful. You see university professors, especially of the social justice bent, who are among the most protected and privileged people that the world has ever produced. They take everything they have for granted, failing to understand entirely that there's a massive infrastructure.
Look at the amount of physical labor, and not just labor, but how on point you need to be. I don't even know what the hell they're doing, but you can tell they're on point. There's no room for error in this kind of job.
Unbelievably hardworking, solidly laboring, working class men.
Unless you don't want your arm.
Breaking themselves in half on a regular basis, making sure that everything that always breaks works. And so a little gratitude for that is in order. And it's very useful to tell everybody.
Hey, we got Lil Toes in the building, said he could do that. Word up. I mean, we need more men like you, because I sure as shit cannot.
Not just men, that they have.
Again, if you're just joining us, I just wanted to show this short video from MTR, and then we're going to get into the SNEAKO stuff.
An important role to play, a necessary role, and that if they act properly and honestly and forthrightly, that they can put their lives together and they can help their families.
Demonstrating a lack of empathy while a man is displaying his emotions is exactly the reason why men choose not to display their emotions. But the hypocrisy here is simply overwhelming, because you choose to mock Jordan for his empathy for forgotten men. Yet you cry oppression when men question #BelieveAllWomen. Imagine a world where it was tolerated to mock or to laugh at women that have been verified for being physically assaulted. The reaction towards Jordan's tears is a clear indication of the double standards in our society and the lack of care for men's issues at all. Being a content creator myself, I understand why Jordan shed tears. I personally received countless messages from disaffected young men that feel ostracized or shunned from society.
We don't know yet, brother. So right now, I'm just showing this quick video from MTR touching on the Jordan Peterson interview that we did last time. It's a quick video. We got about a minute and a half left in this. I got it, faster, but then I have not said it yet. I just wanted to show you this, guys. Show you guys this first, and then we're about to jump into it.
On the verge of deleting themselves, and it too has an impact on me. Dear men, understand this: the world has no sympathy for you. Nobody will come to save you. It is incumbent on you not to dwell in your unhappiness or to sit in your abyss of dissatisfaction and to not feel sorry for yourself, but to forge a path full of happiness, satisfaction, and joy. Dig deep to understand who you are in determining your purpose. Train your body hard, gain a high income earning skill, and build and sustain fantastic relationships within your life. And while you do all of that, ensure that you are disciplining your mind to be consistent in a world full of distractions and short-term dopamine hits. Never give up and pursue forward.
In this society, male energy, male thinking, male is vilified, and you're taught to think there's something
Again, if you're just joining us, we're just watching this short clip, and then we're getting into the SNEAKO stuff.
wrong with being masculine.
And welcome. This is what men are. Where are the women who do any of this? Any of it. And that's not to say women can't do things. It's not the point. Point is, women can only do so much in a certain realm. I think I didn't really get what this was. I think this guy's like, I don't know, he had to get his head shaved or something, and dude like was like in, I don't know. But yeah, women have their own ways of, being better than men. That's undeniable. But hold on. Is this what I wanted?
Either, someone has like.
Oh, hold on. Okay. Yeah. So women have their own ways of doing things that are better than what men can do. But there's certain things that men do better than women that just are not comparable. And that's okay. Women don't have to be great at everything. So I just wanted to show that. So moving into the SNEAKO stuff. So this is a conversation that was only on Rumble. So this was a 3-hour conversation. But the first hour was on the Fresh and Fit podcast YouTube channel. And they're kind of just talking about, like, why'd you get into streaming and what would you do? And if you had to live anywhere. So that was all boring stuff. And then they went straight to Rumble. So, when they're getting off YouTube, then they're going to be going a little bit more wild. And I haven't really found an exact reason why SNEAKO's been banned. But this definitely seems like it could be exactly why. So, Myron had a little bit of an intro, and then let's do it.
Yeah. So, okay. For me, man, how important family is, guys, is very simple. So, I'll give you guys a quick little backstory. I mean, my parents immigrated here from Sudan in the 1980s. I was born in New York City. And my dad, we grew up very poor. My dad was a cab driver, and my mom stayed home and raised me. And growing up in that dynamic was very important. And the reason why is because I saw my dad work really hard for his money.
Let me know how
I
the
saw him
sound
get
is.
robbed. I saw him lose his, feeling in his leg. He got run over several times being a cabbie in New York City. This was in the 80s and the 90s when it was extremely dangerous. And no matter what, he went and made sure that he earned money for the family because that was his duty. That's how he felt. You know, in Sudan, in Islamic faith, the man is supposed to be the breadwinner and the man is supposed to be the head of the household and lead. And he had to do that through example. And my mom, being the caretaker, she did her job. If she didn't cook, lunch for him or dinner for him when he went out to work and he went out on the road without food, she would damn near get anxiety because she understood that was her duty. So growing up in a two-parent household, seeing my dad work, seeing my mom support him, and being a dutiful wife was very, very important for me to see. This is what happens when the two genders work in harmony versus working in disarray like we have in the fucking West. So for me, it was imperative because I learned from an early age that I needed to perform. And my parents put an enormous amount of pressure on me to perform. And, I ended up going to college, becoming a federal agent, etc. And then I quit that federal agent job. And my mom was worried. As usual, women are risk averse. So she was like, hey, are you sure you want to do this? Blah, blah, blah. My dad, he trusted me at that point because he knows, hey, if you're arresting terrorists and cartel people, you could probably figure out this entrepreneurship. And it ended up working out, but I think having a strong family is literally critical for you in your development. And watching my dad bust his ass and work and never taking welfare and working, minimum wage jobs and working his way up and eventually getting up to six figures, of course, obviously after I leave the house. Never when I was a kid. It's really inspiring. He didn't learn a language or anything. He figured it out. That's why there's no excuse for you to be poor if you live in, especially the United States.
Type of 1 if you think men are not important in the household.
Yeah. I just want to add to that point as well, Myron. So my thing is, right, let's say you don't have a good example for a dad or a family member. You need a mentor. So it could be your coach. It could be either, someone that's like a close friend or family, but like you need a mentor in your life no matter what. So
yeah, absolutely.
My question is, I'm wondering how much hardship you want when you have children, how much hardship you want to forcefully give them. Because if you're all millionaires and when you have children, you know that they're going to have an easy upbringing. And Andrew specifically, that growing up poor, growing up in the projects is probably what molded you. And every professional fighter, every successful fighter had a tough upbringing. Yeah. So if you have really rich children, they're not going to have the same drive that it takes to become successful. Correct. So
what the hell? Okay. What just happened?
On rich kids. That's a good question. And it's something I've thought about in detail. I've literally had this conversation with Tristan. I said, if I had a son.
Tristan, if you don't know, is Tate's brother. Struggle streaming. Oh, look at that pretty face.
And he was doing the exact same
Who's here? Who's here? Say hello. Welcome to the party. Who's here? If you're new here, I am Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, host of the best party on the internet. You are here. Say hello so we know who's here.
I don't know if I'd be able to allow him. Bro, I had a motorcycle, no helmet, GSXR 750.
Oh,
bro, I was doing dumb shit. And it's like I could have been splattered so many times. Here I am. So it's difficult. But there's a lot of famous people and rich people who make sure their kids have no money, but it can't only be about having no money. It's about having no safety net. It's all about being ruthless enough to say to your son, listen, you fucked up. Well, what do you mean you owe the mafia money? You're fucked up. And it's going to be hard to not bail it.
Hey, we got Raniero Maximino. Can I call you Max? Because that's a tough name, and I am not good at names. Hello, hello. Welcome to the party. We are trying to figure out, is this what got SNEAKO manned? We finna find out. Glad you are here. Welcome to the party. Hope you enjoy.
That's out because that's your son, right? But if it's your progeny and it's your bloodline, you're going to have to make sure that you're doing the right thing, because when there's always a safety net, it's different. It's different to jump off a building when there's always a bungee. It's just life's different. I lived my whole life without a safety net. That was it. Like, I fucked up. I couldn't call anybody. And that teaches you something about life that I want my sons to have.
That's definitely something that, I'm grateful that I didn't have that experience. I've always had the safety net. My dad has been maybe too helpful. Maybe, and not to his fault, but because of what I've told him, maybe enabling at times, and again, because of what, me lying to him and asking him because I need money for this, that, and the other, when really I was spending it on drugs. But I have always had that safety net. And even, since I've started this channel, you guys know, some of you, if you've been watching for a while, you know that my actual job as a dog trainer has been really slow, and that happened right as I was putting all the money into getting this channel set up, and I have that safety net. And it's really hard to, my parents worked really hard to make sure that I didn't rely on that safety net. And I think they did a fantastic job of doing so. But Tate's on point. When you know that it's there, there's just only so much there's only so much fear, and fear can be a great incentive. There's only so much that you can think can happen. Like, my dad is not going to let me live on the streets. That's not going to happen. Now, am I just, whatever, my dad will save me? No, of course not. But that's what Tate is talking about. That safety net.
I'm going to make sure they grow up in the correct environment. And that can be either artificially created by my brothers and my brother, my friends, my close people, and us having a lot of men around each other and a lot of young boys the same age. Because I think if they're hyper competitive, I think that's very good for them.
Yep.
I think that even if they're growing up in, let's say, a rich environment, if they're amongst 10 other boys basically the same age and it's daily some form of competition, they're going to have a fire lit inside of them. I think that's important. And a lot of it is, one of the great things about my current position is I have geographical freedom. So if I decided to have a son raised in fucking Manila or Moscow, it's hard. Life's hard, bro. I'm gonna make sure his life's hard. I'm not gonna have him in some suburban bullshit, because it's not just about me. I'm gonna do my best to program my children, of course, but the entire world that they're living in is gonna program them. The shit they watch on the internet's gonna program them. The friends they're hanging around with are gonna program them. If I put them in a nice suburbia, all their friends they're gonna be going to their friends' houses and getting milk and cookies and everything's fine. And it's gonna be hard to say, no, they're out to get you. The Matrix is coming. People are like, what do you mean the Matrix is coming? I go to Ryan's house. I just play Nintendo. Life's fine. So I need them to be around and involved.
What do you guys think of this whole Matrix thing that he talks about all the time? Obviously, we get the analogy, but is it cringe, or is it just too appropriate not to use it?
Environment where everyone else kind of understands that harsh realities. I'm going to do it to the best of my ability while also trying to protect him. I don't want anything bad to happen to my son. But in a worst case scenario, while we're being dead honest on the stream, while we're being completely honest, in a worst case scenario, if something bad happened to my child when I was doing my very best to turn him into the best version of himself, I still think I could live with that. I still think I could live with that, saying, you know what? I was doing my very best to make him the man. That's what my job is as a father. And shit happened, and fucking.
Does he have kids, or is he just talking hypothetically?
Whatever, and I'm gonna have to live with the consequences of it. But what's the alternative? Wrap him up in cotton wool and have a bitch? You have to take a degree of risk with it.
Hey, we got I'm terrible with name, guys. I'm sorry. Shashidar Vara. Welcome. I'm gonna call you Vara if that's okay, because I am terrible at reading out loud. Welcome. We are watching this Rumble stream and trying to determine, is this why SNEAKO is canceled? Because nobody seems to have a good answer. And we're gonna find out. Welcome to the party.
You have to take a degree of risk and say, bro, you're in Moscow. You should have fucking shut your mouth. He's got a gun in your face. Well, you should either fucking disarm him or fucking pay the bill. I ain't paying it.
You can't rob him from going through that pain, because then you make him weak.
Absolutely. And he's
that guy in the middle. This guy is the only one I don't know who he is. Obviously, this is Myron and what's his name? Whatever. Fresh and fit. And Andrew Tate. I don't know who that is. And SNEAKO.
And he may not know it at the time. He'll be happy I saved him. But in the long run, he'll resent me for it, because he'll be like, well, dad saved me all the time, so now I'm a jackass. That's how it is. I think the worst possible experience, the worst possible masculine experience on the planet is being born rich, from having a rich dad and being one of them rich kids. Yep. I see these rich kids, and it's the worst experience, because most men are living a very similar life path, except for those fuckers. Everyone on this panel and most of the people watching this show, we all had a semi-similar life path. I say this, people say, oh, he's Tate, he's successful, whatever. I understand the struggles of everyone watching this show. We all went to school. We all weren't shit. We were all broke. We all wanted pussy we couldn't get. We were all fucking walked down the street and there was 10 boys got jumped. We've all been through that, right? Everyone's been through that shit, except for the rich kid.
And that's why, again, I have to give it up to my parents. Even right now, I'm kind of in a little, not to get into too much detail, but my mom are not getting along right now. Even my dad is. It's a whole family thing, but I know that they did such a good job of managing the fact that they, I don't, even to this day, I don't really have a concept of exactly how much wealth my family has. I know that we got enough, but that's not my concern, because I'm not living off of, I guess my dad is a very a big contributor, but I'm not living off of his work. I am trying to build my own my own way. And while I do have that that safety net, as they were talking about, I definitely am doing my best to pave my own path. And I wouldn't be able to do that with again, I don't know exactly how much wealth my family has, but I know it's enough that I could be exactly the dude that Andrew Tate is talking about. And I'm very glad that my parents have instilled in me not to do that, and that I don't want to be that.
He always had girls around his house because he had the swimming pool. So he always had the easy pussy, and he always got the ride to school, and he was always semi-popular because his parents had money, and he never had any physical threats, etc., etc. But he can't grow as an individual, and that's why those fuckers always end up on drugs or gambling or being weird, because they're unhappy deep inside. And I think that all that hardship and that
what the fuck?
Is one of the most beautiful.
What is happening? I am hardwired to the modem.
Masculinity.
I mean,
every
it's
man
storming
here
here,
and
but...
all of us here, we've lived very similar life paths. We've all done.
Speaking of which, shout out to anybody in Florida. Stay safe. Make sure you're good, but it also is storming here. So if the internet is shiesty, we know why.
Now, we've become G's out of it. Some people have failed and given up and whatever. But the path and the story was the same. And I think robbing your son of that is going to be absolutely detrimental to his psychology. I've got to let my son struggle. And it can even be as basic as this. When I was in school, there was a little fat kid, but he had the swimming pool. So he always had the girls around his house because he had the swimming pool. And I used to say to even Tristan way back then, I was like, you know what? If he didn't have the swimming pool, he'd have to learn how to talk to him. He'd have to get some game. He had no game. His game was, I got the pool. That's cool.
I have just when he tells that story, fuck it. There's a kid named Brandon. I'm not gonna give his last name, but he had a pool, and all the girls, especially when we were in high school, especially when we were seniors in high school, all the freshman and sophomore girls. Oh, Brandon. Was it Brandon? Brandon, yeah. Oh my God. They just want to use his pool in the summer. And I mean, hey, he used that to his advantage, but he had no game, but he didn't need it. He didn't need it.
When you're fucking 15, but when you're an adult, having the pool ain't enough. You gotta have everything else, right? I never had the pool. Now I'm top G. So even if I'm in a big house and my
top G,
I'm like, I want to bring a bunch of girls around the mansion. I'm like, fuck you. No, go to their house. Dumbass. That's how it's gonna have to be.
That's the biggest risk for a privileged kid, because the privileged kid has the biggest handicap. It's like being a lion that's raised in the zoo, and the zoo closes. Well, you got to get kicked out in the jungle and learn how to hunt. And if you can't fucking hunt, you are in trouble. So for all the guys that don't have a great life coming up, I promise you, the lack of safety net is the biggest gift you will ever be given.
That's so hard to hear. That's so hard to hear. That's so hard to hear. If any of you guys are lucky enough to be in that situation where you have a safety net, I've never known any other life. And again, my parents did a great job. The only reason I found out that my parents have, that my family was wealthy was I was in middle school, and I had I was in class, and there was a friend or a classmate, whatever, sitting next to me looking at a car magazine. And this was maybe like 2001. And he's flipping through, and there's a BMW 740 IL. And just not knowing, anything, I was just like, oh, my dad has that car. And they're like, what? Your dad has a Beamer? And to show exactly how ignorant I was like, yeah. And my mom, she drives a Ford Windstar. And they're like, okay. And I didn't know. So again, kudos to good parents who have money and don't spoil their kids, but do give them the opportunity to live a better life than they did.
There is nothing better about life than comparing back to the times when you didn't have shit. I'm telling you, the best thing about being rich, the number one best thing, is talking about how you were broke. Yeah. That's the best thing about it. Yeah. When I go buy a new Ferrari, I'm not sitting there going, wow, Ferrari V12, look at this. I'm walking in there with Tristan going, remember we had no car? That's what you start talking about. You get the first thing you do with your new Ferrari is talk about when you were on the bus.
We were just talking about going to Thailand.
Yep.
And like how we.
Hey, we got Division Plus in the building. Welcome to the party. Yeah, we are trying to figure out, is this why SNEAKO got banned? This was a conversation that started on the Fresh and Fit podcast. They ended that. And this is straight from Rumble. So you cannot find this on, well, you probably could find it on YouTube, but this is straight from Rumble. And we are looking to figure it out. Oh, yeah, that's you. Welcome, buddy. Will Tell says, that's so cute. They're both bald. Who? There's only one bald guy there. What the fuck are you talking about?
I wanted to go to Thailand and live degenerately.
Yeah, backpack.
backpack, scooters, get so drunk we can't remember.
Yeah,
like that. And dude, going back there is honestly, man, probably one of the things I miss the most.
Absolutely, man. You have to have. There's no without the juxtaposition, without the change in speed, without the acceleration, it means nothing. If you're traveling 200 miles an hour, you don't notice. You only notice the acceleration. That's it. And you don't have the stories of back when you were stationary, then life ain't worth living. So I can't rob my kids of that. So I'm gonna have to take a risk with my children. And like I said, I say it here before the panel and before the stream and before God. If something happens to my son because I let him do something dangerous, well, I want him to be a Tate. And I'd rather him die attempting to be a Tate than fucking live as a bitch. That's not my legacy. That's not my bloodline. And my father was the same with me. I told my lunchbox story endless times. So go fight then. I could have gone my ass. I could have died. Two boys much bigger than me. I could have fucked up bad. He's like, no, this is it. We have to take a risk now, son. You're gonna this is gonna shape you for life. Go. This is how it goes.
Yeah,
go.
Yeah, men have to experience adversity. You have to experience pain. You know, and I'm glad for it. Like I'll give you guys an example. When I was in college, I rode Division I. I walked onto the team, and you know, I didn't get.
Oh yes. I think that's so. From the video earlier, I didn't really understand the context, but it seemed like the dude was getting his head shaped for some emotional reason, maybe some type of medical thing, and the barber just goes, "Yo, I'm with you," and like that's how men operate. That's men. That is masculinity. That is brotherhood. But who cares about that?
A scholarship or anything like that. I could have just like partied and had fun and did my thing or whatever. But I said, you know what, man, fuck that shit. I don't want to be like everybody else partying on weekends, partying during the week, actually drinking, doing drugs, and all this other stuff. I have a higher purpose, and I put myself through it, and it was a miserable few years because rowing is a very painful sport. And then the same thing when I was working for the government. I was on Laredo, Texas, stationed on the southwest border. It was miserable. Spent my entire 20s grinding and chasing after crooks.
Guys, if you could hit the like button, I would be so grateful. That is the biggest thing that pushes this in the algorithm, and I would love to get this party popping. So please just hit that like button. It's just real quick.
And never really dating or getting girls like that. But I said, you know what? This is what's got to be done. You got to go through pain sometimes. You don't understand and treasure pleasure unless you go through pain. Okay. You don't admire, people in New England, right? I'm from Connecticut originally. When the sun's out in June, everyone's out. People are at the beach. People appreciate the nice weather. Why? Because they have to buckle down and sit in the cold for 6 or 7 months of the year. So you must experience adversity to actually enjoy the fruits of your labor. If you grew up in a rich family, right, and your dad is giving you everything, and you've gotten anything that you needed and you never really had to work for it, well, what's that going to do? It's going to make you a fucking pussy. We're on Rumble now, right? So I can swear a little. It's going to fag you up. Yeah. Straight up. It's going to make you a pussy faggot.
Oh, man. Well, clearly this is not going to get pushed in the algorithm. So again, I need you guys, if you enjoy this channel and you enjoy that we're exploring this and that I'm not going to get anything from this, please take this URL, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, wherever. Let's get this party started.
And you need to experience that fucking pain because here's the thing, when you can deal with adversity in life, if someone hits you with some bullshit, if someone looks you in the face, you're a fucking pussy, whatever, and you've been through some shit, do I really need to punch this guy in the face right now? But I've been through way more than him. And you can walk away because you know what you're capable of. But if you don't know what you're capable of because you haven't been through shit, well, you might do something stupid.
And how does that compare directly to the Jordan Peterson thing? Where so many left-wing, people are talking about, oh, he's such a crybaby and da-da-da-da-da-da. Maybe, no, me too. Maybe it's just that the man has something that he cares about. Maybe he has values. Unlike so many people. And of course, the left is always like, toxic masculinity, you should express yourself, you should have emotions, da-da-da-da-da. And then as soon as somebody does, what a loser, he's crying.
My fucking push that guy because you don't understand what's really going on and you don't know that there's 20 other people around or you may have a knife or whatever it may be. So you need to really be able to go through it to really properly assess what the hell's going on in the world. And that comes from life experience. You can't get experience unless you go through adversity.
Yeah, there's risk. There's risk involved in experience.
It's funny. In Barbados, right? I went to mainly white school as well. And most people there were rich. So it's funny. Those guys that were there, all they do was smoke weed and play soccer. That's all they would do. I did that for a little bit. I was like, bro, this is boring, bro. Like, this is not going anywhere. We just party, smoke.
Sounds fun to me.
Soccer. And I was like, bro, those same kids that are there today are doing the same shit. They didn't do anything successful. They're still smoking weed and just going to party. So it's like, it's a trap, man. If you're rich and successful, it's a trap sometimes for kids.
This is, I want you guys to answer this poll. I'm going to put up a poll. And I'm just curious.
And for those middle-class kids that don't have that hard upbringing, there's a lot of them watching right now, probably 14 to 17 years old, that want to live like Top G. They want to get there. They want that hardship. How do they forcefully give themselves that hardship right now?
Great question from SNEAKO.
Should they sign up to a boxing gym?
Yeah, that's a good question. And that's a nice, easy one to start. And they can certainly find adversity themselves with sport. It's a fantastic way to do it. Even business is another great way to do it. But truthfully, you need masculine competition around you. I can't imagine living my life without constant masculine competition. I said this endless times about why I'm living with my brother and my cousin still to this day. I love having all you guys come and visit me in the house. How I'm always going to live with men. And the reason for that is because there's a degree of competition which exists amongst men that doesn't happen when you have your chick there.
Lil Toe says, don't think I'm ever going to stop playing weed and stop playing video games and smoking weed. I was just talking about this earlier in the where was it? The Jesse on Fire people who have gone to UFC events with him. There's a private Discord server that we're in, so it's a small group, and we were talking about that. And I was talking about my addiction, and somebody else was talking about like, oh yeah, I got clean. I still smoke weed. I was like, oh, I'm never stopping smoking weed. It is a beautiful thing. Now, video games not really my thing. I'm waiting for the PS5s to become more readily available. I'm gonna snag up a PS4, but video games aren't really my thing. But I hear you. As long as it's just like everything else. As long as it's not taking over your life. Like, do you know how I usually roll up 2 joints, the king size raw cones. I just pack 2 of them with 2 strains of weed, and I'll sprinkle some like extracts, whether it's batter or sugar or whatever you call it. I'll sprinkle some of that in. So they're pretty hard. And depending on the night, sometimes I'll need both, and sometimes I won't. And today I was or last night I only smoked the one, and so I had a joint just sitting there. It's a crappy day in Jersey. It's raining. It's been raining. I've been in a bad mood. The whole Piers Morgan Jordan Peterson thing really kind of got to me. If you know a little bit more, if you're in the Discord server, I've had some family issues in the last couple of days. Nothing too serious, but just not in a great mood. And I was like, oh, I want to smoke this. But I have this show, and I care so much about this show, and I care so much about delivering my best to you guys that I know, even because I was having this thought at about 4:30. It was 4 hours ago. I was like, oh, it's right there. Let me just just in a bad mood. Just wanted to lighten the mood. I was like, you know what? If I do that, I'm going to be dragging on the show, and I get a better feeling from doing a good show than I do from smoking weed. And there is not one single time that I will smoke a joint or blunt, take a dab, whatever, and be like, God damn, I love weed. Every single time. Other than sex, name me one thing that every single time you're like, damn, I love this shit. Name your favorite food. Yeah. Sex, yes. But everything else, it gets old after a while. Not weed. And Little Toe says everyone should smoke weed because the world would be much better. Obviously, there's people who have, mental stuff what doesn't work, but in general, absolutely. And especially, I was talking about my family shit, if those of you who know about, with my mom, if she would just smoke one time, we would have we would solve so many issues between the two of us. But what are you gonna do? Little Toe says I'm the complete opposite. When I'm sober, I can't think straight or talk good. Well, this is not coffee, so until they pay me, you'll find out what it is. The OGs will know what's in here. But until they pay me, you can just check out Jersey Shore Extracts. If you're in Jersey and you want some great marijuana, I definitely didn't just spill any on myself. So Kluke is in the building. What's up, Kluke? Congratulations on the new job. It says never gonna smoke weed. You know what they say about the word never? You should never say it. Why? I cannot understand why somebody would determine that they're never going to do something at 19, 20 years old. How could you? I'm just curious. I'm not saying right. I'm not saying you should. I'm just curious as to how you could come to that conclusion that you're just never going to do it. I don't get it. It is such a beautiful, it's just a beautiful thing that exists in this world. And absolutely, people can abuse it. Absolutely, people can go OD and just, not actually OD, but people can go too hard and, spend all day smoking and not getting anything done. But I would argue that's not most people who smoke weed. I would say most people who smoke weed don't follow the stigma. Most people who smoke weed have a job, do it, a lot of them have families, and it's just like, I'm never going to drink alcohol. It's like, okay, that's fair. But I'm just curious. Why, like, if you haven't had somebody, like, if you had an alcoholic in your family, and you're like, I don't even want to go down that road. That makes sense to me. But I bet money that there's nobody in your family whose life was ruined by smoking marijuana. I could be 1,000% wrong. And you can absolutely be like, no, you're wrong. Somebody's life in my family was ruined, and I do not want to go down that road. And then hands off. But I'm just curious how you could come to this stark of a conclusion on something that is so innocuous. Just curious. Just curious. Not being condescending to anybody who thinks that questioning what you say is condescending. I'm not being condescending. I'm genuinely asking before we get there. But yeah, let's back in. Where were we? We'll back it up a couple seconds.
For my cousin, still to this day, I love having all you guys come and visit me in the house. How I'm always going to live with men. And the reason for that is because there's a degree of competition which exists amongst men that doesn't happen when you have your chick there. If I move in with my chick, life's good. Life's great. There's dinner, there's breakfast, there's snacks, we watching movies, endless sex. She's all, you want a massage? Yeah, fuck it. And yeah, I'll still hit the gym because I'm me. But you don't have that brutality. You don't have that brutality of your brother walking in and saying, oh, how many? 500. You're a fucking loser. 600. And you got to do it, right? You need that competition amongst men, and you have to find a way to create your reality and make sure it already exists for you. And it really isn't that difficult. It's very much like the pawn chat I gave earlier. If you're a man who's competitive, you're going to find men to compete against. And everyone loves competition. Every single human alive, females love competition. They're checking their Instagram likes all day long. And men love competition because they're sitting on Twitch playing video games. It's just they're doing dumb shit, right? As a man, you have to sit there and say, I have to remove.
I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. No, you don't have to do anything that you don't want to do. Again, I'm not challenging you, and I'm not saying you should. I'm just curious to the mindset. And hey, if you don't want to, good enough for me. I do think there must be something more to it, but fair enough.
Move all the cheap dopamine, all the cheap replacements for what I'm actually looking for. I said this to Tristan the other day. The reason I don't play video games is not because I'm anti-video games. It's because they look fun as fuck. I see these video game videos and I'm like, that looks bad. What, grenades?
Call of Duty.
Well, he's running in and out. It looks fun. And that's why, no, I'm not going to play that. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to end up good at that shit. Because I'm me.
Yep.
And I end up spending so many hours being good at something and believing it matters when it doesn't. If I want to feel dopamine for being a badass, I'm going to do it the old school, hardest way.
That's precisely why I don't invest in video games. When I was in college, I bought a Xbox 360, but that was like a current thing. I think I told this story before, but like going back to the whole idea of my parents not spoiling me. After Super Nintendo, or excuse me, after Nintendo 64, game consoles started to become increasingly more expensive. And so I had Super Nintendo, I had N64. But after that, my parents were like, we're not spending $300 on a console for you to play video games. Like, no. And so after N64, I didn't get a PlayStation 1, like the big, I got that little PS1. And of course, that was only after PlayStation 2 came out. And so that trend would follow. And I would get a new console, and like 6 months later, they would stop making games for it. And that's why I never really got into playing video games. But if I was allowed to get those consoles, if I was allowed to get those games, if I was allowed to spend the time, I definitely would have been a gamer in the sense that I wouldn't want to be. I do think there is too many men who spend too much time playing video games. I don't think that video games inherently are a bad thing, But I do think there's too many dudes who are just way too into their video games. Loto says, I think it's the same as watching a movie or a show. It's definitely not. It's absolutely not, because watching a movie or a show is a passive activity, whereas playing video games is an active activity. But I understand what you're saying in the notion that it's a release, and as long as you're using that release and escapism responsibly, and you're not playing video games all day, and you're not missing work, and you're not missing bills because you're playing video games, then whatever. Yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't get my Xbox 360 until I was in college. Must have been, and I bought it used from GameStop. Or actually, no. Oh my God, I completely forgot about this. I bought it from somebody I went to high school with. They had, I guess, whatever. What was the very next, either on both sides, whatever the next thing after Xbox 360 came out. Dude bought it, and he was selling his Xbox 360. And I knew about the Red Ring of Death, but I was like, fuck it. He's selling it for like $50 for like 3 games. Yo, I spent hours playing Skate. Great game. And of course, Call of Duty is amazing. But yeah, it just never, it was always just like a thing that a lot of other people had. So like if I would go to friends' houses, or when I was in college, I would go to friends' dorms when we play. But personally, I was more into music on one side, and then like intellectual endeavors, without sounding like an asshole, the whole atheist thing. That's right when I was going through all that. So yeah, not too much of a gamer, but definitely no judgment.
Bench press. That's not as fun, right? But at least, if I really want to beat, me and Tristan have our own personal bench records in the house. I'm gonna try and beat Tristan's record. And you have to stop chasing all the cheap dopamine, the cheap bullshit, and go back to the hard shit. And then you're gonna improve your life.
Are we talking about drugs? He sounds like he's talking about drugs. I have heard of Elden Ring. I have not heard of Dark Souls. I think Elden Ring is a more recent game, right? Is it like an online PC game? I don't know. I'm so not in this realm.
Well, you need to be living amongst competitive men and put some competition in your life. And if you're a middle-class kid and you're sitting there, you need to look around at your friends and say, how am I competing with my friends? In what regard am I competing with them? And if it's only video games and dumb shit, then you have the wrong friends. And this find better friends. As simple as that.
This is why team sports are so critical, because when you play team sports, right, it forces you to not only train together, but to compete with each other and to become better with each other, so that when you do compete against the real competitor, you can actually beat them. And this is why sports is so imperative for young.
So notice how he's talking about competition. And I will absolutely give credit to the fact that esports is a thing. And yep, Cloak, you are, I am the gamer normie. But he's talking about competitiveness and sports and whatever. And I absolutely think that the competitiveness of esports in this generation, well, let's put it this way. I would rather you be competitively into video games than not competing at all. I don't think any of the gentlemen on this panel would agree with me. But definitely, there's competition. There is, hierarchy. There's bullies. There's goals. There's a lot in video games, and I'm speaking from probably haven't played a video game in 5 years. There's a lot in video games that can make you a better man. Now, if the only way you're improving is through video games, then maybe you need to do more. But there definitely is value. Alto says it's all on consoles. I'll put the trailer in Discord. Well, I don't have a console, so you just teasing me then.
Young men, and you got
unless you want to send me a console, I will happily take a PS2, 3, 4, 5, whatever.
Because what sports teaches you from a young age is that there's winners and fucking losers. Okay. Recently, we have this clown world bullshit where it's a participation trophy, blah blah blah. But the reality is, guys,
I would push it. Actually, I don't know. Do any of you have kids? Because I feel like as the participation trophy generation, it's become pretty clear that that notion has not helped. And I don't know. Are they still doing that? Like Pee Wee Sports? Like, do you still get do they still hand out participation trophies? Fair enough, Lutos. I am definitely down to take a peek. But do they have a participation trophies anymore? Has that persisted? Because it seems pretty obvious that is not a good idea. That meritocracy and earning your rewards is something that should be instilled in kids, and the whole reason to get kids into sports is specifically so that they learn that, hey, you have to perform, you have to achieve in order to get recognition.
Doesn't matter if they want to give you a participation trophy, you fucking lost, okay? There's W's and there's L's. If you take an L, what you take with that L is a lesson, and you go ahead and you become a better competitor so you don't feel that pain again. That's why losing is supposed to hurt, so you don't want to experience it again, okay? A lot of times pain is a reaffirmation that you fucked up to some degree. You need to fix it. And the way you're going to fix it is you train, you become better the next time. When I was in college and I was rowing, they would purposely set up all the ergometers.
Rowing? What are you, a pig? Oh, man. I wish I could use that joke. Shout out to Bill Burr. Anybody know what joke I was referring to? That who's like, back in the day, I just can't say it. Anyway, Kluk said, my 5-year-old little cousin is in soccer, and half the time they bumble around and do nothing. Well, he's 5, bro. He's 5. Give him a break. Give him a break. He's 5. Jesus Christ. I mean, like, if he was 10, all right, now he's 5. Does he even know the rules of soccer? I played soccer when I was 5. I mean, I did know the rules, but that's because my parents are immigrants, and soccer and cricket are the only sports that they actually follow. But yeah, I'd give a break at 5 years old.
The run machines next to each other. And the reason why, so that you can see the guy to your right and the guy to your left, and you'd want to be his split. You want to go faster than him. And you'd be amazed at the mental gymnastics you will tell yourself to beat the guy next to you or the guy to the other side of you so that you can go ahead and not get made fun of at the lunch table. This is with football. I know with Justin, we've had many stories about this. It was with basketball, etc. Kobe Bryant used to sit there and go to the gym early, knowing that other people were going to come. And when they did show up, he would purposely stay there until they left so that he could win. Even though it's a weird mental game that he played in his head, you want to call it mental gymnastics, whatever, it allowed him to become one of the best basketball players ever because he relished in the ability to compete and dominate. And he did it even with his own teammates. And people were like, oh my God, he's freakishly competitive. That's what it takes. You need to be competitive. We live in this fucking gay-ass world where everyone's like, oh, I don't compete with nobody but myself. That's a bunch of faggotry. That's not the way the world really works. There's always winners and losers. You go and compete for a job, you may not get that job because someone else got it. You go ahead and hit on that bitch and she flakes on you, whatever, it's because she went and talked to another guy. It's not, oh, I'm just trying to find myself. No, she's finding another fucking cock, and it's not you, asshole. Become better. There's winners and losers in life, but it's ridiculous how we don't.
And I feel like that's a core message of the red pill that is so often just looked over. Like, it's always framed like, oh, you hate women and you're telling me this about women. And exactly, Peterson put it perfectly in his Piers Morgan interview. And that, you know, these young men, they don't know how to become attractive, and women are picky, and do that. Good for you. That is your gift. Women should be picky. They're not. A lot of them are not, but they should be. And so if you are a man who doesn't get the attention from women that you want, it's your fault. That doesn't mean you don't deserve any type of sympathy, but it does mean it's your fault and you need to fix it.
Acknowledge these realities.
It's true. They try and remove that fact. They try and convince the world there's no winners and there's no losers because they want to infect you with the slave mind. The slave mind as a whole is based around the fact that you have no true boundaries in your life. You don't believe in anything, whether it's religious, you don't believe in anything cultural, you don't believe in anything traditionalistic, you don't even believe in the ideas of win and lose.
So I'm laughing at this.
Guys, if you are enjoying, please hit the like button. We can get this in the algorithm and get this party started.
These guys are crazy. The Rumble is lit, man.
A lot of F words.
Rumble's a different story. So yeah, if you don't believe in anything traditionalistic, you don't believe in anything religious, you don't believe in even winning and losing, your mind is completely empty and ready for their programming, and they'll convince you of anything they need to convince you of, whether it's to be afraid of the common cold, or whether to believe that a man is a woman, or to believe any of the things they decide that you now need to believe to make you a better slave. The people who are in charge of the world have no interest in your actual personal sovereignty and your personal happiness. They want you to do what they need you to do. The same way a farmer wants his sheep. He wants his sheep alive. He doesn't want them to die, but he wants them to do what they're supposed to do. He doesn't want sheep who start going fucking off track. That's no good for the farmer. So you have to sit there and understand that they're trying to destroy even the basic things of competition. They're trying to destroy absolutely everything. Everything is under assault. Absolutely everything. And you can create and curate a life and create an ecosystem and create almost to a degree an echo chamber where it's very difficult for the slave world programming to affect you. If the slave world, the clown world and the slave mind, if they come along and try and convince me of X, and I walk into this room and try and tell you what they've told me, oh, there's gonna be a lot of people saying, Andrew, come on, G, you know better than that. So
come on, G.
You can create a reality which makes you very, very difficult to program, and that's your job. I say this all the time. I sit to people and I say, you know, you're the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with, and they go, yeah. Then why the fuck you hang around with that dude? He's a dork. You know the first part's true.
it is a very, very hard pill to swallow as you get older. Between the time, as far as you get in school. School is a very unique way of organizing people. And what I mean by that is that once you're done with school, the way that you make friends and maintain friends is very, very different because you're not forced into the same physical location every day or every week or whatever. And so you build friends and keep friends on different for different reasons. And especially because there's not as many people around to say, this guy's kind of like, I'm not going to hang out with this one. I'm going to hang out with that guy. You kind of get stuck in like, oh, this is my crew. These are my boys. But again, as you get older and you start to try to make something of yourself, just what Tate's talking about. Why are you hanging out with that dude? There's been a number of people that, well, actually, there's been a number of people who have had to kick me out of their life because when I was, in my early 20s, I was a drug addict. So not the right type of person to hang out with. And then as I got older and I stopped doing drugs and I started doing better with my life, then some of those same people that I was hanging out with who treated me better than most people that I had met in my life, you just can't hang around them anymore. You have to surround yourself with people who are going to benefit you. And I gave him, you want to give them the chance to be like, hey, look, my life is changing. I'm doing better. I want you to do better with me. But you can't make people do anything they don't want to do. At that point, cut from the team. Cook says, yeah, I didn't maintain friends after school, but that also was due to a year and a half of online schooling during the over-exaggerated alternate. Yeah. That is something that I mean, I am not excited to see how the results of 2 years of lockdown is going to affect your generation and, the next generation even more. At least you guys got to grow up and in a normal life, and then this happened. Can you imagine these grade school kids who are not yet fully able to read emotions, and in some of their most important developmental stages, everyone they see looks like that? We don't think that's gonna do anything to the youth of our nation? Okay.
But by extension, you won't stop hanging around with nerds. So to know the first one and not to rectify the second point makes you an idiot at best. You have to do better than that.
I want to bring it back real quick because you mentioned something about sheep, and I think that was a fantastic point that you mentioned about the farmer. The sheep living with the farmer. What does the farmer do when he has that sheep? He takes the wool away, shaves it off. He takes the milk, he exploits the sheep, he forces it, impregnates it, etc. That's society.
Myron, you fucking sheep. You fucking sheep, bro.
Doing that to you. That's the same exact shit. They're exploiting you for your resources. They're taking your money. They're taking your time. They're taking your freedom. They're taking your fucking sense of mind, right? So when you take that shit back and you basically say, you know what? I'm not giving you no fucking wool. I'm not going to give you milk when you want it. I'm not going to be, randomly impregnated so that you can go ahead and get my kids and then kill them and slaughter them, whatever the hell it may be. You want to be the sheep out there roaming, but the reality is so many people are okay with being on a farm, being used, getting their wool taken away from them, being milked, and having kids against them. Society, a lot of the time, is raping you from your freedom. That's the truth of what's going on.
One of the most interesting lessons from the Matrix movies, because I talk about the Matrix a lot, there's all the obvious ones everyone talks about. But in the second Matrix movie, when he gets to the end and he speaks to the guy in the white suit, I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about.
The architect.
And the guy in the white suit.
I actually don't fully remember that scene. I think I remember the significance of the fact that he was on this journey and he found it's the guy in the white room and there's TVs everywhere. Let me let him talk because I don't fully remember the impact of that scene.
It's very, very clear and punctual and compendious English. Very interesting. I like the way he talks because he uses very, very advanced language. And he's explaining that Neo, you're not special. You think you're going to destroy the Matrix, but you're not.
Hey, we got Tyler in the building. Welcome, buddy. What he says, look what the lockdowns and online work did to adults. People don't even want to leave their home to work, and some of them want to stay online and work. I mean, that seems pretty rational to me. I can only imagine imagine the effect on kids. I agree with you. But I think with adults, it's more of a shift from brainwashing is a strong word, but the status quo of, yeah, when you have a job, you go into an office and you do a thing. It does make sense. It does make sense that most of these computer jobs don't need a commute. They don't need you to be there 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. And so that part makes sense. But yeah, I mean, it's a good point that like the lockdowns changing society drastically.
No, the reason you exist is we allow anomalies, and the reason we allow people like you to exist is because if everyone stuck inside the Matrix saw no hope whatsoever and saw that nobody could ever escape, then the Matrix would collapse. If the Matrix didn't allow anybody to become rich and successful ever, then the Matrix will collapse. You have to believe, you know what? If I do what I'm supposed to do long enough, I might be able to end up like that guy. So that's why they allow the anomalies.
That guy.
The point I'm trying to make is the Matrix, as difficult and as crushing and soul destroying as it is, they have deliberately left gaps for the people who are prepared to escape. They leave holes. It's the art of war. They say never give your enemy no way to retreat. It's the same thing. They've left holes in the Matrix for the people who are truly pissed off living inside of slavery to jump out of. Because if they can keep us trapped in there, we're going to cause them more problems than if we just fucking leave. If you have men like us, broke, can't pay our bills, and there's millions of us, that's a revolution. They don't need that shit. Give him some money. This guy's too damn determined. This motherfucker's too brave. Let him have some money and some pussy. This guy, Mr. Subdued, yeah, he can keep being a slave. This guy, no, he's got fire inside of him. He needs to escape. So they've left an escape hole. There's an escape hatch for anybody who truly deserves it. The Matrix, as soul crushing as it is designed in a way that anybody who would be a problem broke can escape. You can escape. You can be anything you want to be. It truly, I'm an example of it. I come from absolutely fucking zero financially to hundreds of millions of dollars. And if I wasn't this way, if I didn't have this lifestyle, I said this to Tristan endless times, I don't know what kind of person I'd be if I didn't have money to subdue the fire inside of me. Because if I couldn't just do dumb shit all the time, or I couldn't do anything I wanted all the time, and I was some wagey at the ripe old age at 36, watching the news and all the bullshit they're doing to fucking people and me, and I was sitting there like a jackass, absorbing it all, knowing I had no voice and no power, it's get rich or go die trying. I'm going to end up doing something bad. I just couldn't take it. So there certainly is ways. There are ways to escape, and that's when we're sitting here talking about people who want to make money and become whoever they want to be. It's very doable. The Matrix, as crushing as it is, if you're genuinely an exceptional individual and you're genuinely motivated, they're not going to stop you from becoming who you want to be. They're interested in the masses. They can let the odd fish escape as long as they keep the fish school going where it needs to go. So you have to look.
They can let the odd fish escape as long as they have the school going where it needs to go. Even if you think that the analogy of the movie of the Matrix applied to real life is cringe, I think personally, I think he overuses it, but it really is a good analogy. The red pill, blue pill thing, it works so well. So, what are you going to do? But they can allow a fish to escape. They just need the school to go where it needs to go. And this is something that Tim Pool talks about. Because he's always like, why, it's weird that we haven't been banned, where, like Steven Crowder will get all of this. And then, of course, like Alex Jones of the world and Nick Fuentes of the world. And his conclusion is that they try very hard to be a family friendly show and to just stick to, their thing and be just edgy enough that they're like, okay, this is the type of edgy that as YouTube we're going to allow. And that's a very delicate line to balance. What's the blue pill? Well, did you see the movie? So the red pill, so the whole comparison of the red pill and the blue pill. I'm sure you've seen the picture. There's no way you haven't seen this picture. Open image. There's no way you haven't seen this. So this is from the movie The Matrix, and basically Neo is living, in the Matrix, just going about his life, and he gets contacted, and he goes through all this stuff, and he ends up here with Morpheus. And this Morpheus, they talk about how all this is going on, and he hands him the options. He said, you take the blue pill, you go back to sleep, you wake up in the world that you've known, and you forget any of this ever happened. You take the red pill, You go down the rabbit hole and you learn the truth. And that's why he wakes up in this mechanical world in reality. And so taking the red pill has become an analogy for accepting the truth and seeing the world for where it really is, for what it really is. Whereas the blue pill is an analogy for being plugged into the establishment lies and the narrative, and just believing, you know, what everybody says, and believing in Jesse Smollett, and you know, go down the line. In dating, it has to do more with the nature of men, the nature of women, but this applies to a lot of different things, and especially in politics. Being red-pilled, just like in dating, means that you were operating under the establishment lies, and then you realized, oh, they are, in fact, lies. And so it doesn't necessarily give you all of the answers as to what the truth is. It just wakes you up to the notion that, hey, you've been lied to, so you need to figure out what is true and what is not. That is the blue pill.
Look in the mirror and decide who you really fucking are. When's the last time you've looked in the mirror, looked yourself in the eyes, and say, am I really who I think I am? Am I really who I say I am? Or am I full of shit? Am I repeating the shit I hear on YouTube?
If you're just joining us, we are trying to figure out, is this the conversation that got SNEAKO banned from his second channel? Not only just his first channel, his second channel. And I would love if you could hit that like button, because that is the biggest thing that will push this in the algorithm, and we need to figure this out. And I also want a great party. So we are partying. Want to hear from you guys. Who's here? Say hello. Say hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the party.
Things I hear in the rap movies. Am I really that guy? Am I really a gangster? If he really pointed a gun in my face, am I really going to tell him to get fucked? Am I really a tough guy? What have I been through? How many times have I...
Shout out to Akon, who absolutely stepped in front of a gun for me. A loaded gun. Well, as far as I know, but he didn't know either.
Actually tested myself. Am I actually about it? You need to look in the mirror and understand who you truly are. Because if you're truly the man you just think you are, you're going to become that guy.
Hey, we got Dustin in the building. Welcome, Dustin Flows 941 said, crazy or not, at the end of the day, it's still censorship. Exactly. I just put out a short earlier today. The last short on my profile is about how we can all love him, hate him, don't know who he is. We can all learn from how Andrew Tate speaks and how he looks at the world. You don't have to agree with him, but it is a very particular perspective that has internal logic. We talked about this in our logical fallacies stream about internal logic. Even if you don't agree with the whole message, it makes sense within itself. And so, like, to compare it to religion, let's just say, you know, you can say, okay, I believe in God, and God does this, and this happened because of that. And even though I personally, as an atheist, don't believe in that stuff, a lot of it has, a lot of people make it internally logical for them. And that's how they're that's how they allow themselves to continue to believe. And of course, that's a whole other conversation. But you know, that's how it works. So Kluk says free will and a life of hardship that fulfills versus streamlined existence orchestrated by something or someone is basically red pill versus blue pill. Let me read that again. Free will and a life of hardship that fulfills. I'm saying that, so I guess that you're saying that's the red pill versus streamlined existence orchestrated by someone or something. So I definitely you're getting ahead of me. I definitely agree with I agree with the sentiment. Again, I don't believe that free will exists, nor is a sensical concept in and of itself. But again, a completely different conversation. So I will give this the I don't know, approved. So and you're getting ahead of me, Kluk, because Lulto says too lazy for either pill, and exactly what that means. So you're blue pilled. The blue pill is the default. Again, if you look back at the Matrix, Neo didn't choose to be in the Matrix. That's the default. So if you're too lazy to determine what is real, then you are plugged into the Matrix and you are blue pilled. Remember in that thing, the blue pill is to go back to what you already were experiencing. It's the red pill that will change things. No, little toes. We are not all blue pilled. Now, some of us may think we're more red pilled than we are. That's quite likely a huge portion of people who call themselves red pilled. But no, we are not all blue pilled. Some of us do care about the truth. Some of us do care about questioning authority. Some of us do care about questioning bullshit. And if that's you, then you're not blue pilled. And of course, it's just a heuristic to frame things. It's not, there's no, dividing line. But no, we are not all blue pilled.
I say all the time about the best thing about being a man is you can build yourself to be whoever you want to be. When I didn't have shit, I knew I wanted to be a big, dangerous kickboxing guy with the fastest fucking car and a bunch of sexy bitches, a big ass compound with armed guards. Because I knew what I wanted, and here it is.
So you have the hardship, you have the determination, but you always talk about how you're one of God's favorites. What separates the normies from being a God's favorite?
So that's a great question from SNEAKO. I'm going to run that back. But before, I want to answer Dustin's question here, or Dustin's comment here. It says, SNEAKO and Andrew Tate also spread the message of masculinity, which is commonly associated with the red pill. Yes, so there are different contexts for the red pill. So, that's where it comes from the Matrix. And it's just about accepting the truth or going back to your comforting lies. So in politics, it has to do with trusting that CNN is telling you the truth. That's always what it was. CNN used to, some of you are too young to actually know that CNN used to actually be a real news source, and you could actually get legitimate information from them. So continuing to believe that that is the case is blue-pilled, because it's just accepting what's being fed to you. Whereas being red-pilled is saying, oh, clearly, if you look into anything that they report, you can see that they are lying. When it comes to dating, the red pill is very relevant because we all grew up on rom-coms and Disney movies. Me especially. I thought, hey, you just be a nice guy. Treat women with respect. They want to, shower them with gifts and be a nice guy. That's all they ever want. A sensitive guy who cares about them and shows them. Nah, that ain't what they want. That's called a bitch in the minds of a woman. So you can continue to believe that Disney movies and rom-coms reflect reality, or you can take the red pill and realize, oh, that's propaganda. That's so absolutely, you're absolutely right. Click says liberty is generally a masculine trait, so that's probably why. Is it? I don't know that. Okay. I mean, I've never heard that specifically, but makes sense to me. Linktr.ee says, do they have red pill back in ancient times? Aristotle, king of the red pill. So it's a good question. I think that they certainly didn't use that terminology because Matrix came out in 99. But yes, there definitely was people who were like, yo, because remember the church, the Christian church was ruling the whole world for a long period of time. So if you think about like Galileo, who was like, hey, actually, I don't think that the entire universe revolves around the Earth. It seems like Earth is another planet and revolves around the sun. Based. At that time, that was based. And how did they treat Galileo for talking about a heliocentric universe? Not very well. I don't know what that means, but that has something to do with smoking. This isn't weed, but afterwards.
I think you have to make God happy.
And real quick, so while we're on the topic, I've decided, because of the trolls, the panel time is going to be moved to Discord. So if you want to be part of the panel, That's going to happen in Discord. That is not going to be on YouTube anymore. We don't have to worry about any bullshit. We can speak openly. So make sure you join the Discord. The link is in the description. And we're going to talk about this after the stream ends. We're going to get right into Discord, into the voice channel. And I will be on cam. I encourage you guys to be on cam, but you don't have to be. And we'll talk about it.
God, let's imagine God as a man. If I'm a man and I have 10 people who work for me or 10 children, my favorite one is to be the one who does the things that I know or who acts in a way that I am happy with, right? So if I had 10 children and they're all acting different ways, my favorite one's to be the one that adheres to the rules and adheres to the tenets that I've set out. If I say you should act this way and you do act that way, then he's going to be my favorite child. I'm God's favorite because I act true to God, and I act true to God.
Oh, so I just in case we missed it, SNEAKO, I don't remember, somewhere else was talking about, it was probably with Destiny. And somebody asked him, is there anything that Andrew Tate talks about that you don't appreciate or that you don't agree with or whatever? And as SNEAKO's getting, just like all these red pill guys, whether it's political or otherwise, seem to feel like they need to get back into God. Again, another conversation. But SNEAKO was saying, I don't like how Andrew Tate says he's one of God's favorites. Because how would you know? And blah, 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 blah. So he was SNEAKO just asked him about that. So let's back that up and get the full
thing to from determination. Because I knew kickboxing guy wanted, and here it is. So you have the hardship, you have the determination, but you always talk about how you're one of God's favorites. What separates the normies from being a God's favorite? I think you have to make God happy. God,
I'm not putting that up.
If I'm a man and I have 10 people who work for me or 10 children, my favorite one is to be the one who does the things that I know or who acts in a way that I am happy with, right? So if I had 10 children and they're all acting different ways, my favorite one's to be the one that adheres to the rules and adheres to the tenets that I've set out. If I say you should act this way and you do act that way, then he's going to be my favorite child. I'm God's favorite because I act true to God. And I act true to God because I know I'm genuinely a good person. I wouldn't snake anybody in the fucking world for $10 billion. I would never fuck over a friend for $10 billion. I would never fuck over a friend. I don't care how good the pussy is. Absolutely 0%.
How many people do you think in your life would say that? I don't know. What did he say? 10 billion, 100 billion? None of us, that doesn't make a difference to any of us. Would you fuck over your best friend for $100 million? Hey, we got Darshawn McAway in the building. Bah, 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 bah. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. I mean, I'm not hating. I'm just saying I can't put that up. But yeah, how many of you can honestly say that you would turn down $100 million to get your let's just not even say your best friend. Let's say you got your best friend and then you got your group of friends, somebody who's not your number one boy, but in your friend group, $100 billion. Would you sell them out? I guess Darshawn would. I gotta watch my back, apparently. I mean, there's certain things that I don't think are worth any amount of money. And I think, especially as somebody who's had such difficulty creating, especially somebody who's had such an issue creating those connections with people, there is not a dollar amount in the world. If you're on my team, you're on my team. Cook says $100 million is a lot, but I don't think causing someone pain is worth a price tag. Sean Sullivan strong. Fair enough. Hey, I'm not judging. That's a lot of fucking money. And I don't have a family to take care of, so not judging. I'm just saying. Depends if they would. Well, why does it depend if they would? So if you're friends with somebody who's a piece of shit, I'm not saying you're a piece of shit. I'm just hypothetical. If you're someone friends with if you're friends with somebody who is willing to sell you out, does that make it okay for you to act that way? Maybe. Personally, I don't think so. I think somebody could and they have sold me out in ways that it's like, really? Little ways, and like telling girls that I liked things that I said to my boys about them, and like, oh, let's say, like, bro, what are you doing? All the way up to legal stuff, where I was sitting in a car, in the back of a police car, in handcuffs, with somebody who's like, yo, let's pin it all on this guy. I got probation for 2 years, probably the worst 2 years of my life, because I couldn't smoke, became a raging alcoholic, was doing way too much cocaine, was not in a good place mentally. I was drinking 1.5 bottles of wine a day because I wouldn't sell out my friend. And that's not to pat myself on the back. I do think that is how people should act. But as Kluk said, hey, 100 billion might change your mind. And then Kluk also says, what if I sell you out? Then we fake your death and change your identity so that nobody ever knows that you got screwed over. I mean, I still have a life. I know it's not much of a life, but I still have a life that I would like to maintain. Now, if you want to get real deep and serious, I am totally fine with life being over. This is kind of just a chore to me. I'm here because I'm here, and I'm certainly not going to end myself. But if I could push a button and just not exist, you goddamn right I would push that button. But that button doesn't exist. So what if I sell you out and then we fake your death? Yeah, I would have to change I don't want to change my identity. It's hard enough being me as it is. Yeah, I was working at an Italian restaurant at the time, and wine doesn't go bad like that. But if they opened a bottle of wine, 4 days in the fridge, and if nobody finished that bottle, you could just take it home. So I was taking home bottles and bottles and bottles of wine, and just getting shit-faced. Ironically, not one time did my probation officer ever drug test me. I could have been smoking that whole time. I never would have become an alcoholic. I mean, I might have done a little bit of coke here and there, but I wouldn't have been. There was maybe like a month where I was like every single night. I go to work. I was working in a restaurant. Go to work at like 4, 5, 6, whatever. Finish around 10, 11, 12. We would have a couple drinks at the bar at the restaurant. Grab some cocaine. Before you know it, it's 9 a.m. Not a fun time. I mean, it was a fun time, but not in the way that you want. Anyway, let's back that up.
Wait, and he's going to be my favorite child. I'm God's favorite because I act true to God.
All right. So again, Stinko is asking about why do you say that you are God's favorite?
And I act true to God because I know I'm genuinely a good person. I wouldn't snake anybody in the fucking world for $10 billion. I would never.
So 10 billion. That's what he said. Not 100. 10 billion.
Never fuck over a friend for $10 billion. I would never fuck over a friend. I don't care how good the pussy is. Absolutely 0% chance. I'm not out here doing anything treacherous. I'm not a traitor. I don't do anything bad. The Matrix can say I'm a bad person because they're fucking liars. I know I'm a good person. I know I live with a pure heart. The reason I'm God's favorite is because I'm out here doing exactly the things I said earlier in the stream. I wake up, I'm on time with a firm handshake. I stick to my word. I work hard. I give my best at everything I do. I'm honest. That's all it takes to be God's favorite. And if you're truly those things, you're not out here trying to do some quick pluck fucking snake some bullshit.
Is it though?
I'm telling you, all the men out here who fucking fuck their friend's ex behind his back when they break up, and he goes, it's fine. He didn't find out and she didn't tell him. God knew. So no, it wasn't fine. You're acting in a way which is disingenuous. That shit bites you in the end.
I'm so glad he's talking about this. Because you guys know how, I'm not just an atheist, I don't really care about religion. I'm an atheist, What he's saying is absolutely on point. Except for the fact that that he thinks there is a being that's watching him. I don't need a being watching me to not fuck over my friends. That's the difference between me and some of y'all. But absolutely, there's nothing you could do. There's no amount of money. There is no. That is not valuable to me. The connections I have with people are more valuable than anything else in this world. Full stop.
End. I sit here and look at every decision I make, and I genuinely sit and think I am being analyzed and I'm being watched by another power. Is this going to benefit me in the long run? That's why I don't do bad.
That's why you don't do bad things, huh? That's why you don't do bad things? Well, kudos to you. I don't do bad things because I don't want to do bad things. I don't like bad things. I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to do bad things. And I don't believe that there's anybody who is going to give me any kind of consequence for doing so. Outside of, like the police and stuff like that. But I don't believe that there's anybody watching me, seeing what I'm doing. But I still don't want to hurt any of my friends. And I would go through a lot to protect them. Our son says, none of my friends' ex are worth... I mean, fair enough. But what if they were? What if they were? Would you hit it? If you're single, would you hit it? Come on, man. Don't lie.
Bad shit. I just don't do bad shit to people who I love and care about. The most disgusting thing, the thing that God is most unhappy with is treachery. Because treachery, the reason it is so frowned upon in the Bible and the Quran, throughout all of history, traitors were hated the most and had the most heinous and disgusting punishments, is because treachery can't be stopped. I'm a big, dangerous man. If I see my enemy on the street, I'm going to know what's going to happen. I'm going to be ready for it. If Wallace decides to sideswipe me, I'm fucked. Treachery will take out anybody.
Don't speak the devil on me.
But the point I'm making is that's why it's such a disgusting act. So I'm God's favorite because I act in a way that God looks at me and he's proud of me. God looks at me and goes, I made men to be X.
I'm curious. Those of you who are believers, how do you feel about him saying that? That I'm one of God's favorites. Because obviously I don't have a dog in that fight. Darshan! Yeah, believers. How do you feel about him talking about this being God's favorite?
And Andrew's doing what he's supposed to fucking do. Andrew's trying to become the strongest, richest, most important, most competent version of himself. He's trying to educate and inspire other men to do the exact same thing. I like Andrew. Look at this other man I made. He's a fat piece of shit. He's playing video games and smoking weed. I don't like his ass. That's why he's unlucky. I'm lucky. God loves me. If I got a car crash, which is never gonna happen, it's never happened in my life. There's no way God let me die. He'd be like, nah, not Tate. Come on, bro, get up.
I guess you guys got to fight it out. He says he's God's favorite. You said you're God's favorite. Lil Toe says he's God's favorite. It's a melee. Let's get it in blood. Fight to the death. And whoever wins is God's favorite.
That's just how it is. Because I've done too much good shit.
Is it though?
You're God's favorite because you decide to be. You have to show him that you're out here doing the things you're supposed to fucking do. Did God create man for you to sit on your ass and be lazy? Did God create man for you to be weak fuck? Is that why he made you? If you think it is, then you could sit there and suffer the consequence of being a fucking lazy fuck and being unlucky your entire life. But if you understand that that's not why he made you, that's not why you're here. So you have a duty, a masculine imperative to be the best possible version of yourself, then God's going to be happy with you. That's how it works.
Yeah, in the Bible, they talk about the parable of the sower and the seeds, right? And the sower that sowed the most, again, the most seeds, got rewarded. So you got to put in the work. Sorry, Justin, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and oftentimes when you're doing what you're supposed to do.
So I guess this guy's name is Justin.
You know in your heart that God is going to make you his favorite. Facts. You know that you're doing what the fuck you're supposed to do.
I'm sorry, but this sounds like fucking cope. I do good things because God said he's gonna like me. I want God to like me. How about you just be a good person so that you're not an asshole?
And that's so important, man. The number of times, let's lower it to a less deep conversation. Let's take some basic shit. Bitches, right? Number of times girls got rude to me. And I sat there and goes, she's being rude to me. I could put up with this shit, or I could snake around it. You know what? Goodbye. And I sit there and go, I really wanted to fuck her, but you know what? God laughed. God thought that shit was funny because she didn't see that one coming. So I win.
And you know God is going to send you another one.
He sent me plenty. So everything's fine. That's how it is. That's the same thing if you turn down that bad money you shouldn't take. Or your friend's getting fucked over, or blood money, or whatever. Or you can snake a guy for a bit of cash. Or look at me. I was the most Googled fucking man on the planet. Have I sold a trash energy drink like Logan Paul with their prime energy drink bullshit? No. Have I sold a fucking crypto pump and dump scam like fucking Logan Paul and their bullshit? No. Have I sold a fucking NFT? No. I've been fucking scammed.
I mean, you do have Hustlers University. I mean, I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world, but it's not helping. Like, it's not meant to help young men. It's a money-making endeavor, which more power to you, but come on, guy.
And nobody. I could have made a fucking $500 million. And I thought, you know what? The idea of some 18-year-old kid putting his life savings into some fucking trash so I can make hundreds of millions of dollars, I don't want to do that. That will upset God. And if I would have done that, who knows where I'll be today? I might have $500 million. I might got in a car crash. Who fucking knows? I know right now my life's good.
I would do it. That's what I want to do. Those are in line with my values. But, you know, somebody's watching, so I'm not going to do it.
I sit there and I live with I got a genuine moral compass. Of course I'm his favorite. That's why he protects me and provides me. That's why I can get banned and attacked by the Matrix in every single fucking possible way, and I have larger streams than I've ever had before. That's why when shit happens to me, I don't panic.
You know why I think bad things happen to bad people? Because internally in their heart, they know they have it coming.
Right.
They have it coming. And that's why I think all of us sleep like I sleep like a baby at night. I know Andrew sleeps like a baby. All of us sleep like a baby at night because
I snore.
We know this is
French is like, I snore. This mother. Oh my god. If you know Fresh and Fit and you don't like Fresh and Fit, great moment right there.
McDonald's. They say McDonald's. But I think it's truly because, like, if you know you're doing the right thing and you know you're doing right by people, you can have that clear conscience on your heart. And you
right, exactly. Let's run that back and highlight the point where he brought in religion.
Truly because, like, if you know you're doing the right thing and you know you're doing right by people, you can have that clear conscience on your heart.
Wait, I missed it. Let's try one more time.
It's truly because, like, if you know you're doing the right thing and you know you're doing right by people, you can have that clear conscience on your heart.
Oh. Well, wait a minute. So it's about your heart and your conscience. And not about, hey, there's somebody who's going to spank me if I do the wrong thing, so I better do the right thing.
And you can move forward with confidence every day despite who's coming at you.
Completely.
And I think that's why you've been able to keep your message the whole time. And that's why it's been so easy to stand behind you in this whole thing. Everybody stands behind you because we know for a fact through dealing with you and dealing with each other that everybody here has a clear heart and that we got each other's back truly. And there's not anything to worry about because I know I'm doing the right thing by supporting Andrew, by supporting Fresh and Myron, and supporting, I don't know you, I haven't known you very long, SNEAKO, but I can tell you if somebody said something bad about you today, I would stick up for you. I know with a clear heart that the intentions are good. And I think when you know the intentions are good, you don't have to look over your shoulder, which means you can go forward with purpose and face the things that come at you. So as long as you're keeping yourself in line, in check, and doing the things that you know are morally correct, then God is always going to be on your side. You'll know that with confidence.
Wilto says, who invited Justin? But I that's my number one right at this table right now. That's my dude right now.
Here's the thing, man. A lot of guys are alive, but they're not necessarily living. And what I mean by that is they're not chasing after what they really want to do. They're doing some job that they hate. They're living with their mom. They're fat. They're not where they want to be. You guys want to know why YouTubers make hit pieces on guys like us and call us toxic alpha males, even though none of us run around and call ourselves alphas? It's because they're...
Tate definitely calls himself an alpha, and I'm pretty sure Fresh and Fit call themselves alpha. I think SNEAKO would call himself an alpha, but they definitely call themselves alpha. Hey, we got Dr. Evil Genius in the building. Welcome, buddy. Welcome.
Angry that we're achieving what they wish they can fucking achieve. A lot of these ass clowns are basically watered down versions of what we are, and they don't want to necessarily accept that. So what do? They point the fucking finger, say some bullshit, whether it's Logan Paul trying to be a social justice warrior or Curtis Connor being a pussy saying, oh, these guys are toxic, this is problematic.
Yo, does anybody know who Curtis Connor is? Because that's funny. I'm a fan of Curtis Connor, but he's young and he is woke and it's cute. But anybody?
Like, what the fuck is going on here? You know what I mean? That's the reality. And that's where a lot of guys are. The only difference between these ass clowns and regular guys is that they were able to somehow figure it out, maybe by being on Vine, doing stupid shit, or being an SJW pussy, dealing with a whore in California and making a bunch of pussy videos. Wait, Curtis Connor. But regardless, the thing is you got to get out there and do what the fuck you got to do. Another thing, too, about being a good man, let me tell you guys this. There's a reason why treason is one of the few federal crimes that's punished through death, okay? There was this guy, his name is Robert Hansen. You guys go check him out. He was an FBI agent. He sold secrets to the Russians and ended up getting life in prison in ADX, Florence, Colorado. And the reason why is because when you betray, it's one of the worst crimes that you can do. And this is why I tell you guys, bringing up, I don't want to use women as an example of this, but I tell you guys all the time, you want to align yourself with men that can attract women. Why? Well, there's a multi-pronged reason for this. When you deal with guys that can't attract women, what's going to happen is when he finally does get that fucking girlfriend, he's going to sell you out. He's going to do whatever it takes to get that girl. He's going to be thirsty. And then most importantly, he's not going to think with this head. He's going to think with this head. That bitch is going to start ruling his life. And you want to meet up? We got to talk some business or whatever. You want to hang out? Oh, no, I got to check with my girlfriend, blah, blah, blah. And she's going to tell him, you can never hang out with him. No, this guy's toxic. I need this other bullshit. So you need to be in control of your life. You need to know what the fuck is really going on. You got to wake up from the matrix and understand that you control your reality, not these other people, man. And don't betray your friends. Get good with women so that you don't fucking thirst for them and do stupid shit. Right? Just like you mentioned, a guy that had sex with his, having sex with a girl that was his ex, his buddy's ex. That's unacceptable behavior. Yeah. But only guys that aren't good with women do stupid shit like that.
I would say it's not the bad man I worry about. That's what men worry about.
Yeah.
And like we pick fun of each other, me and you, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I'd leave fresh with my girlfriend tomorrow. Like, yo, here's my debit card. Here's my girl.
Yeah.
Take off. I need you to drive across country for the weekend. Y'all have the same.
Now I know not to trust Liltos. I know not to trust Darshan for sure. If and when I get a girl.
In the same hotel room. Yeah. I trust you all. You know what I'm saying? Like all joking aside. And certainly trust Andrew. So many places with him. Like, dude, take her, go. Everything. So if you can't trust a guy like that, you got the wrong guy. So you got to get in a group of guys that are on the same path, that can be right with God in their own heart. And then you know, desperate people are the people you don't want to do.
And we all know a guy, right?
He did so good. That's
been our friend that literally finds a girl and disappears into the sunset. I said, what the fuck, bro? So don't be that guy, bro.
But then I want to bring up Jordan Peterson.
I would. It depends. It depends on where you are in your life. If you're under 25, do not be that guy. But at a certain point, absolutely. If you find somebody that you're legitimately willing to build a life and a family with, then your boys hanging out at the club, maybe you should take a back seat. Call me a simp and crazy and whatever, but you know, all right, just don't attract mine. Like, you can attract all I want, but if I got one and you hit it, we ain't friends no more.
Said something that I really resonate with. He was saying that he struggles believing in God, and I was the same way as you, Andrew. I was an atheist for a long.
That's really interesting. Did y'all hear that? Let's bring it back.
I said, what the fuck, bro? So don't be that guy, bro.
I want to bring up Jordan Peterson said something.
Here we go. Jordan Peterson.
Something that I really resonate with. He was saying that he struggles believing in God, and I was the same way.
Jordan Peterson, one of the most religious people that I'm, at least one of the most religious people that I'm a fan of, struggles believing in God. I've never heard this before. Let's see where it goes. So he says, struggles believing in God, and I was the same
as you, Andrew. I was an atheist for a long time. I grew up in the church, and then I rejected it for a long time. I didn't believe in God, and I think I found God from seeing all the evil that runs the world.
Oh, absolutely.
Did you know? Who wants to bet? Who wants to bet that whenever they talk about that, whenever they talk about God, they're not going to be talking about Yahweh. They're not going to be talking about the God of the Bible. They're not going to be talking about Allah. They're not going to be talking about the Buddha. They're not going to be talking about a God. They're going to be talking about this thing that they call God. I will give. Who wants to take $5 CashApp bet? Hey, we got 12 trees in the building. Said SNEAKO can't be banned. Unfortunately, my friend, it happened. They can't stop us from watching him. But in fact, he was banned. And we're trying to figure out, is this why he got banned?
The demonic and satanic rituals that they do, that must mean in the inverse that God exists. Completely. Jordan Peterson said that
that's not how logic works.
Best for him to encourage his followers to follow God, because that's the best way society functions. So I am saying, I always tell my students to follow God. I praise Christianity, praise Islam, praise Judaism, because it's good. But I still struggle with the belief.
Is it though?
That God is a father. How much do you really talk about God because you believe in it?
I remember hearing this. You guys know I skimmed through to make sure you guys are going to be fully entertained with what we watch. I remember this part, and this is exactly the distinction. It's minute. It's a small distinction. To most people, say, oh, God is love. God is the universe. God is the... You may think that doesn't matter. You may think that doesn't have bad effects in society. I promise you, it does. And let's see what SNEAKO has to say, because I think he's hitting on something on point here.
Good. But I still struggle with the belief that God is a father. How much do you really talk about God because you believe in it? And how much do you talk about it because it's the best thing for the 50,000 people watching to follow?
That's a good question, but I absolutely not really believe, but I think that...
Okay. All right, anybody want to take that bet? It's on the table. It's on the table. If he says it, the bet's over.
The way I view God is slightly different than
everyone else who believes in God, and I just have a vague idea of something and I call it God.
Think of God. I don't see it. It's not a matter of reading the book and thinking there's a guy in the sky who's watching over you. I think that you can see God as an idea. Jordan Peterson's trying to tell his followers to believe in God because he likes the idea of the collective consciousness behaving in a certain manner. And I think that when that happens, God within itself exists.
That's not what the word God means, friend. At least not when average people refer to it. I mean, maybe it's becoming that way. But God is supposed to be a being. So when you're talking about God as an idea, what was the last commenter? What if I was to say 12 trees is just an idea? I believe that 12 trees exist, but not like a person. I just believe, like, that's not the same thing. So you don't believe in God. You believe in something else, and you're just calling it God. And so all the people who think like you and don't believe in a man in the sky or a conscious entity, all of you are perpetuating this idea that that exists, when that is maybe the case, maybe. But through the history of humanity, there has been zero proof. But who cares about reality? Who cares about truth? Who cares about physics? Who cares about the actual nature of the universe? Like, why does that matter? Hashtag red pilled, right? Because God is beyond the third dimension. That is a meaningless statement, my friend.
If you have 100 people in a room and they all do good things in the name of God, well, then God's real, right?
Is he though? If you get 100 people in a room and they're all doing good in the name of unicorns, then unicorns exist. That's not how things work, friends. That is not how reality works. Just because I believe in the flying spaghetti monster and I do things in the name of the flying spaghetti monster does not mean that the flying spaghetti monster exists. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be doing the things. That doesn't mean that you're a bad person. That doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means that what you're saying does not comport with the reality of how you behave and what you think. You are misusing words, and you are confusing people, and you're confusing groups of people. And some of those groups of people use their religion to murder other groups of people. But it just, no big deal.
Because God's making 100 people act good and righteous. So you can't say God's not a real force. Whether you want to
I definitely can
call a person, a force, an idea, an inclination, whatever it is, God becomes a real thing.
No, it doesn't.
I know that if you act in a certain way,
Again, replace this whole argument with unicorns. Let's go back. Every time he says God, let's replace it with unicorn, and let's see if that makes sense. That's how logic works.
God within itself exists.
So, if you act within that manner, then unicorns exist.
If you have 100 people in a room and they all do good things in the name of God,
if you have 100 people in a room and they all do good things in the name of unicorns,
well, then God's real.
Well, then unicorns are real. Case closed. That's logic, right? This is not how it works. I'm sorry that you are so stuck to the beliefs that have been indoctrinated into your mind since you were a child. I was there. Be better. Be smarter.
Right? Because God's making 100 people act good and righteous. So you can't say God's not a real force. Whether you want to call a person, a force, an idea, an inclination, whatever it is, God becomes...
You can't say unicorns aren't real. Whether you want to think it's an idea or a horse or a this or a that, you can't say it. You can't say unicorns aren't real.
It's a real thing. I know that if you act in a certain way, if you act in a godly way, the world is a better place. And by extension, God must exist. If you act in an evil way, then the devil...
Did they know? Okay. Leprechauns. Okay. Russell's Teapot. Say my first radio, homie.
Must exist. Like you said, all the demonic, dangerous things they're doing in the world today. Does that mean there's a man underneath the...
Please elaborate. I would love to know how I am wrong. No, unicorns are a fantasy. And again, okay, maybe I'm an idiot. And I'm talking about like the dodo bird, which doesn't exist anymore, but at one time did exist. So let's take a Pegasus. Because it doesn't matter what we're talking about. The logic should hold true. This is exactly why I did the logical fallacies stream way long ago, because I knew that all of this stuff would become relevant. So let's go back. Let's go back and use Pegasi.
Good things in the name of, and I think that when that happens, God within itself exists.
All right, here we go. Pegasus.
100 people in a room and they all do good things in the name of God.
So if we get 100 people in a room and they all do good things in the name of a Pegasus, that means that a Pegasus exists.
Well, then God's real, right? Because God's making 100 people act good and righteous. So you can't say God's not a real force. Whether you want to call him a person, a force, an idea, an inclination, whatever it is, God becomes a real thing. I know that if you act in a certain way, if you act in a godly way, the world is a better place. And by extension, God must exist. If you act in an evil way, then the devil must exist. Like you said, all the demonic, dangerous things they're doing in the world today, does that mean there's a man underneath the ground covered in fire who's making them do it? Or does that mean that their collective consciousness pointed in a negative direction makes the idea of the devil itself a real thing? So I know that it's more about the collective consciousnesses. You know what I'm saying? It's about having...
How do you know this? Explain to me how you can determine what is beyond logic. How do you how did you come to that conclusion? Oh, you didn't. You just are. Oh, come on. Saying things. God is beyond logic. So are Pegasi and Russell's teapot. Those are beyond logic as well. You know why? Because they don't exist. They are not logical.
All the people in the world looking in themselves in the mirror and saying, that's ungodly. I will not act that way. And that's why you can look at countries like the ones that Myron was saying.
And I want to take a step back. Let's take a step back and look at the actual message that they're talking about. Because I can get caught up in the semantics. They're talking about God. But I do agree with the sentiment that if there is a base of morality that exists, that is objectively better for humanity, then following that is better. I don't understand why divinity and supernaturality needs to come into that, but I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. How do you know that? Have you thought about it for an indefinite amount of time? How can you know that you need to do something infinitely if you have not done it infinitely? Because, I mean, you haven't been alive for an infinite amount of time, right? So you can't determine what happens when you think about something for an indefinite amount of time.
To move to the Middle East, where the fucking they're so ridiculous. You can walk the street in Qatar with $10 million in cash. Nothing's gonna happen to you. Is it because of the police or is it because of God? Yeah, okay, there is serious punishment, but there's certainly not armed cops.
It's not because of God. It's because of the belief in God, which again, I don't have as much of a problem with, as long as it. I do have a problem with it, but it's the values that come with believing in God. That I don't want to rob this person because God is going to be angry. How about you just don't rob that person because you don't want to live in a society where people are robbing other people? Where is God in that? Why do we need God?
Every corner like there are in New York. There's certainly not CCTV in every corner like there is in London. There's certainly not any of the crime-fighting apparatus that there is in the West. It's because people think that God wouldn't let me do that. So, and society functions that way. So yeah, I absolutely and utterly believe in God as an idea as a whole, and I think that's the most important thing. And I used to be an atheist, yes, but I feel kind of uncomfortable.
You still are an atheist, my friend. You do not believe in a God. You just believe in an idea of goodness and morality, and you call it God. That is not God. You are an atheist.
Around atheists. And also, another thing about atheism that certainly put me off it is all the people who champion it. Look at all the people.
I definitely agree there. There, I agree. Most atheists are fucking assholes and pieces of shit. I will 100% put that out there. I know that. I will not ever stop calling myself an atheist, but I 100% agree. Most people who consider themselves atheists are assholes. That doesn't mean God exists. That just means that people are stupid.
People who are championing atheism, find one and just look, I don't want to be you. And that,
I mean, maybe you don't want to be me, but like, there's definitely people who would rather be me than them.
I've always said I would never adopt the thinking of someone who is sad. When I see...
Now you're projecting. When did I say I was sad? And actually, I've had a bad week. But it certainly has nothing to do with my lack of belief in God.
Somebody who is sad or depressed and they're unhappy, and even if we change subjects and they start telling me their opinion about fucking anything.
You see how you see the semantic obfuscation? This guy's supposed to be unplugged from the Matrix. This guy's supposed to be, oh, he sees through all the bullshit. We've just went from simply not rejecting a claim to now being a sad person. If I told you, let's say that we go to a haunted house, right? And one of the workers is murdered. We know somebody there murdered the person, right? You say, hey, Bob did it. Now, I have the choice to either accept that claim and believe that Bob murdered the butler, or I can deny that claim. Outside of that, I can also, which is different, I can claim that Bob did not kill the butler. But we see how those are three different positions. And so that he is presenting a false dichotomy. Just because I don't believe in this God character that he's talking about doesn't mean that I believe that he does not exist and that there's... But we don't need it. And to continue to act as if we do is taking away the agency of humanity. Oh, well, we can't be good people without somebody looking over us, without a ruler ready to slap our ass if we sin. I don't know, but I did not shoot the deputy.
World War II, fucking their favorite movie, their favorite song. Their opinion's invalid to me. You're unhappy, and I'm happy. So I don't want to think very much like you at all. I don't really want to adopt any of your thinking. Like you're saying...
You don't know my thinking. All you know about my thinking... Based on beat you to it, bro. The only thing you know about my thinking is the fact that I don't believe in God. You know nothing about me. You know nothing about any atheist except for the fact that they don't believe in a God or gods. They might be assholes. They might be nice people. They might respect science. They might think science is stupid. They might be anti-vaxxers. They might be ARPists. They might be... great people. They might be people who help out the church even though they don't believe. You don't know anything about any atheist simply because you know they are an atheist. This is blatant ignorance. I said it first, so fuck you. No, but this is my point. This is the you know, we spend so much time, and I'm not scoffing. I'm not scoffing, but we spend so much time talking about how people of different races, people of different ethnicities, people of different sexual orientations get judged on their humanity based on their title. But to be an atheist, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, especially if you're a man. You're a man and an atheist? Shit, if I was white, I'd be fucked.
You just told me you're depressed and unhappy and sad. Like most of my haters on YouTube will literally...
Hey, we got Free Ego in the building. Said, I don't think they're saying that we can't be good people without God. It just makes so much... It just makes it so much easier if you believe there's someone overlooking you and your actions. I don't believe in God still, though. I agree with you. It does make it easier. It makes it easier. It makes it easier. So you need help to not go out and murder people. You need help. You need it to be made easier for you not to murder and steal. Make it as hard as you want. Put a fucking $1 million in front of my face. I'm not going to steal it. And it has nothing to do with a man in the sky watching what I'm doing. It has to do with me and my morals and what I believe is right or wrong. So if you need If you need that supervision, hey, if it helps you not murder and steal from people, then I'm glad that you believe in this. But understand that there's an entire population of people who act exactly the same way you do morally without the threat of eternal damnation. Well, I don't know if that is even going to help. Dr. Virginia says, definitely easier to deal with death if you believe there's an afterlife or resurrection. Absolutely. I talk about all the time how much I wish I could go back to that life where believing, like, I'm just good. Like, anything that's happening, like, oh, this is all God's plan. I'm 25 years old, and I, just looked in the couch to get enough coins to get from the dollar menu from Burger King and pay get enough gas to go and visit the drug dealer so that I wouldn't spend the next 3 days being sick. It would have been much easier to believe that God was watching my back during that. Now, of course, those were my choices. But I would have leaned so much harder into them if I was like, well, God wouldn't let me do blah, blah, blah. It's silly.
Openly talk about the antidepressants they're on and their depression, and then come along and say he's a bad person, I'm a bad person. And I don't want to be like you people. That sounds like a terrible existence to have an enemy inside of your own mind. I have plenty of enemies in the world, and none of them are inside of me. My enemy.
How? You're the one who believes in something that's not proven, but I'm the one who has fake enemies inside my head? Okay.
These are all outside of me, so I can see them coming. I don't have to fight my own mind. I have to fight everything else. If you're sitting there in a constant battle against your own mind, I don't want to be like you. So if I will not adopt the thinking of somebody who is sad, when I sit and look at all the atheists who are doing all this dumb shit, I don't want to adopt their thinking either.
And again, I don't blame him for thinking this way because of politics. Because of politics, that all of these leftists who rejected God, rightfully, decided not to replace their moral system with anything except, oh, what does the government tell me? I don't blame people for thinking this is what most atheists are, because most atheists are that way. Unfortunately for me, I'm associated with a group of fucking morons. But that doesn't change the fact that I simply do not hold the belief in a God or gods. It tells us his enemies are inside of him. I agree. Who's trying to, I don't know. He just got banned. So maybe his enemies are outside of him.
I see a bunch of atheists and see they're all fucking godless, disgusting creatures. I don't want to be an atheist. I just look at them and go, no, sir, that's not my team. I'm going to change. So you have to also be careful. And that's another thing that's interesting. I think one of the reasons why I managed to gain, in fact, all of us, the reason we've had such large influences online is because people look at us and understand, I could live his life. In fact, I want his life to a degree, right?
So you can't live your life without believing that somebody's going to spank you eternally unless you're a good person. Got it.
It's not just what we say, it's the aspirational aspect of the lives we live. And a lot of these other people, when they're sitting there giving their opinions, running their mouths, I don't want to have anything to do with their existence. And you should also, as a man, keep that in mind. When someone's sitting there telling you shit and you look at them and go, I would fucking hate to be you. Like, be polite, let them talk, listen to it, and then fucking blink and cure your brain, because you don't need that shit in your mind.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't even control what's in your mind, then you're going to have a really tough time in life, because it's way harder than that. At least that's within your control. There's so many variables out there. You can walk outside tomorrow and get hit by thunder or get run over by a car. It's like,
please.
You got to really maximize the things that you can control and have them in check so that you can go ahead into a world where you have zero control sometimes.
I believe that there is a God, and for me personally, I'm God-fearing because, once again, if you read the Bible, I don't mean to be a Bible thumper here, but Revelation talks about what's happening today in the current marketplace.
Okay, why should I care about what the Bible says? In the Spider-Man episode 65, it says this, that, and the other. How is that different? Thought so. Well, it says morons are actually smarter than smart people if you think about it. I'm going to go ahead and disagree with you, but hey.
In the current world we live in. And that book is pushing the agenda opposite to what the Illuminati's doing. So I personally think it's real because the good book says what's happening now, but that's just my opinion.
Do you want me to read?
The good book. The good book. Don't forget about, I just heard a story about Urdu, ERUDH. Yeah. How many of you Christians are familiar with what I'm talking about? From Judges? Familiar with the Urdu? I think it's Urdu, something like that. Probably not though, because your pastor's not talking about that. Your pastor's not talking about Lot and his daughters. That's not what we talk about in church. Read a Bible. Like, actually read a Bible.
Some of these chats, Andrew, or
I don't think there's anything interesting in there. Guys, if you have a question for us, you can send us. We don't say super chant, we say Rumble Rant.
It's called the Rumble Rant.
Rumble.
Okay,
Rant.
all right. So
Rumble Rant. If you have any questions for us, guys, doesn't matter if it's $1, $2, $5.
Yeah, get some questions in, guys. This is an all-star panel here, man. So you got people from different walks of life, different age groups, different ethnicities, backgrounds, etc. So yeah, man, go ahead and shoot them in.
I have no idea what this means.
I'm the only non-millionaire in here, and I'm wondering.
There you go, Shneako. He's been quiet. I'm actually very interested. I'm very interested in where he, because I think most of us, if we had to put ourselves in this situation, I think most of us would most closely relate to Shneako. I mean, unless you're a fucking millionaire, but he's the you already said act. That was not what you misspelled. He seems to be the one that is a little, looking for information. So I'm very interested to hear. So he said, I'm the only non-million here, and I'm wondering, and I
struggled with this when I was first coming up on YouTube, being around very successful people. I'm wondering how much you look at the common man and have pity.
That's a good question.
It says half pig, but I'm pretty sure he means have pity. I think he said have pity.
I know that I wouldn't want to, but then if you go back to the absolute self-accountability we were discussing earlier, then the common man has decided to be the common man. And a lot of those people are happy being the common man.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can meet a guy and he's a fucking whatever he is, he carries trash or whatever he is, and that's what he wants to do. And he has a wife and she's a 2, but he loves her and she sucks dick 3 times a year and he's happy.
But there's also a much larger middle ground. There's a much larger middle ground where you're not fucking working in the sewers or dealing with trash. You just have a regular person job. You make 50, 60, 70K a year. Your wife works. You guys have a 2-income household. She doesn't have to be a 2. Maybe she's a 6, but she loves you and she supports you. What's wrong with that?
If he's happy, then good. And also, the world is hierarchical, right?
Fair enough.
I would hate for everybody to be like me, because who the fuck's gonna cook my food and shit? Like I need this shit, right? We don't need everyone like us.
Yo, what? He said I would hate if everybody was like me. Who would cook my food and shit?
What we're trying to do is speak to the people who understand and want to escape the matrix fully. But some people are happy within their programming, and that's fine. But if you're happy within the programming, yeah, okay, it benefits us. The reason, I'll say this now on a quick diversion, I really think the main reason it's so easy to be a winner today is because there's so many losers. Bro, I've worked my ass off, yes. But thinking back, could I have worked harder? I've worked my ass off. But still, compared to the average dude, like they're not even fucking trying. None of them are even trying. Like that's the reason it's so easy to be a winner. So I'm glad there's losers.
It's very difficult to be able to go back and forth between starkly disagreeing with the entire message of what you're saying and then the next sentence being like, yeah, totally agree. But if you can't do that with Andrew Tate, a politician, your parents, your boss, then you're missing out. You need to be able to do this. You need to be able to interact with ideas on their own. I can't think of anything more important than that. I can't think of, I mean, in terms of being a person in the world, I can't think of anything more important than that.
I'm glad they exist. I don't look at them with pity. I just look at them with, they've accepted their station in life. They have accepted that. And it's almost like with everything, when people were being forced to wear masks or people were losing their jobs or being laid off or whatever, I'm sitting there going, you're 44 years old. You're a full grown man. You've had a very long time to get your shit in order and you didn't do it. So
I'll say this.
Can I get 2 more likes, guys, please? 2 more.
Well, what the fuck you want me to do? My life's fine. You have to, if they decided it and they accepted it, then that's their decision.
There's 50,000 people in here right now. This is, to be honest, this is a microcosm of like the bigger problem here. Like there's so many mediocre guys.
Hashtag goals. 50,000 people? Fuck.
Guys, that it's never been
Can I just get one like? They got 50,000 people. Can I just get one like?
Easier with all the ways to make money, internet, all the free information, etc. There's so many people plugged into the matrix of thinking like, oh, I just need to do what society tells me, blah, blah, blah. And if you're watching content like this, you already understand that you got to go against the grain and get what the fuck you want. You know, everyone's going this way, you got to go this way. And there's so many losers out there. This is the best time to actually get yourself into that top 10, 20% of men. And it's completely possible.
I mean, I get what they're saying. There definitely is an aspect of understanding the nature of, you know, at least when it comes to fresh and fit, the nature of how women act in dating, and you know, with the other guys that I'm familiar with, there's other red pill aspects, but I don't know if I'm ready to say that. If you're watching this content, you're definitely on the right path. Like, there's many ways to misinterpret this information, and as you can see from myself, there are certain things that I definitely agree with wholeheartedly. And there's certain things that I completely disagree with. And so if you're just following it blindly, then it doesn't matter who you're following blindly. You're just following someone blindly. Don't do that.
Most guys are fat.
Me included. Do not follow me blindly.
Most guys are broke. Most guys have zero tonality. Most guys have issues talking to women. Most guys aren't assertive and dominant. They act more like women. And if you guys watch basic stuff like this and take some of the features that we teach you guys, you're going to be better than most guys out there.
Real talk, bro. I have no pity. Here's the reason why. You have no excuse. Real talk. I used to work.
Bro, we got pity on you. We got pity on you. You got to lie about having fucking 4-digit body count. Come on, bro. We got pity on you. The only reason you're anybody is because of Myron. And Myron's his own. But the only reason you're anybody is because of Myron. Come on.
Work at a call center when I first got to America. And I was go to work every single day. I wonder, okay, this person been here for 10 years, 20 or 30 years. Why are they still
Thanks
here?
for calling. My name is Walter.
They made a choice to stay here.
Yeah.
They're comfortable. And the thing is like, bro, this life is one life to live. Either you decide to adapt and become better, or you stay the same. It's up to you. So no pity at all. My thing is like, if you want to grow on and become inspired, that's one thing. But if you want to stay the same, it's your choice. So people got a choice to make, either stay the same or improve. That's what it really is, bro.
And to, without being
whoever gave me that one like, thank you very much.
Too airy fairy and being, you know, giving a bunch of answers that people don't want to hear. When you talk about rich and money, etc., I'm telling you, money is super duper important, and we discuss all the time. And
oh, too bad you can delete it on YouTube, but I still see it.
Tell people there's no excuse to be broke, because when you're broke, you're a slave, and they're going to hold it against you. You're never going to have any free will or the ability to talk or do what you want, etc., etc., etc. However, health is first, man. If you're waking up and you're both your arms work, both your arms work, both your legs work, you're already to a degree a millionaire. I saw something on the internet, and it was it's a bit of a lame way to say it, but it's true. It said, would you give up each of your eyes for $5 million? Would you go blind?
Ooh. Do I need it? Oh, I forgot I still had a poll open. What do we have? Is the Matrix analogy overused as so most of you said no. Do I need, can you guys actually, are you guys actually capable of typing an answer, or do I need to make another poll? Would you give, did you say each or both?
The internet, and it was it's a bit of a lame way to say it, but it's true. It said, would you give up each of your eyes for $5 million?
So would you give me a Y or an N? One fucking letter. Would you give up both of your eyes for $5 million? Both. $5 million. Yes? No? Why? N? Help me out here.
Would you go blind for 10M? Everyone says no. So there you got 10M to begin with. So life's good to begin with, but truly it's about relationships. I think one of the best things for me about having money kind of fits back into what we were saying earlier, is that I have the ability to cultivate relationships. I can say to my boy, oh, where are you? I'm coming. Fuck it. I'll take 2-3 weeks off. Let's go do something.
Hey, indie film. Welcome, buddy. Everybody's saying no. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I would not either. I think, I mean, so, okay. What part of your body would you give up for $5 million? It could be anything. It's just got to be part of your body. You just give a part of your body. There's very good answers to this. Any part of your body, anything that has your DNA, you give it and you get $5 million. Well, what are you giving up?
It's the relationships that make it beautiful, not just with men and with your boys and with your team, but also with women. That's the true joy of life. We are social animals, and that's one of the best things about money. When I got really rich, the first thing that shocked me, when I had so much money that money had zero value, to the point where it doesn't matter what I do.
Fucking gold.
The balance looks the same every time I put it into the ATM. So it's all basically free. I realized
Fuck you. Fuck you. God damn it. Jelly.
There's nothing to fucking buy. There's nothing to buy. I have 28 cars. Did that not just show boredom? Like, there's nothing to buy. You buy a few cars, you buy some diamond watches, you buy a few suits. That's it. Then you end up buying investments to try and get more money because it's just like, well, I'm going to get more now, but it's just a game, but there's nothing to buy. You have the best thing about money is cultivating relationships. That's where true wealth comes from. I had someone tell me.
Deshaun's not giving up anything for $5 million.
I was the richest man on the planet, and I was like, that's why I first started saying I was a trillionaire.
Remember, I said anything with DNA.
Mouth, and they weren't saying that because of how much money I had. They're saying that because of the brotherhoods I have around me, because I have people I can truly count on, because of the women who adore me, the true love I get to experience, the fact I'm never lonely. People, that's where the wealth is.
Are you talking about Andrew Tate? Are you talking about Andrew Tate? He has a weak chin. Oh my god. I mean, I kind of feel like Myron has, now that I'm thinking about it, Myron kind of has a weak chin. He happens to be covering it right now, but that's fucking hilarious. See, silly gentlemen. What is this? Yeah, silly gentlemen. What was the parameters? Give up any part of your body that has your DNA for $5 million. Oh shit. Those are all gray? Jesus fucking Christ. Look at that. They're all gray. $5 million right here. Hair's got DNA, does it not? This dude's going for a nose. Indie Film's going for a pinky toe. I'm giving you a couple hairs. Gotta think. You gotta think.
Where all the wealth is. And if I had to choose between keeping my same friends and my same women, my same circle, or the money, it wouldn't be for a fucking fraction of a second. If I take the money, get fucked. That's it. Simple.
We spoke in the car, Andrew, on the way back from lunch, and you spoke about having experiences over, like,
now that this is covering his chin,
buying new things, and I gotta concur, man, because buying a nice watch, buying a lot of cars, it's cool and all, but having friends around that they care about experiences, new experiences like traveling, meeting people, networking, to me, that's where the money is. So, real talk, man.
Absolutely.
Where the money
at the
is.
end of the day,
hold on. Where the money is. That's not where the money is. That's where the value of life is. Let's run that back. I feel like maybe I missed that. But it feels like he was so close to saying, like, yeah, we're all wealthy people. We all care about, da-da-da-da-da. But what really matters is where you get your money. So maybe I missed it.
It's cool and all, but having friends around that they care about.
Having friends that you care about. Experiences. New experiences. Like traveling, meeting new people, networking. To me, that is worth more. But to Fresh,
money is. So, real talk, man.
That's where the money is. Hey! Jimmy Dean, resident sausage in the building. So has the internet remove Andrew Tate yet? Yes. But we finna hear what he has got to say. And SNEAKO has also been banned. Should be getting down and dirty with the band boys.
Absolutely.
Glad to have you, Jimmy Dean.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, when you die, you're not going to be able to take that money with you, but
exactly.
The only thing you really have are those memories, and
right, which is why money shouldn't matter over the experiences that you have and the people with whom you make connections.
You need to spend them with people that count, and the beauty with money is having the money allows you to, number one, meet people on your level, right? You get yourself in a good network, and then something like the War Room, and then number two, it allows you freedom to do what you want. Having money, guys, basically buys your time back, so you don't end up working for someone else that you don't necessarily want to work for.
Yeah.
Even the trip right here, dude. Justin Waller came with us to London. I'm not gonna lie. Without Justin, London would have been boring. Look, SNEAKO showed up to Romania. SNEAKO's here as well. If you have the money and the time to do this would be possible.
Yeah.
So just having that network of friends that you can go with, travel with, have money.
Okay, I mean, like, I get you, but how much does a plane ride to Romania really cost? Like, I'm sure it's not cheap, but like, you don't have to be a baller to fucking fly to Romania. Come on now.
Money is priceless, man. Real talk.
I'll tell you another thing it allows you to do. It allows you to be principled. Me and him were having a conversation.
12 Tree says, hey, Top G, let me hold $1. Me too. Junior said, when I'm on my deathbed, I'm at least going to have my body count to finally back upon. Exactly, bro. That's what it's all about.
3 months ago, last time I was here. Yeah. And there was this individual that he had beef with that tried to come back to him and try to fix it after the fact. And he goes, Justin, but you don't understand. I can be principled now. The fact of the matter is I don't need him anymore. And so you don't have to allow people back into your life or into your life in general. Because if you create abundance in your own life, you have so much that you can be principled and say, no, you didn't fuck with me then you don't get to fuck with me now.
Damn.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's powerful.
You know, and that really sticks with me. And I enjoy that in my own life. But that's something that when me and Andrew had the conversation, it really, really hit home. You know, sometimes you know something and it comes back to you and hits you even harder, even though you already knew it. So if you can create abundance in your life, and you create a scenario where you drive the car to your own life, and you have the ball and you want the ball in your life, you can be principled. And there's not much else in this world that creates a better feeling than be able to have true freedom to be principled.
A lot of terrible relationships are built out of necessity. And whenever you have a relationship built out of necessity, it's going to cause you
Darshan, am I right, though? Am I right? I just told Darshan some
fucking chaos. And you want to be in a position where no one that you're dealing with is being dealt with out of a necessity versus you're choosing to hang out with them. Right. This is why.
Oh, real quick. As I think I said this already, but I don't remember. So Panel Time has just moved to Discord. I'm not dealing with the BS of people coming up on my channel. So if you want to be, I will spend. Ask Positile, ask Archangel, ask Freego, ask whatever other name you go by. I will go on and on and on and on and talk to you, but I'm not dealing with trolls. So if you want to do Panel Time is going as I'm not moving. So I'm going to end the stream when we're done, and I'm going to go into Discord. So if you want to be part of the panel, the Discord link is in the description. That's where we're going to do the panels from now on. Hey, where the fuck have you been, bro? Trey Williams in the building. I am doing well, Trey. I am very glad to see you. How are you, buddy? How are you?
We tell you guys to make money, get in shape, etc., to get girls. We don't tell you guys that to get the girls. It's so that you can pick the girls that you want to allow into your life. The problem is that a lot of you guys take whatever you can get because you haven't built yourself up to a point or an abundance, as Justin would say, where you can go ahead and be like, I don't like you like that. I'm going to walk away. Or like Andrew being able to say, I'm good. No, thank you. You know, and having the abundance to say, God's going to send me another girl. A lot of
It's so funny because I told you how there was an hour of this on the Fresh and Fit podcast YouTube channel, and it was all just boring bullshit. But I watched it through Destiny, watching them, and Destiny was like, "Damn, what is their lighting situation like? All of them got fucking sunglasses on." But yeah, definitely douchey. Hey, Trey's got a new job. Congratulations, Trey. What is good? Cooking all night. Good shit, brother. Make that bag. Proud of you, brother. Proud of you, brother. And now I'm glad that you're here.
You guys are like, damn, I got to get this girl right now, even though she treated me like shit and hit me and all this other bullshit. You can't accept that, man. Bad relationships, 9 out of 10 times, are built on the feeble ground of necessity, and that's not what you want. You need to live in abundance, and you do that through getting yourself up to a point where you don't fucking need these people.
Absolutely. We have a few questions here. I'm going to reply to.
Let's do it.
I got one of them I'm going to answer, actually, quite interesting.
All right. So we got questions from the viewers. Let's see where that goes.
Andrew, what's your thought on SNEAKO's friend, Jordan Welsh, doing a hit piece on the War Room? So there's a guy.
I don't know who Jordan Welsh is.
Who joined the War Room and did a hit piece video on it. Obviously, everyone knows he's full of shit. When you join any kind of organization, if you think you can just pay a membership fee and then you're instantly going to have access to all the secrets of that organization and the absolute top tier of the organization, you're just going to jump to the top of the hierarchy because you paid an entrance fee, then that organization has no value. It doesn't matter what you join in the world, whether it's a company, whether it's a sports team, whether it's the War Room, whether it's a boxing gym, anything. You have to get in there and you have to prove yourself. When I first walked into my fight gym, my coach used to say, hit the bag. And he'd say that for the first 3 weeks and just ignore you. And you'd just be punching a bag by yourself. And it was boring and it was shit. And 92% of people would quit. But 3 weeks in, when you're still turning up on time, just punching the bag by yourself, you say, okay, now I'm going to bother holding pads for you. So I ain't holding pads for every jackass who walks in here. Then they ain't got the fucking heart.
That's what beards are for, right? Anyville?
This is a waste of my time. I'm going to first put you through the fire to see. So you join something like the War Room, you're joining any kind of organization, you're there to prove yourself. And you prove yourself by providing value to gain value. The War Room is a fantastic mirror. You'll get everything from it for depending on what you give to it. You help others, you'll be amazed how much help you get back. If you just join and pay the membership fee and say, yo, where's the secrets? Then why the fuck would we give them to you? Or how would we exist that long? How would we even have secrets worth giving if we just gave them away for a fucking membership fee? It's dumb shit. So your friend, who I've never.
Well, I mean, isn't it like $5,000 to be in that shit? I mean, how many people are like, you have to pay $5,000 and then prove yourself? Kind of feels like 5,000, and I'm just pulling that number on my ass, but I'm pretty sure I heard something like that. But fair enough.
man. It's a fucking dumbass. And he's a dumbass, and he's out now. He fucking ran away from it all.
And I mean, hey, people are paying for it. So, I mean, if you want to hate on the people who are throwing their money away, if that's what you think it is, but dude's making money.
YouTube video. And it's amazing to me that someone's so short-sighted that they're more interested in getting a few clicks and a few fucking views on a video than they are actually being part of a network, which is run by multimillionaires, the most fucking Google man on the planet. People like you, people like all the other fucking people who are inside the war room, who are clearly credible individuals, who clearly know things and can do things, living in fucking Romania, surrounded by fucking armed guards and shit. He doesn't want friends like that. He wants views on a YouTube video. He's a dumbass. And I'm glad he left. He's a fucking idiot. So that's the answer to that question. It's the first.
The treachery we talked about before.
The treachery has over 130 verified millionaires.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. And this is the thing. It also extrapolates out to life as a whole. We're talking here about trying to be an honorable, how to find honorable friends. And someone's going to message and say, well, how do I find honorable friends? I can't find any. You will find honorable friends if you're an honorable man.
Oh, y'all heard that? Y'all heard that? It had nothing to do with God. It had to be with you as a man. Let's run that back and hear that one more time. What? Why? Let's run that back. Struggle streaming and take that one more time.
On the YouTube video. He's a dumbass. And I'm glad he left. He's a fucking idiot. So that's the answer to that question. It's the first.
The treachery we talked about before.
The treachery has over 130 verified millionaires.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. And this is the thing. It also extrapolates out to life as a whole. We're talking here about trying to be an honorable, how to find honorable friends. And someone's going to message and say, well, how do I find honorable friends? I can't find any. You will find honorable friends if you're an honorable man. The best way to meet honorable people is to be an honorable person. The best way to meet rich people is to be a rich person. The best way to have friends who love you is to love your friends. The best way to meet honest people is to be honest. I say this, I did a podcast a few months ago, and the guy running the podcast was saying, yeah, my friend fucked my girl, and I was like, you know what?
That's not your friend.
Who would fuck your girl? You're probably the kind of guy who would fuck your boy's girl.
So before we run that back, anyone says, yeah, except I've seen better beards that are sharping on. I mean, he is the kickboxing world champion, so take it up with him. I mean, like, I didn't notice if that's that much of a problem with him. I'm sure he'd be willing to talk to you about it. Are you saying that you want to watch them next, or like watch them in the next stream? We could definitely do that if you guys are willing to hear me like tear their bullshit apart in the same way that I'm, when they say something that's bullshit, I'm like, hey, that's bullshit. While at the same time, there are absolutely things that I resonate with and I agree with, which is why I even know who they are in the first place. And not super proud of it, but I absolutely did pay $300 for an hour-long Zoom meeting with Mini Chin over here. Worse than Tate. I paid $300 for an hour-long conversation. Gotcha. With Myron. You know what that was? Yo! But it ended up being a half-hour phone conversation while there was construction going on in his apartment. He was barely talking to me. Why, Darshan? Because I am not like you. I don't have the experiences that you have. Now, in the last 2 years, I've found myself a lot better than the 30 years before that. But while you, from the age of, I'm guessing, 12, had women just fawning all over you, I'm not hating. Hey, more power to you. But that simply was not my experience. And so my experience with women, I mean, not to say that I didn't, I had a long-term girlfriend in college, and I had a long-term girlfriend in high school. But this motherfucker. But exactly, like, it wasn't until I was in a church group at 15, 16 years old where I was able to show my personality that I ever got a girl to really be interested in me. Like, I have a very close friend who in middle school, I was really into her. certain times throughout, well, just since then, I've like, hey, I think I could get that. And I was just too blue-pilled to know how to navigate exiting the friend zone. And now I'm kind of just, I've just kind of accepted that, like, I'm not gonna, I appreciate, it sounds so gay. I appreciate her friendship, and I don't have a lot of friends in general, and I certainly don't have a lot of female friends. So I'm not really like, I would blow her back out. But I'm happy with the friendship that we have, because females have a different perspective on life, and it's nice to talk to females. And so people like me have to make that decision. Or, you know, like, I really like you, and I think that, you know, maybe you could come over, and I even asked her, like, we've been through all of this, and I mean, you know, it's been a long since middle school. It's been an extended, like, back and forth. Like, I was trying to get with her, and then I wasn't trying to get with her. Just the other day, I asked her if she wanted to grab dinner yesterday, and then she needed a ride to North Jersey today. And I was like, oh yeah, I got you. Like, you know, whatever. She's like this is like a friend dinner. We were gonna go home to North Jersey, get dinner. She had something to do, and I was like, yeah, I'll drive you. I'm off on Mondays, whatever, as long as I'm back in time for. Almost knocked my light over. As long as I'm back in time for my show, whatever. Yeah. But she's like, this is just as friends, right? Because I didn't know any better. I was always behind. And so when you ask why, that's your privilege. That's your privilege talking. Tracy says, I paid to speak with Kevin Samuels about money. I think that's a good idea. I don't think talking to Myron about anything is a good idea. You know what he did? He's like, bro, well, I guess we're on YouTube, so I can't say it, but he's like, dude, you're just an F-slur. Like, stop acting like an F-slur. Just man up and blah, 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 blah. Send him my way, bro. Send him my way. Where were we? Any film said, did I miss this one? Any film said, I would talk shit about that other dude, but he's hiding behind everything he can. Oh, there is much more shit to talk about Myron than Andrew Tate, in my personal opinion. And he goes on to say, nice to talk to females. Oh yeah, babe, you had a rough day at work. I understand, but you know that she ain't gonna make it sub. So chop chop. But that's my point. Like it's not like it's not like that. Like I've accepted, like, I've been friend zoned through my own beta bullshit that I put on her for 20 years. But it's not like I'm choosing between a bunch of women. It's either not talking to any women, which I'm fine with, or talking to her as a friend. And I've realized that it's just not worth trying to turn that into what I used to want it to be. Now it's almost like just an accomplishment, to like a fucking video game accomplishment. Like 20 years ago, I said I was gonna fuck that girl. I never have, but I'm gonna get it. And it's like sometimes I'm just like, all right, well, I'm definitely not fucking her now. But I'm also not getting the conversation with her. So I'm also not hanging out with her just as a friend. And that's better than just sitting at home alone. And some of us, that's what it is. There is no like, oh, this bitch wants to fuck me, and that bitch wants to fuck me, and that bitch wants to fuck me, and that bitch wants to fuck me. And if I, put on a little charm, that bitch, she's gonna. Some of us don't live that life. And it is what it is. I'm not gonna cry about it. I'm not gonna be mad about it. But it is what it is. Trish says, both my sisters were in their 20s before I was in middle school. So I had help from older women. They gave me a lot of inside game. That's probably why I never dealt with being blue-pilled. Probably. Alex Pickens is back. Welcome, 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 welcome. Maybe he'll stay for more than 5 minutes. Who knows? But I'm glad you're here. If you didn't and you're going to run out, please hit the like button on your way out. But appreciate you here, brother. Let's get back into it. Let's back it up. I don't remember what the fuck we were talking about.
And the guy running the podcast was saying, yeah, my friend fucked my girl. And I was like, you know what? If you're rolling with boys who would fuck your girl, you're probably the kind of guy who would fuck your boy's girl. So you probably deserve that shit.
Yep.
If you're the kind of dude who wouldn't do that to his boy, you're probably not running with those kind of people.
Yeah.
It's like it's reflected. The world is reflected. So if you sit there and go, you know what, I want to be around my friends. Let me name the best 5 friends I could have. I want to have a team, a gang of 5 friends. When they walk in the room, people are like, shit, we ain't fucking with that. If a fight goes off tonight, we're not fighting them. I want them to be big, strong, smart, important, connected, charismatic. I want to put together a group of 5 killers and they're going to be my friends. Guess what you need to become to have those 5 friends? All the fucking things you just named. Now you know what to do. Get to fucking work. Because those 5 guys, they hang around with a broke dork. They hang around with some dweeb like you.
So that's what's going to happen is your insecurity is going to come out and you're going to be the one to try to fuck them first because you're not secure in yourself.
Yeah.
You're not doing the work.
So I actually met the guy and with SNEAKO. He seemed pretty cool. But after that little song he pulled with Andrew, he's done. Don't bring him to my tables. Don't bring him anywhere around me. He's not invited to any party that I have. He's out. 100%. Bro.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to the treachery thing we talked about before. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What? Does anybody know what they're talking about?
This is why guys like betraying people is one of the worst. They punish it since the beginning of time. They punished it to a ridiculous degree.
It was the #1 crime.
Yeah,
it was the #1. They would torture you worse for treachery than anything else because you can't defend against it.
Yeah,
you get stabbed from behind by your boy. You're gonna fucking set your ass on fire, man.
Yeah, and to this day, even in the modern world, it's still punished through death in many countries. You know, even the most progressive countries, they'll put you in jail for life and/or death because to commit treason or treachery is unacceptable.
Do you think that he would try to snake me?
Duh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's he? Well, I'm so lost.
Well,
What the fuck are they talking
he's
about?
shown that he's obviously capable of snaking people. That's what he's done. He's shown that he's the kind of person who will, for chasing clout, will do something that he knows deep in his heart he shouldn't have done. Now, so the question you have to ask yourself is, if he can get enough clout for fucking with you, do you think he'd eventually do it? You have to sit there and go, well, he's done it once, he's done it before. Is he going to do it to me? Oh, he's my friend now. I don't know the dude. I'm based off.
Indie film, you are inside my head. You are inside my head. Because she's cute. She's a cute girl. And she's very personable. She's pretty down to earth too. So she is a great wingman. I just don't go out that often. I mean, I saw her last week because we met up at the local pub in my hometown for because it was the anniversary of Akon's death. But I just don't go out that often. I just don't care. Like I was. Oh man, I was just telling Darshan about my most recent Hinge experience, and it's just like, why even try? I just like I don't have the patience. But you know, you are right. Females are attracted to guys that have females around them. Go out with her; she can be the light that hangs off the scary fish with all the teeth at the bottom of the ocean. Absolutely, absolutely. So that's what we're trying to find out, Darshan. As you said, you were looking up that you know what exactly got him banned, and you couldn't find anything. So we're trying to figure out what exactly happened. I'm lost too. We're all here together trying to figure this out. Jimmy Dean says, also known as people want what they can't have. Facts.
On my actions, right? He joined, decided that the clout and the few shitty YouTube videos. No one's gonna give a shit about this video, and no one should give a shit already. It was 3 days ago. It's over. It's done. Nobody cares, right? But that was more interesting.
Darshan, why aren't you in the Discord? Can you please just like join the Discord? I think you're the only regular here who's not in the Discord.
To him than actually trying to give it a fair chance, getting to know people, getting to network for real, and getting genuine advantage. He cared more about himself and his clout and not chasing. So you have to ask yourself, if you're both going after the same bitch in the club or whatever, that's your decision to make, friend. I mean, I curate my reality ultra heavily, and I do.
Is this a real thing, or are you trolling me?
Not apologize for it. I will happily say to somebody, I'm sorry, I do not speak to you anymore, and here is why.
Did you hear how pathetic that was? I just heard it. Oh, really? There's another way to get attention?
And it served me fantastically well. That's all I can say.
But Steve, that's your friend. But you got a choice to make. Do you prefer clicks and views over relationships, or do you prefer just having him as a friend? Because my thing is, bro, that's an L.
And that's the problem with YouTubers. I'll be honest, man. Coming from the background that I came from, if someone betrayed you like that, it's a wrap. You're hitting doors with people, etc. And you need the guy behind you to be able to, shoot the fucking guy if you go down to make sure that you don't die. So coming into YouTube and seeing people, the way people move, where they'll turn their back on someone that they collab with before, make a hit piece on them, whatever. Like it's all foreign territory to me. It's strange.
It is a YouTube thing, and it is a shame because truth.
That's something that I'm really excited to show you guys, because inevitably, there's gonna be somebody that I'm talking to, that I'm working with, that I'm whatever, that I'm streaming with, that I'm whatever. That's gonna turn against me. You guys know me. I just rub people the wrong way just by being me. I know it's going to happen. And we're going to see people's true colors. And, you know, I'm not claiming to be the greatest person ever. And there's very legitimate reasons for people not to like me. But professionally, if you're a streamer and I'm a streamer, I feel like I'm pretty fucking good at this shit. You know,
truthfully, any organization, I'm not even just talking about the word, but any organization, you need to turn up and try and be helpful. Let's say I went back to get a normal job and I wanted to get promoted as quick as possible. What would I do? I'd fucking turn up and say, hey, where's the work at? Let me help. You don't just join in and say, I want to be the boss now. Where's the secret? Hey, where's the rise? I've turned up now. Like, that's stupid. The guy's fucking dumbass.
I'll tell you one thing I learned in my first year of YouTube. I started to evaluate people that I wanted to be actual friends with on whether I would be friends with them or not if they had their platform taken away from me.
Facts.
That's how.
Would you be friends with me if I got my platform taken away from me? That's why. Respect. I got respect for this man, so I will hold my tongue.
So you look at the man, you say, okay, you have a platform. If I were to take said platform away from that man, would I still fuck with that guy? Is he still high level?
It's a good test.
Yeah.
That's how you know. That's how you make that decision.
I think we can all relate to this. We all get hippies.
Too bad you don't have the same respect, but just saying.
On a regular basis, especially when you're up, everybody makes a negative video to try to bring you down and try to get those clicks. Did you know that was going to happen? Is that a future of social media? And does that show people's character?
No, I mean, not social media as a whole, right? The social media, there's always going to be the detractors and the haters who are going to sit around and talk shit. That's not what bothered me. What bothered me is that he joined the organization and give it a fair chance. If he didn't join and did a video, then it wouldn't be worth discussing. That's fine. But he joined and he was a dumbass. But yeah, I truly still believe, and if I say this, then it must be true. I don't think there's anything such thing as bad publicity. I've been through the fucking #1 Matrix attack that they have. I have taken the biggest bullet that exists in their gun in the last few months, and it's caused me headache and inconveniences. But in the end, it's certainly the best thing that's ever happened to me online, specifically in my online career, if you want to call it that. The banning was the best thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah, but you did that without snaking anybody. You did it with honor.
Completely, absolutely, yeah.
It's completely different.
It's a completely different scenario.
I think the question you got to ask in the room is, would any of us do hate piece on you? No, never.
No.
And look, me and Myron bust your balls a lot, bro.
Probably. Would not be surprised. That's top G behavior, okay? I only fucking watch, I only fucking wear what I want to wear because I got the money to do it, okay? Apparently, my Andrew Tate impression is as bad as my Jordan Peterson impression. So I'm going to stop doing that. And he says, dude's probably a great kickboxer because no one could knock him out. Ain't nobody skilled enough to land. He was a world champion. He was a world champion. You cannot take that away from him. He was a world champion. And kickboxing is not even like, you're not going to get famous from kickboxing. So like, kickboxers are kickboxers. Whereas like, okay, UFC, you might be in it for like the fame, but not that you could just survive on that. But kickboxers, there's no fame attached to it. So let's give him his due. Let's give him his due. If you're a fucking world champion kickboxer, I have no problem giving you that respect.
Bro, but we'll never ever talk bad about you on camera.
Yeah.
We'll
You guys
see a
are
little bit in
savage.
person, like maybe you drip or
Savage!
your glasses, but whenever I say, oh, see what this and that on camera because we're boys. So that's what you gotta see it.
Yeah, I mean, even if I collab with someone, I didn't like them after the fact. I would look stupid, like talking shit about them after.
Stupid.
That'd be weird, you know.
All right. So the next question.
Yeah.
What does an astute 20-year-old like myself need to do in order to be sat around that table? If you were truly astute, you would know the answer. If you were truly astute,
that seems, what's the word? Like that seems to be like brushing off the question, but it's not. Listen to it again. Listen to it again. That seems to be brushing off the question, but it's not.
Sure. That'd be weird, you know.
All right. So the next question.
Yeah.
What does an astute 20-year-old like myself need to do in order to be sat around that table? If you were truly astute, you would know the answer. If you were truly...
Does anybody disagree that that is an absolutely appropriate answer? Because I think that's absolutely an appropriate answer.
Astute, you would have listened to everything that's been said so far, and you would know the answer. A lot of people ask questions and they feign ignorance as an excuse for laziness. You see it all the time. I see people go, oh, yeah, I don't go to the gym. I'm not really sure what I should work out. Bro, pick it up and put it the fuck down. Pick it up and put it down. You're pretending you don't know what to do, so you don't have to do it. You know, my coach was number one for this. When I was training and we were kickboxing, we used to train in the camp. There's 10 fighters. And no matter how fucking many times this happened, there was always some dumbass who fell for the same trick. So you're with 10 fighters and you're exhausted. You're getting beasted. You're destroyed. And the coach would say 100 push-ups. And you had to drop and do them instantly. But to buy that little few seconds of rest, someone would always go, how many or what? And the second you did that, he doubled it. 100 push-ups. How many? 200. And you're like, why the fuck did you ask how many? Because you knew. We all heard the number. You just wanted that. You feigned ignorance to fucking be lazy, and now we're fucked. Sure. Everyone does that shit. They're pretending.
Interesting. That's an interesting tactic. How many? Interesting. I don't know quite what that means yet, but that is very interesting. So let's go to the comments. Jimmy Dean says, Andrew looks and acts like, as a kid, he saw a sign that said, I'm not weird, I'm eccentric. And he goes, yeah, that's what I want to be when I grow up, eccentric. Okay. I mean, I feel like you could say the same about me, so I don't really know what to say about that. Dr. Virginia says, if a young man was astute, he'd avoid that table. They're sitting around talking about how great they are. I don't know. I don't know if I agree. I hear what you're saying, that maybe if you were astute in the colloquial way that we're talking about, maybe they wouldn't want to be a part of this table. But I don't think that follows. I don't think that follows. I disagree. If you wanted to be part of this table, like SNEAKO was not invited to this panel. But at 24 years old, he's sitting there with 4 multimillionaires. I mean, I know you pretty well. I don't know your finances. I don't think you're a multimillionaire. If you are, then hey, you know way better than me. Either way, you definitely have more money than me. So fair, but I don't agree with this, because again, SNEAKO would be the guy. He had that same question, but instead of sending a super chat, he's sitting at the table. Joke of the night. Are they no? What, multimillionaires? Yes, they are. They indeed are. SNEAKO's the only one who's not a millionaire, but he's coming up on it.
I'd love to be at that table. Tell me what I have to do. You know what you have to do. So go fucking do it. Stop asking us questions. Stop pretending you don't fucking know. You know what to fucking do. Go do it.
Yeah.
You know what to do. You know the answer to your fucking question.
Better yet, SNEAKO, how old are you?
24.
But you're here, right? Follow SNEAKO's blueprint.
Called it!
There you go.
Let's see if we have anything else here. There's a few more. There's one other.
Wait, prove what? What I prove what? What are we proving? I'm happy to prove whatever I've claimed, but I don't know exactly what you're referring to. Dr. Virginia says that's everyone's catch-all. So-and-so has more money. They're rich off slobs who pay them to hear their self-aggrandizements. How is that different than Jordan Peterson? Because I feel like self-proclaimed hero to the incels. I think a lot of people, a lot of their fans would disagree with you. I think you, as a person who doesn't need this quasi-father figure to be who you are, I can understand where you're coming from, but I just disagree. The reason that the Jordan Peterson thing was such a thing is because, as low bar as this is helping men in society move forward. It is helping men. I mean, maybe you don't think so. I do think so. But the point is, there's young men out there. I don't know, I'm not preaching to you, Dr. Evil Genius, but there's young men out there who don't have a fucking clue. And I was watching the first hour of this that was on Fresh and Fit through Destiny's channel. And Destiny made a great point about how, Andrew Tate actually doesn't, he makes actually decent points. But the problem with what he says is people like SNEAKO who take it and turn it up to 11 and go OD with it. I think there is weight to that claim. Chelsea says, I hope SNEAKO didn't get banned for hanging out with Top G. Who knows? Who knows? It doesn't seem like he's saying anything outside, but this is the last thing I've seen him in. And he definitely was banned, so who knows? Travis says, how are these guys any different than the chicks in hot tubs on Twitch? They're rich too. Are they offering anything of actual value to the world? I'd submit not. So you don't think that Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit, again, I know both of us have issues, especially with Fresh and Fit, but you don't think that there's anybody, young men, let's say under 20 years old, who are fucking clueless, who maybe Fresh and Fit, maybe Andrew Tate aren't the absolute best role models, but you don't think they're better than no role model? Is that what you're saying? Because for them not to be there, I mean, what's the alternative? What's the alternative? Who is out there that is speaking to these men? Yeah, Jordan Peterson. Okay. But Jordan Peterson is not in the same way that Kevin Samuels had a specific delivery that even though he was saying the same message that so many other people were saying, he got big because he had a specific way of delivering his message. I would argue that Tate and separately Fresh and Fit are doing the same thing. Not to the same degree. Never in a million years would I compare, would I say that Fresh and Fit are equal to the work of Kevin Samuels. Never in a million years. But it's a difference of degree, not kind. Their work is a difference of degree, not kind. My personal opinion. Jimmy Dean says, to be fair, Jordan Peterson didn't self-proclaim to be a hero to the incels. Absolutely he did. He was asked directly. He was directly asked by Piers Morgan, are you the hero to these people? He said, sure, why not? As you have just quoted. But what do you mean? Well, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. Either he said it, either he... That doesn't make sense. If he said, sure, why not? That's proclaiming for himself. That is what self-proclamation... That is what self-proclamation means. So you can't say he proclaimed it for himself, but he didn't self-proclaim. So any phone says, wait, chicks in hot tubs on Twitch is the first I've heard of this. I'll be right back. You son of a bitch. Jimmy says, okay, but if you're in the market for role models, then wouldn't you want to go with the best one? Why settle for Andrew when you can have JP? Agreed. That's not the argument. That's not the question. That's not the point I'm making. The point is there's plenty of young men. Again, we as slightly older men can relate to Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is a very intellectual, academically minded person. It's not easy for a 15-year-old to follow what the fuck Jordan Peterson says. It's just not. And so if you don't really care about it, you should be like, it sounds like he's saying things that I like, but I don't know what he's saying to me. So you go to a Andrew Tate, you go to a Fresh and Fit, you go to a SNEAKO, and I agree. Jordan Peterson is word for many much better. Sorry. He's much better. But these guys are still better than nothing. So he doesn't talk about so explain to me what narcissistic compassion is. Go ahead. Because that was his main that was his main point in the Piers Morgan interview. Narcissistic compassion. So go ahead, Jimmy Dean. It's pretty fucking easy, right? Go ahead and explain to me what narcissistic compassion is, and then you will prove me wrong. Anyone says the sure, why not seemed to me like he was saying, oh, I have been labeled that. Sure, why not? To me, it seemed like the whole term to him was meaningless. Well, yes, it was meaningless in the sense that he's not leading a charge of incels saying, hey, we're doing this and that's not what he was saying. He was saying, are you the question was, are you the hero to these people? What is a hero? Hero is somebody who is looked up to. Do you think everybody in the MCU who likes Spider-Man is a good person? Do you think everybody who champions Captain America is a great person? It doesn't matter. That's not the point. Because if Captain America is their hero, all that matters is whether Captain America is a great person. Words mean things, guys. A hero is not the same thing as an active group leader or whatever it is that you seem to be trying to say in this comment. He didn't say, I want them all to listen to everything I say and no. That's not what was said. And you can look into it and read into it if you want. Hey, we got Sherry in the building. Welcome, Sherry. We are watching the SNEAKO podcast with Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit and trying to determine, is this why SNEAKO was banned? Actually, somebody has not been watching She-Hulk. No spoilers, but this has been debunked. Moving on. Welcome, Sherry.
One I want to read out.
It's about navigating all the allegations and everything like that. The whole time they call me Taco Tate, Chopstick Tate. I'm sure that you've all seen it. They call me a Tate Dick Rider or something like that because you're not supposed to say things positive right now, especially when it's very popular to say something negative. But if you stay true to your word and you follow with honor, which is very rare on social media, you can end up in the right circles. And it's being able to bite the bullet and being able to bob and weave and duck all of the allegations and everything like that.
The whole sorry to interrupt. The whole dick riding thing is the most pathetic thing on the internet. When I first started doing Twitch streams, I didn't do Twitch. But when I first Twitch streamed like a few months ago before my big banning, no one could agree with anyone without the whole chat going, dick rider, dick rider. You can't agree with people. How can you have a conversation where you can't agree with anyone else, anything anybody says? How asinine and destroyed is the fucking consciousness of the population, especially these young kids, where you can't sit as a table of men and agree with each other?
I want to see where SNEAKO goes with this, because if you'll remember, definitely on this show and definitely on his own show, specifically when he was talking to ABBA and when we did my stream, the Red Pill Rage stream, when SNEAKO was in his Red Pill Rage period, and he was making fun of people who would talk about him or Tate or anybody else. Well, I like something he said, but not everything. And now, what is Tate saying?
Without being insulted for that. It was fucking crazy. There's like 6 people in the chat, and unless it was constant war, the second someone goes, yeah, good point. Dick rider. Fucking retards, bro. It's crazy. That whole dick rider thing to me is one of the worst things about the internet.
You know, that's a lot like.
So, Dr. said, hey, no good info. Bad info is the next best thing. I don't think I said that. What bad info am I supporting? I don't think I said that. I said JVP is definitely better than Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate. But again, you have the privilege of being a tall chocolate man. When's the first time you had a woman interested in you, Dr. Evil Genius? Check your privilege, homie. And even one says, this is like the that old bit of one of these things is not like the other. Dude in the middle has been sitting there with his arms like flexed for an hour now. Our boy Justin, our redheaded friend over here, Justin. I don't know. I think this is this is obviously about, it's focused on Tate. The whole thing is about what Tate has to say. Tate was banned. This is from Tate's Rumble stream, Tate's channel. So they're all there for Tate. Like, if you guys were all on the panel here, it would still be my show. So I don't really know what you're getting at.
Like, you ever been at recess and there's 20 dudes standing around you that want you to fight the other kid, but would never fight with you?
Yeah.
It's the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
It's the dudes that come behind you and slap your hand to the other dudes so y'all will fight for their entertainment. Yeah, fuck those dudes. Bro.
Yeah, completely.
They wouldn't get in there and do that fight.
Well, people just want to get entertainment.
Yeah.
You know, they want to be able to watch from the comfort of their home and be like, oh, let me see this and whatever it may be. And it's like, most people don't understand what real conflict is. Shout out to all the supporters, by the way, here.
So it says, this isn't about me. It's about bad info being given to profit off of the despair and alienated young men through red pill rage. You definitely have a point. You definitely have a point because this motherfucker took my goddamn money. You absolutely are right about that. But I would not give back. I would not give back what I learned from watching Fresh and Fit before I realized, oh, this is not the best source of information. I would not give that back. You probably were aware of the base level bullshit that they were spitting. I was not. I just wasn't. And so, yes, listening to them made my life better than before I was listening to them. I still don't think it was a good idea for me to spend $300 for this fucking asshole to tell me I'm a fucking forget. But once I started to listen to them and watch, especially their after-hour show, I became a happier person with myself. Before that, I thought there was something wrong with me. Why don't these girls want to talk to me? I'm a good guy. I'm a nice guy. I have shit going on. I'm smart. I care about the world. I care about people. I'm trying to make things happen. Why don't girls care about me? Oh, because I'm a beta bitch who texts them back right away, who will do whatever the fuck they want, and you can't do that. So again, I mean, if you, I'm not telling you have to appreciate the role that they play, but I'm telling you that men who are not like you, who have not liked Darshan, who have been sexually attractive since before puberty, we live different lives. We have different experiences. We have different problems, and they are solved in different ways. And I absolutely agree with you that, again, they are the very barrel bottom of this bullshit. But I found out who Kevin Samuels was because they talked about it. I found out who Andrew Tate was because of him. And I found out who Rich Cooper was. I found out who the lead attorney was because I found Fresh and Fit. So if it's not about you, fair enough. I'm talking about me. And I think, personally, I could be wrong, but I think I better represent, and I'm not proud of this, but I think I better represent the losers and incels who need an Andrew Tate or a Fresh and Fit in their lives better than you do. Feel free to disagree. I don't know why you would want to, but I think I'm closer to those people than you are. Evil continues to say, even though I don't like the guys or the content, I still advocate against their silencing. Of course. Yeah, I think we all agree that whoever you are, you should be able to speak, and if you have bad ideas, somebody else should easily be able to knock down your ideas. Evil says, I will say you have a high functioning brain on you, IndianJesus. Tell that to the ladies. Yeah, that's true, but I can still help you. Hey, I'm not stopping you, bro. I'm not stopping. Here's the thing. The fact is, it's the height. It's the height. Every girlfriend, every hookup I've met through somebody. If somebody fucking just will talk to me, I got it. And that's the biggest thing I miss about Akon is he was the fucking opener. He could talk to anybody. And he was like 5'6", so he's barely taller than me. So it's two short guys at the bar, and he's this big personality. And he's just like, hey! And he knew everybody, and he'd be able to start the conversations. Oh, who is this? Like, hey, it's my boy Lutch. And I would be able to work it from there. It's getting in the door. And when we're in the world of dating apps, that's the hardest part. That's the hardest part for somebody like me, at least. Okay. I'm looking. How tall do I think Walter is? I'm going to say 5'9". Here's the thing, though. Unless you want a video of me whacking it, then you're just begging the question, who is fucking me? I'm not ashamed. I know I'm a fucking legit ass dude. I get it. I'm just short. I get it. Like, y'all bitches stupid for not fucking. We got Darshan in the Discord. That is going to be a very interesting conversation. So if you want to hear that, make sure you join the Discord, because as soon as this ends, we're going to pop in the voice channel and we are going to be talking in a way that we can't talk here.
Over here at Rumble, man.
It's like 2 a.m. in Romania, guys.
Yeah,
Let me in the
like,
chat, bro.
We had one more question I'm gonna answer. A guy said, how do I break the generational curse? The first thing you do is you stop calling it a curse, because you're giving it power. You can't sit there and say I'm generational. You can't sit there and say I have a generational curse, but I want to be successful. That is a bad origin. That's a bad starting point. It's amazing the power of luck, right? And even if you're wrong, if you're fucking trapped you're fucking trapped on a shipwreck by yourself, just you on an island by yourself, I believe you're gonna do better. You're gonna have a higher chance of survival if you believe you're lucky as opposed to believe you're unlucky. You could sit there and go, I'm unlucky, I was shipwrecked, or you can go, I'm lucky, I'm alive, I found an island. There's no advantage to the negative mindset. It's just detrimental. There's no point. There's no point in thinking that way. You have to just.
Jimmy wants a video of me whacking it. That's what's going on.
Think positively. You can't sit there and say, I'm generationally cursed. How do I fix it? First thing you have to do is stop fucking saying that dumb shit. Stop saying it.
It's a pussy mindset.
You have to look at it as your opportunity to be.
Realistically, as they're kind of they're kind of in between topics. Hire a few ladies. I honestly, I don't. I think that I don't have an issue with pay for play, but I don't think I want to do that until that's not my only option. And it's not my only option, but my only feasible option. Like, all right, here we go. Fuck. So I was just talking to this girl, and she's a nice girl. That's all I fucking want. Just a nice girl. I'm a low-key dude. Like, just be nice to me. Be a fucking cute girl who does sweet things, and like, just be nice. This girl, she was a little big, but she had a cute face. She was nice. We're talking, and she's like, how do you feel about body hair? For fuck's sake. So I'm like, all right, what are we really talking about? Like, are you making a statement here? Like, because I've been in long-term relationships, and like, I've had girlfriends who are like, oh, I definitely need to get a wax. It's been a couple weeks. Like, whatever. But like, if you're making a statement like, no, I don't shave, I don't wax, And so she was like, no, I just like, somehow it's not the biggest concern for me and, whatever. So it's like, oh, okay. She, as long as I maintain my frame, I'm just going to be like, yo, bitch, get your shit fucking taken care of. So then we continue talking and whatever. And then she brings up, how do you feel about sex work? No! No! I mean, I'll fuck you, but I'm not going to take you seriously. I didn't say that, obviously. I'm smart enough not to do that. But after our last stream, she was texting me during it. And I go, hello. And looked at her Instagram. And she does pole dancing for exercise. Just for exercise and for fun. Just for fun and exercise. So, and she's starting to get a little flirty with me. It's late at night. And I'm like, all right, let's see what we got here. So I'm like, hey, yo, I know you got some pole dancing or something on your phone that that's not ready for Instagram. Like, send it over. Yeah, not right out the gate. She waited 12 hours. But no, she was like, I'm not, I was just thinking about it. I'm exploring my sexuality and blah, blah, blah. I haven't done anything. I would never take money for sex. And again, I was like, okay, got it. As long as as long as I keep control here, I'm just gonna be like, no, you're not doing that. Bitch, go shave your legs. Like, da. Like, if you want to be with me, which you do. She was the one who started being flirty. And so I'm like, yo, I know you got something on your phone that don't work on Instagram. And I was like, if you're going to sell it online for $5, can I get the dude who actually cares preview? I was a little drunk, but she started being playful and flirty. She's like, actually, I don't think that's very respectful. And I feel like you're being judgmental. Yeah, no shit, bitch. That's what happens when you commodify your body. You put a dollar amount on it, and that's all it's worth. Newsflash. My respect is worth more than $5 a month. If you don't understand that, sucks for you. Sucks for me too, because I'm just fucking sitting here doing, but definitely sucks for you. That's where I'm at. And if I hadn't ever listened to any Red Pill stuff, which I got into because of the After Hours Fresh and Fit show, I might very well have been like, well, I don't personally like that, but I want to be fair to you, and I respect your independence, and you should be able to do whatever you like. And blah, blah, blah. So if you decide that Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit are not people that should, in any circumstances, be listened to, I completely understand that. But to that, I have to say, check your privilege.
A hero. All of us are riding that journey of where we're going to have adversity. There's never been a good movie where the hero in the beginning did not get his shit rocked. That was his opportunity to overcome. Yeah. There's no montage.
She wasn't trying to sell it to me. She was talking about how she was thinking about doing that in general, and that if I would be okay with her doing that while we were together. So that is exactly what I said.
There's no happy ending without tragedy in the beginning.
100%.
If you're struggling right now, it is your opportunity to be a hero in your own fucking life. And if you look at it any other way, you will fail and fail hard.
Well, this is why mainstream society is a failure.
See, Justin coming in clutch.
Because they don't show the hero's journey anymore. Nowadays, like, the hero is some fucking pussy that, fits a politically correct agenda of, like, he's effeminate, he's weak, he's short, he's skinny, doesn't
hashtag She-Hulk.
Go to the gym, he's, emotionally intelligent, all these other faggot terms that people like to use nowadays.
I feel like I'm very emotionally intelligent. But I don't pride myself on that. You should be emotionally intelligent as a human being.
That no one can actually really articulate and or define. So the thing is that we don't even have real male role models anymore. There's a reason why Andrew Tate blew up. The reason why is because there was a need for...
I used to be one of those suckers. And because I started down the road of the red pill, starting with Fresh and Fit, I don't know. I don't know if you understand the magnitude of this. Before I found Fresh and Fit, I was dating a girl. Red flags out the asshole. 9-year-old daughter. 3 weeks out of a long-term relationship. And I was just like, yeah, she's hot. She's got a tattoo of one of my favorite bands. Great titties, but a great eye. Oh, green eyes. Jesus fucking Christ. 3 weeks, maybe? 3 weeks we were together. Slept together a couple times. I was like, oh my God, I fucking love you. And it was during the lockdown, so we had nothing to do. And I didn't think about, the fact that we're both sitting at home doing nothing. We're just texting each other back and forth, like right away. Like, what's the problem with that? Obviously, we're not doing anything. She lost interest. Surprise! And then after we broke up, a couple days later, she wanted to hang out. This is when I was living down by the Jersey Shore. We went to the boardwalk, and she's like, "So, have you met anybody else on the dating apps?" I was like, "What? What do you mean? I love you. I haven't been on dating apps. How do you think that went over?" Not very well. Fair. Info says Tate gets rubbed down with snake oil every morning. Perhaps. Maybe. And you said used to be a liberal and now you're a red pill. Kind of like a Democrat deplorable. Exactly.
For someone to be able to stand up and say, this is fucking stupid. This is not the way it goes. And the thing is this. When you're able to confirm the truth, a lot of the times people are going to listen. You can only lie for so long and keep the wool over someone's eyes. Oh, I'm not getting dates. No girls respect me. I'm always broke. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with my life. I'm unsure. And that's Andrew comes in and says, yo, you got to fucking make money. Me and Fresh are saying, yo, you got to get in the gym. You got to take care of yourself. You got to fucking understand game. You got to become the complete package. They're like, wait, hold on. Let me try this shit. Oh, it's working. Whoa. Then they start telling their friends and this just starts spreading like wildfire. Why? Because people have been lied to for decades now at this point.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Right.
And that's the point. Is that all of you who are like, oh, Tate and Fresh and Fit, they're bottom of the barrel. Hey, motherfuckers, I was reaching on my tippy toes for the bottom of the barrel. So if you were never there, good for you. Good for you. And I don't say that sarcastically. Good for you. Lucky you that you were never that fucking pathetic. And so many of us who are not that pathetic anymore will pretend that we were never that pathetic. I mean, it is what it is. I was that guy. Dr. Virginia says, great stream tonight. Thank you so much. Says, thanks to the chat to support the platform. Please, guys, go check out not only the Dr. Evil Genius channel, he's got his own channel talking to ballers in his BMW, I don't know, some supercar that I can't fucking afford, as well as the Talking Shit podcast, where most Saturdays you will find me right there during every moment of the UFC card. I've been slacking a little bit, but I'm trying to get back on it. I love that show. I love their platform. Dr. Evil Genius, you my boy. Appreciate you so much. And again, check out that channel.
Next question for the panel. What is something that you know is absolutely and utterly true today that you did not know a year ago?
Satan runs the world.
So before they answer, let's address these indie films. I will say the gym thing makes sense in the way that lifting weights for a male helps produce testosterone, and then that testosterone will change your personality a little bit make you a little bit more aggressive, a little bit. Yeah, bro. Thank you for stopping by, Dr. Evil Genius. I very much appreciate it. Any film, give that another try.
Runs the whole world. Satan is how these people keep
So
their power.
I'm going to back this up.
It's how they.
Hey?
What is something that you know is absolutely and utterly true today that you did not know a year ago?
Oh, we got a Morty stream. Ba, 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 ba. Hi, I'm Morty. Like the video because I'm so fucking cute. I missed the fucking question again. God damn it.
For the panel, what is something that you know is absolutely and utterly true today that you did not know a year ago?
Satan runs the world, runs the whole world. Satan is how these people keep their power. It's how they separate human empathy. It's how they forget about honor. It's how they are able to control everybody as they conjure Satan so that they can not care about, and nobody cares about you. The people at the top, the people ultimately desire power to a level that we don't understand. Well, brokies, wages, the normal people don't understand. And when you do understand that, you stop thinking that there's good from the rules that they're putting on you.
So going back, I did, in fact, do this. So I will give this another try. See, guys, sometimes I can be wrong, and I'll admit it. I don't fucking care. So I misunderstood. So going back to it, I will say, Indie Film says, that the gym makes sense in the way that lifting weights for a male helps produce testosterone. And that testosterone will change your personality a little bit, make you a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more assertive, a little bit more sure of yourself. Well said. I apologize that I misunderstood. Nope, you're good. I was wrong. Moving on.
They don't want you to succeed. They want to keep you down. They want you to be a complete sheep, and there's no empathy and power. And complete power. And obviously people here, you guys have empathy, but the leaders of the world, the politicians, the elites, the people going to the island, they don't care about you at all. They're almost not human.
Yeah, the reason you say they're not human, and I agree with you, is I think what happens is we were sitting here already talking about how money is boring, and if yeah, so what's next is power.
Yeah,
and you get power by what is power? Power is effectively doing things other people can't do.
Yeah,
that's what power effectively is. That's the reason sometimes you catch them doing this dumb shit. You're like, why'd they do it? Because no one else is allowed, and that's enough to give them a dopamine hit and an adrenaline boost. And what money ain't gonna do it. You think a Ferrari is interesting to a billionaire? Nope. He didn't give a fuck about Ferrari. He likes, ha ha ha, you wear a mask, I don't. That's what makes his day, you know? So let's make them all wear masks, and let's make them take it off when they eat and put it on when they go toilet and take it off again. That'll be funny. That's it. That's as simple as that. But why were they doing that? Because it was funny. That's why. When you truly understand the way the world works and the way power works and how it corrupts and how bored people get money, you understand these people just fucking had a big joke. Ha ha ha. It was a laugh. It was
guys, thank you so much for liking the video so much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, let's kick them off planes and shit. It was fucking funny. It was funny. It was funny. So yeah, I agree with you, Shneako. What about you, Walter?
I would say I've learned in life, you only get what you deserve. Which means, for example, some people are blessed, some people have luck per se. You can kind of acquire that over time. But it's kind of like when you go through life, you have a choice to make. You know what? I can stay the same, like I said before, or I can improve. And you could be fat, you could be skinny, you could be black, white, Asian, doesn't matter. You have a choice to make. Either you move forward or you don't. So my thing is, if you really want it that bad, you can make it happen. No excuses, no issues like, oh man, generational curse, doesn't matter. If you want it that badly, you'll make it happen. Look, we're all from different walks of life. He's Asian, somewhat. I'm black. You're ginger. You're some mixed race.
Fucking fresh.
Yeah, everything.
You're Arabic. We all walk through a path to make it happen. What's the excuse? You have no excuse, bro. So you get out of life what you deserve, and that's it. And I just say, oh, well, fresh. My mom and dad didn't raise me. So what, bro? It doesn't matter. So
my answer to that question is actually very simple.
It's so funny. It's so funny how fresh is. Yo, bro. It's like, you're doing a thing, and oh, you're done. Oh, okay. Yeah. Totally, bro.
Just men in the world could be stripped of everything and still have it all.
I would love to see. I think I saw a clip of Fresh and SNEAKO kind of talking to when SNEAKO was doing a blind date when he was in the Fresh and Fit studio, and he literally got blindfolded and was talking to girls, and I think they did that on, I guess Fresh has his own channel, news to me, but Jesus fucking Christ, talk about carrying the team. Like, what shouts to Myron for carrying this motherfucker. Like, Fresh has to be the guy with all the money or something. It doesn't. We were talking earlier about like friends and fucking over friends and $10 billion just fuck over friends. I don't think business is fucking over friends. And if I'm Myron, I'm like, yo, I could do much better without you. But he's still there. Replace wife with mom? That's real power? Is this a real? So let's go back. Jimmy Dean said real power is making. Yeah. No. I mean, hey, whatever floats your boat, but no thanks. And you folks replace wife with mom in this comment. So real power is making your mom F some random dude while you're watching the blinds. You guys are savage. Jimmy says, why do I feel like Fresh is the little bro that gets invited because otherwise he would tell mom? Exactly. Fresh is the ugly friend to make fit look better.
If you have your boys, if you were naming your kids after other people that you care for, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Take it all.
Here's what I'm going to do, because we're only halfway through, and we are 3 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. I'm going to speed this up. If it is too fast, just tell me. Just tell me it's too fast. We're going to try it, see if it works. Just tell me if it's too fast. But I really don't want to... I really don't want to split this up. But just tell me. If it's too fast, just tell me. I'll slow back down.
For me, I still have the man in the mirror. You can't take that away from me. I built that. It's mine.
That's what the captions are for.
Take the net from under me. Take the money. Take it all. I can go anywhere in the world and have a place to stay. I have family.
Make your brain work harder.
Bags packed, and I have somewhere to be. That's indestructible. You cannot destruct it.
That's actually a really interesting point you just made as well, because it's also something that I reflect on. When I look at like America and the homeless crisis and that kind of shit, imagine being a person and you become homeless and there's nobody you can call. Nobody. And I'm saying
that's true poverty.
That's true poverty. But most people probably had somebody who gave them 5 days, 6 days, a chance. And during those 5, 6 days, they probably fucking stole some food or stole $3 or didn't try and get a job. Let's say I lost everything. I ended up on someone's couch. The last thing I'm going to let them catch me doing is sleep. It's the middle of the day now. And I'm just sleeping on the couch. No. I'm up. I've cleaned the house now. I've cleaned the house. I made them some breakfast. I'm now going through the paper, looking at jobs. I'm talking out loud. Hey, I'm going to go to this interview today. You want a coffee? I really think that they wouldn't kick my ass out. I think there'd be someone I barely fucking knew. When I see these people, they're like, yeah, and I went to all my family and they all kicked me out. I think, that's suspicious as fuck to me. I'm like, you did something. You did something to them people. And that way, it shows like how the whole world's broken down, especially in the Western world. We're here in Romania, which is the poorest country in Europe. How many homeless do you see?
None. Yeah, like almost none.
None. And that's because, now, is there a social welfare program? No. Is there social housing? No. Are people broke? Yeah. Then how is no one homeless? Because they go to their family and say, I need a place to stay. And they'll fucking not be a dickhead. And they can stay with their family. A lot of these people end up completely homeless. You must have alienated absolutely everybody close to you. How do you alienate everyone you've ever fucking met? I mean,
by being a dick.
I don't know. To me, I'm sure there's some extreme circumstances. There's some unusual circumstances. I'm not blaming all of them. But especially when these people are on drugs, so you have a drug addict in your house, you're going to have fucking issues, aren't you? Like, of course you're going to kick his ass out. Like, it's crazy. So that's an interesting point you made. But I thought about that before.
The thing I would say that I didn't know 1 year ago that I do know now, definitely, is that number one, common sense is not common, right? That's a big one. And then number two, most people are destined to fail, and they're just going to fail just because you can't save them. Right now, we got about 45,000 people watching. I'll be honest, maybe 1% of you guys are actually
45,000! 45,000 people? Jealous. Oh, we got some comments here. Let's see what we got. Yeah? Jimmy Dean, resident sausage. Andrew described himself as being a live-in butler. Did he though? Hey, we got Sherry in the building. Welcome, Sherry. Thank you for joining the party. Says, I think Andrew Tate is always making some outrageous comments. Outrageous is an interesting way to describe it, because I don't necessarily disagree with you. The question is, does outrageous mean false? I talked about this before. My most recent short that I put out was that we can all learn from Andrew Tate, whether you love him, hate him, despise him, whatever. I think that understanding this perspective is something that we should all be able to do, whether you agree with it or not. But he definitely does make some outrageous comments. Thank you for joining us, Sherry. We are trying to determine, is this the stream that got SNEAKO banned? I'm gonna run that back. I'm not gonna lie. I was texting. I didn't hear it.
Number one, common sense is not common, right? That's a big one. And then number two, most people are destined to fail, and they're just going to fail just because you can't save them. Right now, we got about 45,000 people watching. I'll be honest, maybe 1% of you guys are actually going to take this advice, apply it, and become a fucking somebody. Most of you are going to watch this shit, whack off, not take it serious, and just continue going on with your life. And that's the uncomfortable truth, but I'm okay with that. Why? Because I live in reality. I said it earlier. When someone says that they're based, what that really means is they're based in reality. Since I'm based in reality, I know most people are fucking losers. And I know most people don't take action. And I know most guys are mediocre. So since I know this, I can't get mad at the fact that common sense isn't fucking common anymore, because common sense will tell you, you got to get out there and fucking perform if you want to get the baddest bitches and be able to live the life that you want to live. But we sit here and we live in this crazy ass world that we subscribe to the female mindset where I should be taken just the way I come. I'm perfect. I'm special. I should get things just because I exist. Newsflash for you ass clowns. Only women get to be delusional, not men. You're never going to be appreciated just for existing as a man. You must exist and make someone.
So that's a perfect example. That's a perfect example of a very base level when it comes to red pill ideology. Knowing what goes on in this space. That's a very basic level thing. But I didn't know that. I was ignorant as fuck. I just didn't know. And I'm 32 years old now. Now I know. But I was 30 years old. And when I was talking about this girl that I was with, she had a 9-year-old daughter. I was ready to be a fucking stepdaddy to a red flag factory. Because I didn't understand that I was coming from a place of lack. I was coming from a place of scarcity. Like, oh my God, a girl with big boobies and nice eyes wants to fuck me? Yeah, let me throw away my entire life. Where did we leave off? So Sherry says, good question. Does outrageous mean false? No, I don't think what he says is often false, but delivery is important. I agree with you. However, this was addressed in Andrew Tate's Valuetainment interview. And he says, this is a tactic. And I was addressing that, like, let's say I was trying to be a red pill content creator, right? And I was like, guys, here's how the red pill works, okay? You need to maintain frame, and she's gonna shit test you. So when she shit tests you, make sure that you maintain frame, because if you don't, would you fucking listen to that? You wouldn't watch that. And beyond that, invoking the late, great Kevin Samuels, my position on him and how he treated people was that there are many people who needed this very harsh metaphorical slap in the face of hearing this stuff very directly, because society has massaged these messages where you kind of, in the back of your head, you kind of know it, but in every way that you've heard it, it's been softened and whatever, and so you don't really understand what it is that you need to understand. That's why then these women, when they would call into Kevin Samuels, they would think that, well, I'm 5'5" and 250, and I want a man who's 6'5" and makes 8 figures. Like, oh, honey, sweetie baby, you're not good, and you're average at best. Not all people, men, women, otherwise, not all people need that harsh messaging. But some of us, myself included, did. I needed to be told, oh, you're fucking up. You're doing it wrong. And I learned. Jimmy says, what an entitled narcissist. First, I'm going to change the channel. Then, can I say that? I don't think that's a thing. Like, right? I can say jack off. I don't think that's a big deal with YouTube. YouTube, please. Jacking off is jacking off. We can jack off. He goes on to say, so you almost got into a committed relationship because you didn't get laid enough? Not throwing shade, honestly asking. Yes. Yes. I think it was, I have to count the years. The years before I met her. I think it was 4 years since I had sex before her. And the girl that I fucked was a gross stripper. I was hanging out with my boys, and they're like, hey, let's go to Club 516. I was like, what the fuck is Club 516? Like, oh, it's a bar. Let's just go. I was already broke. So we go to the strip club, and they're, throwing dollar bills. I just didn't have any money. So I'm just sitting there, enjoying my drink. And red pill awakening moment when I wasn't giving the stripper any money. She was interested in me. So she gave me her number. And I figured, this is a thing. She's just trying to, whatever. And then my friend, my friend was like, my friend knew, what kind of dude I was. So he paid for me to go in the champagne room. And, nothing really happened, but, she was doing her thing. And I mean, I'm not a fucking loser. So I was like, oh my God, this is like, I've had sex before. Like, I'm not that pathetic. But, I was whatever. And then I was just like, all right, cool. Like, I mean, you obviously don't like me. You obviously don't want to fuck me. Oh, thank you for using your body this way. I mean, I wasn't that awkward, but we did whatever. We leave the strip club. She hits me up. Say, hey, what are you doing? I'm just chilling. You want to come through? And she did. She brought her own weed. And she left some for me. That was the time before this girl. That was the last time I had sex. The last time before that I had sex, it was like 2014 probably. So that whole stat about 1 in 3 men are either virgins or haven't had sex in a year? Thank you, Sherry. I like to think so. And Jimmy says, sounds like a great girl. I mean, great for the night, you know what I mean? Yeah, pretty sure said, hold on, when was the last time? But for me, right now, the last time was that fucking girl, that the baby mama. So that was at the beginning of the pandemic. So March, April 2020. That was the last time I had sex with a girl. I haven't tried to talk to a girl until this past week. And like I said, she was not the top tier, but what do you want me to do? I understand. Again, I'm short. I'm skinny. I don't have a lot of money. I know that. I'm a great person. I have a good heart. I'm very smart. I have a lot of ambition. One day, I am going to be famous. You all will know my name. I know that for a fact. But right now, that's simply not the case. And every fucking millennial thinks that they're going to be amazing. And I don't blame them, but I'm right. So when you want to talk to me about what men need, and you're not a man like me, then understand that I respect that you have your own opinions. But I just ask that you respect that I know what the fuck I'm talking about because I've lived it. Sherry says, I think Kevin Samuels made a lot of great points. Men and women think very different. His advice was very helpful to me. Shouts to Sherry. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I mean, so ironically, if you're somebody who resonated with the message, because of course, Kevin Samuels just wanted people, women specifically, to be happy in relationships. He wanted people to get married. He was focused more on the Black community specifically, but in general, all he wanted was people to be happy and to get married. Oh well, if we're talking about that, then I mean, but yeah, the fact that you're able to say, "Oh, he was helpful," that puts you in a class that's different than most women, because most women that let me not say most, because I don't know most women. But in my experience, most women that I've come in contact with, to be faced with the reality of their situation, especially after the age of 25, there's just no approaching that subject. And that's why men like me revered Kevin Samuels so much. Yeah, I mean, per usual, same thing. It's like, ladies think that men are just out here just fucking slaying left. No, honey. It's just because y'all are fucking sharing the same 5 dudes. Y'all are passing Darshan. Okay, he's married. Well, he's married, and Dr. Virginius is in a committed relationship. So let me not use their name. But okay, y'all passing Trey around. And then Trey's got all these options. He's like, fuck this bitch. She treats me better. And they're like, oh, men are terrible. Well, it's not Trey's fault. What does he say here? I've had sex for 3.5 and I've for like 350 and I'm fair enough. So if self-love counts, then we talked about yesterday. Like shit. Sherry says, I'll be honest. Sadly, I did not listen to Kevin Samuels until after he passed away. That's fair, especially as a woman that, I mean, I'm assuming, I'm assuming you're a woman. These days you get in trouble for that, but I'm assuming you are a woman. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that makes perfect sense to me. That makes perfect sense to me because he did have a very brash way of talking. And if I was a woman, I probably wouldn't want to listen to him either. That doesn't mean that he wasn't right. What a loss. What a loss. Moment of silence for Kevin Samuels. Let's get back into it.
Only women get to be delusional, not men. You're never going to be appreciated just for existing as a man. You must exist and make someone else's existence better.
Again, I did speed this up. Hey, we got a woman in the building. Ba, 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 ba. After I just apparently offended the last woman who watches this show because I didn't treat her with kid gloves. Sherry, I'm letting you know that I welcome anything that you have to say, pushback, criticism, and anything else. But because you are a woman, I will not treat you any differently. Maybe I should have prefaced Mackenzie with this, but you are a person. You are capable of thought and dealing with criticism, just like I am, just like everybody else is. You've seen me go after people since you've been here. And so I very much want you to engage with what we're saying. And if you disagree with what I have to say, I very much want you to speak your mind, but I'm not going to treat with kid gloves. And I hope you appreciate that. Moving on.
One more time. As a man, not only do you have to exist, you have to exist and make someone else's existence better. What does that mean? You need to add value to the world. Bitches are the only category of human being that can go ahead and exist and not necessarily get any benefit back and get a great life. 18-year-old bimbos are on yachts. You're an 18-year-old guy, you're going to have to work your ass off to get that yacht because ain't nobody going to invite you on a fucking yacht unless it's Epstein. Yeah. So otherwise,
unless you're on Grindr.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
You don't have to necessarily proceed with caution. Just understand that if you get the smoke, it's not because you're a woman. It's because everybody gonna get everybody getting the smoke, and then hey, you are more than welcome to give me the smoke. That's how it works here. I give y'all the smoke, you give me the smoke. That's how we do it. But welcome. I am very glad you're here, Sherry.
So you got to get out there and fuck up with somebody. Understand that common sense is a common. Since common sense is common, what are you gonna do? You're gonna look at the cup half full. You're gonna look at half empty. You're gonna look at it from the full point. Like, yo, since everyone is fucking retarded, I'm gonna go out there and go against the fucking grain and make myself with somebody. Or you could be a pussy, and be like, oh my god, common sense is a common. I don't know what I'm gonna do, and then fall into that category like everyone else and not have common sense.
Again, if this is too fast for you, just let me know and we'll slow it down. But we're trying to get through this.
That's my answer. Last night, especially, I was sitting in the war room, the real war room, talking to Andrew, and this is something that Fresh was telling me, Justin was telling me, and even Bradley Martin, shout out to him, was that you have to pick your battles. Once you understand the truth and once you understand what's going on and how power manipulates everybody, there's no point in being angry about it. There's no point in being frustrated. You have to understand that people generally have no common sense and you're not going to wake everybody up. Not everybody's going to make it. And I think that's what really frustrates.
Not everybody even wants to be waked up. Woken up? woken up. Not everybody wants to be woken up. Too many people are way too happy just sitting in the matrix, as Tate would call it. Hey, we got my ass itch in the building. Love that name. Welcome. It is pretty fast. I'm gonna keep it going. If you let me know it's too fast for you, I will slow it down. I'm gonna try it one more time because I know it's fast. That was the point. But if it's too fast, that's really the question. Sean says it's fine. Anything else says that's true. He does talk. I don't know what that says.
Frustrated me for a long time, thinking that all these people, if they just listen.
But yeah, my ass itch for real. If it is too fast, just let me know. I'll slow down.
To what the truth really is and what really runs the world, that their problems could be fixed. But a lot of people just don't want to listen. They want to live in ignorance, and you have to accept that. And so you have to pick your battles and decide what can you do to wake people up, and you can't give your whole self.
You're right. And but you know what else, which is actually interesting.
And again, if we can get to a point where I can actually share with you guys at 2x speed, I will literally, I will, especially, I mean, I want to make this my full-time job anyway. But if I can watch stuff at 2x speed with you guys, I will wake up, I will come down here, I will turn on my computer, and I will stream all goddamn day. Because that's all I do anyway. If I'm not working, I'm upstairs in my bed watching YouTube at 2x speed. And we'll react to it. But, so we'll you know, we've been at 1.25 so far. We're kicking it up. Let's see how far we can get.
Which is an adverse point to this. That was kind of my conclusion I came to. And it's also the answer to my question of why I didn't believe a year ago that I believe now. That I came to at the height of the COVID bullshit. And I was sitting there going, why do these people comply and listen? The world would be so much better if everyone was like me and everybody said no. And then I realized that that's absolutely not really not true. Because
ooh, interesting. I was about to say that. Because he said, if everybody was like me, we'd be better off. I mean, yeah, we all kind of think that in a certain way. Like, obviously, you act in the way that you think is best. Otherwise, if you thought something else was the best, that you would do that. But he's pulling it back. So let's see where it goes.
You need these people. If people didn't believe the COVID lie, they wouldn't believe the financial lie, and they wouldn't believe the schooling lie, and they wouldn't work the bullshit jobs, and they wouldn't give up their lives promised. They wouldn't believe in their pension, and they wouldn't believe in their mortgage, and society would be destroyed if everybody understood the truth. You need the slaves. You need them.
Interesting point. As Sherry says, side note, as a woman, I could never see myself being with Andrew Tate. That is not surprising to me. I'm curious specifically why though. What about Andrew Tate is like, oh hell no.
There. You want them. You're frustrated that there's too many slaves. I promise you, my friend. You want the slaves. You want to go to a restaurant and have a waiter. And you want to go to Starbucks and have a fucking wagey. And you want to go and hire another wagey to clean your house. And that's what you want. So as frustrating as it was at the height of it, when I was walking to gas stations, they're like, mask. I was like, you know what? You're a dumbass, but that's why you pump my gas. so okay. Like,
Morty Stream!
If I wake this dude up to the mask, he ain't gonna pump gas anymore. So you also have to understand that, yeah, for a long time I was frustrated that everybody's so fucking dumb. But then you have to sit there and go, okay, how else could society function? The way the average man is getting fucked is left, right, up, down, backwards, forwards. They're getting fucking wrecked in their relationships. They're getting wrecked financially. They're getting wrecked in their fucking job. They're getting wrecked in what they believe. They're getting wrecked in their mentality, their own mind. They get fucking one day off a week. They end up spending at some wedding to some dude they half like. Their whole lives suck. For them to tolerate that bullshit existence so that we can have somebody who's going to fucking mow our grass, of course they believe in the mask. It's unfortunate. We need these people. And we're speaking to 45,000 people now. I like to think we're speaking to people who aren't that way, but still there's a degree of them who are and there's a degree who aren't. Like Myron said, some ain't gonna do shit. But
so Sherry says she could never see herself being with Andrew Tate, or I assume somebody like Andrew Tate, because he is very arrogant and selfish. In my experience, arrogant and selfish dudes clean the fuck up. So I'm curious, you know, I mean, maybe this is a large question and maybe too much for the first time you're here, but just where my mind's going, I gotta be honest. I'm curious, you know, let's put it this way, how similar in the vein of being arrogant and selfish are some of the men, the other men, and again, I'm just making assumptions here. Maybe you're a virgin. I don't know how old you are or anything. But how many men that you've been with were arrogant and selfish? Just curious. And I'm not, you don't have to answer. I'm just putting that out there. Any film says Merde or merd? I'm going to go with merde. That sounds more French. A French word for shit used as a mild, generally humorous exclamation in English. Was that, did somebody, what? Did somebody say that? Well, thank you. Thank you for the French lesson.
We need those people. Don't be frustrated by them. We need them. When I see some fucking,
I missed what he said. What people?
Speaking to 45,000 people now, I like to think we're speaking to the people who aren't that way, but still large, but still there's
the people who just aren't, the leaders, the top G's.
A degree of them who are, and there's a degree who aren't. Like Myron said, some ain't gonna do shit. But we need those people. Don't be frustrated by them. We need them. When I see some fucking in English in England, you call them jobsworths. Someone whose their job means so much to them. Man, at the height of COVID, I'm in gas stations all the time. I walk in and say, mask. I say, bro, this is Romania. You're making $400 a month. Why are you arguing with a fucking big 6'4" kickboxer over a mask? You're like, why do you care? Do you own the gas company? Like, why do you?
I mean, I get what he's saying, but it seems like that would be incongruent with the notion that as a man, whatever it is that you're doing, you should have pride in your work. And if your work is running or working at a gas station and the rules are such, then enforcing those rules should be part of what you want to do, not because you believe in the mandates, but because you value the quality of your work. I don't know. As I'm saying that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about. What do you guys think about that? Even working at a gas station, because again, their whole thing is masculinity, being a man. That's obviously not the most prestigious job in the world. But if that's your job, and the rules are you need to be wearing a mask, is it more masculine or less masculine to say, hey, I want to do my job to the best of my ability? Or is it more masculine to say, yes, I want to do my job to the best of my ability, but also I'm not going to enforce rules that I don't agree with? Come on, bro. English, motherfucker. It's America.
You get because they want that tiny bit of power.
I'll tell you, that's that.
And they want to feel important, and they want to feel good at their job. Well, my point was this: once I realized that he didn't give a shit about the mask, then he wouldn't be a wagee in the first place. That's just that. It's part and parcel. It's part of the game, bro. It's just let the wages be wages and just fucking hire them.
And that's one thing I always try to keep in mind, so I don't find myself getting angry with that person. You have to understand when you walk in that gas station and they tell you put your mask on. That's the only power that they have.
So they got
all these people.
And you get to be.
But yeah, my message for real. If it is too fast, just let me know.
So what the truth really is, what really runs the world, then there are problems to be fixed. A lot of people think that.
And also, you know, I'm also.
But yeah, my message for real. If it is too fast, just let me know.
I don't know if I want to help.
All these people listen.
But yeah, my message for real. If it is too fast, just let me know.
Don't help, but I want to help. Is what it is.
So yeah, my answer is a year ago. I used to think I wanted to wake up the whole world, and then I realized
what just happened. What am I? What is this? How, I don't understand. How did this happen?
All these people, they just listen.
Oh, help me out. Who did this? Where was it? Per usual. What are we looking at here?
That all these people, they just listen.
But yeah, my message for real. If it is too fast, just let me know. I'll slow down.
To what that all these people, they just listen.
But yeah, my message for real. If it is too fast, just let me know. I'll slow down.
To that all these people, they just listen.
Oh, my message. You edited that in, right? I didn't say that, right? I'm so confused. It's funny. I'm not mad. I'm just very confused. There's no way I said that, and it just happens to be your name. I'm so confused. Yo, this is a troll. This is how you troll. This is how you troll. Number one troll right here. Jimmy Dean, you've been bumped. My ass itch is the new number one troll of the IndianJesus YouTube channel. Ba, 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 ba. Congratulations. And for that, my ass itch is getting a wrench. Congratulations. Congratulations. An indie film is going in on the absinthe. So have fun with that. Sorry, that was really confusing. I had no idea what was happening. But my ass no longer itches. I'm gonna give it another. All right, back to the what we were doing.
I'm gonna help people that want to be helped. I can't help everybody. So my thing is, yeah, like Andrew said, let them do what they do because being that in the system. However, for you, bro, you can help people that want to be helped. Is what it is.
See, I used to, my answer is a year ago, I used to think I wanted to wake up the whole world, and then I realized, and I have COVID.
Step it up, bro.
But I was like, you know what? If these people understood the truth about this, they understand the truth about too much, and there would just be mass chaos. It would just be fucking riots and bullets. It would just be fucking chaos. There's a whole bunch of people who still wake up each day and believe their government love them. It's like, we need.
Yep. Too many people. Too many people. They're just like, oh, the government, yeah, they're here to make my life better. Sherry says, in my 20s, I dated many selfish men. However, I'm 33 years old now. Hey, I'm turning 33 this year. And I run from men who show traits like Andrew. I would, yeah, at 33, I'd probably say that's good advice. But again, I mean, certainly not. Oh no, come on, Sherry. I'm a Sagittarius, but I'm not making a judgment. I'm just take it for what it's worth. But I think in the same way that you have no interest in an Andrew Tate type person, that Andrew Tate types are also looking for young, dumb, girls who will just go along with whatever. So I think it's fair to it's definitely fair to have that opinion, but it's more of a timing thing. I think if you were younger, because like you said, you dated many selfish. If you were in your 20s, or let me put it this way, how many of those selfish men? No way, yo, and November '89. You are 4. Wow, I'm an idiot. You are 5 days older than me. Old lady. No, you're 5 days older than me. But yeah, yeah. If you are still in your 20s, and the women who are still in their 20s, or who are still in that stage of, hey, I just want to have fun and da 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 da. Why wouldn't you want to be with a guy like Andrew Tate? He's got money. He's not like clingy. He's makes sense to me. But I'm with that. What does that mean? How could you tell? You didn't know. Hey, we got Positile in the building. Positile, I need you to make sure if anybody else, since nobody on Twitch watches this channel, if anybody is wilding, that's why I gave you the mod role. I need you to take care of the chat. But apparently, I'm very obviously a sag. I don't know what that means, but
And you need those people. You need them, bro, because they're the ones who are down the sewer. Do you want to go down there? Fuck no.
Hell no.
Think about it. Like the world locked down, right, in 2020. Then a couple months later, a guy named George Floyd, who got, what happened to him was terrible, obviously, right? Like the police officer fucked up. But they go on march.
All right, before they say anything, I don't feel like getting bullshit. George Floyd should not have died. George Floyd asked to be removed from the car. George Floyd had lethal doses of fentanyl in his body. Fuck, I'm blanking on the guy. Chauvin, the cop should not have been laying on him that long. We're not getting into it. Okay? That's as far as we're going with that. Don't know what that means. Not to be a one-upper, 26th year. Oh, in November? I think I knew you were in November. Maybe. I think we had that conversation. So it's we got Sherry, and then 3 days later it's Indie Film, and then 2 days later it's me. So we gonna have a party for the 3 of us. Yo, Sherry, hit that the Discord link in the description. We're gonna have a party for all 3 of us. All 3 of us
in the streets. right? So rioting, destroying businesses, whatever. What happened to the COVID mandates? So you guys are going to go here and like, protest and do all this extra shit and say,
there was a curfew. COVID can't hurt you at night.
oh, this guy was great, which he was a criminal, by the way. That's a fact. He's a convicted felon. He had robbed a woman that was pregnant. But we're going to go ahead and turn this guy into like a martyr and march in the streets and break all the COVID things for some fun. Like, what the hell's going on here? Cloud.
Right, question here. Andrew, can you talk more about forcing energy into the universe and stealing energy from others? Well, I think the answer to that is it second law? What's Newton's second law? Is that equal and opposite force? Or is that third law? Let me look it up. For once, I don't know something. Let me make sure I get this right. Newton.
Why are you doing that? I'll say.
What was the question?
Here, turn this guy into like a martyr and march in the streets and break all the COVID things for some fun. Like, what the hell's going on here? Cloud.
Right, question here. Andrew, can you talk more about forcing energy into the universe and stealing energy from others?
Forcing your energy in the universe is stealing energy
well, I think that
from others. That's not how science works. What the fuck kind of question is that? I want to slow that down and hear that in real time. How dumb of a fucking question this is.
Streets and break all the COVID things for some fun. Like, what the hell's going on here? Cloud World.
Right, question here. And
all right, I maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Always maybe it's me. Make fun of me as much as you can if it's me. But I don't think it's me. Is this the most nonsensical question you've ever heard? Or is it me?
Andrew, can you talk more about forcing energy into the universe and stealing energy from others? Well, I think the answer to that is it second law? What's Newton's second law?
It has nothing to do with the yeah. Thank you. What? But I'm interested. It's interesting to see. I'm gonna only 125. I want to see how he answers this. You're talking about conservation of energy, kind of, but like energy is like a thing. Like having energy to do things doesn't take away from other people's ability to use energy to do things. That has nothing to do with Newton. And Newton was gravity. I'm pretty sure he's talking about Clark's laws of thermodynamics. I could be wrong, but let's see where he goes. Women have chakras, men have conservation.
Law.
Yeah.
Is that equal and opposite force? Or is that third law? Let me look it up. For once, I
Please
don't know
do.
something. Let me make sure I get this right. Newton.
While he's doing that, I'll say one thing. If we have 50,000 people watching here,
What's a
and
fire
51%
sign?
of those people are actually going to do something. Consider this, guys that are watching. Major percentage of the 1% are not watching.
I do understand that it is meant to be. It doesn't really sound like it's meant to be an analogy. I think he's understanding it as an analogy to be not gratuitous, but to be gracious to the stupidity of the question. But I'm interested to see where he goes with this.
They're out doing what the fuck they're supposed to do right now. They're actually out there working. And
actually, I want to check. I want to see Newton's laws of motion. Well, it would be what is she of energy? So let's just go Newton's laws. Newton's laws of motion. Object, yeah. An object at rest remains at rest. An object in motion remains in motion at a constant speed in a straight line unless acted on by an unbalanced force. 2. The acceleration of the acceleration of an object depends on the mass and the amount of force applied. And 3. Whenever one object exerts force on another object, the second object of force exerts equal and opposite on the first. That has nothing to do with energy. So I think what they were talking about is Clark's laws of thermodynamics. I know Clark's third law. Clark with an E. The third law I know for a fact, for a goddamn fact, because if you fucking Christians. That's what I was. What is a fire sign? That's what you said. I don't know what a fire sign is. But I do know that Clark's third law of thermodynamics is any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And that's relevant because of miracles. Anyway. If I don't get it right here, then I'm not gonna. Okay, so this is a short thing. Let's see. Clark's Laws, written by British scientist Arthur Clarke, renowned scientist. 3 observations. The first, which he expressed Clark's Law. When a distinguished but elderly... Okay, that's not relevant. Yeah, I don't care. So, I don't know. Oh, sorry. I didn't see that wasn't on screen. But, yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. So let's go back and see.
Watching this, they're out doing what the fuck they're supposed to do right now. They're actually out there working and they're not watching this. That's where a large
Wait, did we miss something?
50,000 people watching here, and we think that 1% of those people are actually going to do something. Consider this, guys that are watching.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like when guys are, and maybe this is just being a small channel, but I don't like when, like, if I'm watching you, don't shame me for watching you. If you have such a great message, then I'm not wasting my time watching you. If you're acting like me sitting in front of a screen watching you on YouTube is a waste of time, then guess what? I'm not going to listen to you anymore.
Percentage of the 1% are not watching this. They're out doing what the fuck they're supposed to do.
Oh, so we should turn it off then.
Right now. They're actually out there working and they're not watching this.
Yeah. What losers we are.
That's where a large portion of that other 1% is.
Third law. Yeah. Newton's third law. If object A exerts a force on object B, then object B must exert a force of equal magnitude in opposition direction.
Okay, so he is claiming when he got that question about if you're using energy, you're taking energy that other people can use, and he's like, "Oh, is that Newton?" And now he's reinforcing his original thought that it has to do with Newton's laws of gravity, I assume. I'm taking a second. I'm taking a beat because I want to see if I can understand where this is going. I don't. All right, let's back it up. And
that's where a large portion of that other 1% is.
Third law. Yeah. Newton's third law. If object A exerts a force on object B, then object B must exert a force of equal magnitude in opposite direction back on object A. This law.
Okay. So again, that's any action is met with an equal and opposite reaction type deal.
Represents a certain symmetry in nature. Forces always occur in pairs, and one body cannot exert a force on another without experiencing a force itself.
Right. And so the question was about you using energy, like your physical energy that's within your body that is not available to other people, like the energy that you the energy that it takes for you to walk from one side of the room to the other comes from the stuff that you eat and shit like that. So it's not like there's energy. If you have the energy to walk across the room, it's not like if you don't walk across the room, that energy is going to be displaced to somebody else so that they can walk across the room. That's not how it works. But I mean,
that's the answer to your question. If you're putting force to the universe is going to give.
Is it though?
Back to you. It's impossible. I stick to what I was saying earlier. I truly believe it's impossible for you to be on time, work your ass off, be honest.
Okay, I'm sorry. I need to see this one more time in full. I'm not going to stop it.
This law represents
third law. Be out there working and not looking to do something.
Is that equal and opposite force? The universe is stealing energy from others. Well,
I might be the dumbest person here, and I'm fully willing to accept that. But if anybody can make sense of this, and not that Andrew Tate is just like, hey, that sounds like a science thing. Let me look up a science thing and then say a science thing to sound smart. Because that's what I think is happening. If that's not what's happening, please let me know. Because I don't want to feel dumb.
Right, question here. Andrew, can you talk more about forcing energy into the universe and stealing energy from others? Well, I think the answer to that is it second law? What's Newton's second law? Is that equal and opposite force? Or is that third law? Let me look it up. For once, I don't know something. Let me make sure I get this right. Newton.
While he's doing that, I'll say one thing. If we have 50,000 people watching here and we think that 1% of those people are actually going to do something, consider this, guys that are watching. A major percentage of the 1% are not watching this. They're out doing what the fuck they're supposed to do right now. They're actually out there working and they're not watching this. That's where a large portion of that other 1% is.
I usually get my energy from protein
Newton's
shakes.
third law. If object A exerts a force on object B, then object B must exert a force of equal magnitude in opposite direction back on object A. This law represents a certain symmetry in nature. Forces always occur in pairs, and one body cannot exert a force on another without experiencing a force itself. That is the answer to your question. If you're putting force to the universe is going to get back to you. It's impossible. I stick to what I was saying earlier. I truly believe it's impossible for you to be on time, work your ass off, be honest, good handshake, turn up, listen, learn, not be an arrogant dickhead, and dedicate yourself to something and still fail.
Am I stupid? Am I stupid? It sounds like somebody asked a nonsensical question. Tate looked up an irrelevant law of science and then just went back to his narrative. I feel very stupid right now. Indie Film says energy is not created or destroyed, it just changes form. So I think he's thinking about that. But again, the energy, the kinetic, the potential kinetic energy that exists within your body is not available to other people. It's not like if you have potential kinetic energy in your body that you can just sit down and not use it and it will be transferred to somebody else. It'll just turn to fat. That's not how energy works. Wow. Wow. Which means, sorry, but I can't trust anyone who's trying to quote science while wearing sunglasses indoors. No, you don't. No, the fuck you don't. Oh. Yeah? Do you? That's what I thought. Yeah, he's fucking crazy. Indie Film says, "Oh, I agree. He's totally off. Except that that if you're a kickboxer, the kinetic energy in your fist can be transferred to somebody's face. Sure. And I know you're, just being silly. But the kinetic energy that exists in your fist that can be transferred to somebody's face, cannot be transferred to any part of their body simply because you don't punch them. That's not how energy works. It's very interesting. It's very interesting to me to see when people try to reach outside their wheelhouse. Anybody worth their salt, when they're asked something that doesn't comport with their direct knowledge, they're so quick to hedge their bets, to cut down their answer. Well, I don't really know about this. I think that I'm not an expert in this, but he didn't even know what the law was. And learning what the actual text of the law had nothing to do with the question. I don't know. I don't really have anything grandiose to say about that, but it was just very, very stupid. And I guess the point is, just because people use big words doesn't mean they're smart. Don't just follow somebody because, oh, that was Newton, right? I just quoted Clarke's third law of thermodynamics, that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. That's a thing. That's real. But that doesn't really have anything to do with dating or having energy to deal with people or the world or girls or anything. So just saying smart stuff out of context does not make you smart. But, when your entire audience is 18-year-old virgins, then you can get away with shit like that. But here, we're a little bit better.
I believe it's impossible because there's not enough people who will do that for you to fail.
And agreed. It's funny.
You could be a dumbass. Yeah. You could be a fucking idiot. I'll tell you, if I hired a man today who was a dumbass, but he owned up to his mistakes, he apologized for them, I can tell he was genuinely sorry, genuinely trying to learn. When he fucked up, he took notes and said, I ain't gonna make that mistake again. He was on time every single fucking time, and he obeyed and didn't.
Pause it out. Do you really think this is what Andrew Tate was saying? Do you really think that's what the question was being asked? No, the question was, while you're using all of this energy to beat your top G, are you not taking energy away from other men who could use that energy to become their own top G? That was the question. And the correct answer is no, you fucking moron. That is not how energy works. Ultra crepidarian? For, I mean, a word for what? For this? I would kind of disagree. I don't know. What are you referring to? That's an interesting word. Ultra repidarian.
What he was supposed to do, he was dedicated to the cause, and he was loyal. I wouldn't fire his ass. I'd keep him all day. He'd be a fucking idiot. I'd keep him.
Intentions everything. I used to come early to my job, right? I would come early and stay late. And I was new to the workforce in America, right? What happened was, in less than 3 months, bro, I got promoted to a better position. People were there for years. And I was like, I was doing the job with 2 people. But why is that? I stood up. I came early, stayed late, and I did work with 2 people. So you honestly, bro, like,
guys, if there's anybody here, I know you guys, most of you guys have liked the video. If you haven't, please, if I could get to 20 likes on this video, I've never gotten to 20 likes live. And if I could do that, it would warm my fucking heart. So if you haven't, just hit the like button.
Just do work, show my time to exercise, and at the same time, add value. You're good.
Yeah, it's easy to be great when most people are mediocre, man. I'm telling you, this is the time right now where it's the easiest to be great now than ever before. Cool. So, do you want to hit the next question here, or do you? All right. Yo, also, guys, do me a quick favor. I don't know if you can like videos on Rumble, but like goddamn video.
You can like the video. You can also subscribe. So I'm at
same here.
When I got deleted from YouTube, I was at 738,000 subs, and I'm now at 614 on Rumble in less than a month. Not bad, no.
Hey, we got Divining Rod in the building. Welcome to the show. So there you go, little homie. Thank you. Yeah, we are checking out this podcast and trying to determine, is this why SNEAKO got banned? We know Andrew Tate is banned, but is this why SNEAKO got banned? Did I get it? Divining Rod. Yeah. Welcome. So Jimmy Dean says, Andrew's musky aura overpowers weaker mortal men. They can't help but fall upon their knees and weep when he walks into the room. Oh. Hey, Divining Rod. They're liking you here. Any Film says, yes, that is correct. Expressing opinions on matters outside the scope of one's knowledge or expertise. Oh, gotcha. So you're saying ultra repidarian is the word for this? Gotcha. Thank you, Sherry. Everybody be like Sherry. Shout out to Sherry. Thanks, Young Bloods, for keeping up the fight, says Divining Ride. Always. Thank you for being here, brother.
That's pretty fun.
Brother, sister, whatever it is that you are, glad you are here.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Shout out to
shout out to Rumble.
Sub to the channel, guys.
Yeah, subscribe to the channel, and I appreciate all you guys pushing subscribe here as well.
No, of course, man. That's what we're here for, man. You got to help your guys out. Like when everybody came, you honestly, I made an Instagram post. And I said, acquaintances are shown when you're successful. Brothers are shown when your success is challenged. Yeah. And that's what happened with Andrew. A lot of these people try to come after him. People that had done collabs with him in the past were kind of trying to turn their back and talk shit and say, oh, maybe he is a Muslim and all this other bullshit. And, that's when we came together even more because we're like, bro, we got you, man. We're going to fucking, break this shit down, bring awareness to the bullshit, go ahead and go against the grain on all the bullshit stuff that people have been saying about you. And that's what it's got to be.
Hiding that chin behind the monitor.
People in your corner that are going to hold your back and hold you down when you're going through some bullshit.
Andrew, can I ask you a question? I saw you once on Tate Speech talk about what you can do in your dreams and how that makes you smarter, how you live in your dreams, and that gives you a time advantage amongst most other people. How do you do that?
So lucid dreaming is something that's been studied significantly.
Oh, all right. If you do not know what lucid dreaming is, type a 1 in the chat. If you do not know what lucid dreaming is. So Sherry says, side note, it's like 11:12 Central Time for me, and I have to wake up at 6 a.m. Well, I don't have to wake up for shit, but it is 12:13. I'm on the East Coast. NJ all day. If you have to go, I very much appreciate you even stopping by. Please hit the subscribe button because I really appreciate you being here, and I would love to see you again. But I'm gonna stay up late, and we would very much appreciate it. But I know how it is. I hate not getting enough sleep. So if you do have to go, I do appreciate you coming through and being part of the show. I loved it. So please do come back. Palestine says, is it like being able to have full control of your own dreams? Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So very simply, it's the ability to be aware of the fact that you are dreaming and also then take control of that dream. So there's ways to help yourself to figure out that you're dreaming when you're in a dream. Simple things like numbers and letters are they don't tend to be the same in dreams. So if you typically wear a watch and you check your watch often in your waking life, then that's likely to be, hey, Alex is back. What's up, brother? But if you check your watch regularly in regular waking life, then it's likely that when you're dreaming, checking your watch is something that you're going to do. And you'll see, oh, these are not numbers. Or it'll say 12:15, and you look up and you look back, and it says XVY or something like that. Light switches also typically don't work. So there's things that you can do to train yourself that you can do in your waking life that will carry over, and you do them in dreams. And when you do them, when you check your watch, when you read a book, when you flick the lights, whatever, and it doesn't comport with waking reality, you're like, oh, I'm dreaming. Let's go fly. Let's go do whatever. Now, my brain is, I can recognize when I'm dreaming, but my brain has a way of tricking me into thinking that I'm wrong about realizing that I'm dreaming. And I often, like, I smoke to go to sleep. I smoke weed to go to sleep. So I don't dream that often. But when I do dream, it's very intense. And it usually has to do with me either dying or getting arrested, which is never fun. And it's very realistic. And sometimes I'll be like, yo, I think this is a dream, but like I should be able to control things. I'm just not able to get there. And so, you know, it's a whole thing. I wish I was able to fully lucid dream. But yeah, that's just, if you just start those habits, check your watch, flick the lights every time you walk into a room, and look at a clock. Things like that will start happening in your dreams because it'll be habits that you do. So in the dream, you'll do it. And then when you look at the clock or you flip the lights and it don't work, you're like, oh, well, let's have some fun. So fun fact, I rarely remember my dreams. When I do, they're always lucid. As a result, I haven't had a nightmare since I was 5. Lucky you. I don't have dreams unless they are nightmares. I was on probation for 2 years. I was on probation for 2 years and I couldn't smoke. And they, they tell you that, if you're an avid weed smoker and you stop smoking for, about a month while it's getting out of your system, you're going to have these really intense dreams. For me, it never stopped. 2 straight years of every single night diving into this horrifying, terrifying world that only right before I woke up, I was like, oh, I think this is a dream. And then I'd wake up and it was horrifying. So another reason why I will never, ever, ever stop smoking weed. Anyfilm says, drink at least half a gallon of water before bed. Guaranteed great dreams. I don't know about that. But then you got to get up in the middle of the night and get up and piss. I'd rather have bad dreams than have to get up and piss.
It's studied by the CIA and a lot of government agencies as well. So lucid dreaming is basically, I don't know if anyone's here has had a dream. A dream
of
that you
course they're going to go through
it. Control it. You ever had that? Yeah. So you're in a dream and then you go, for me personally, I'll be in a dream and something will happen. I go, that doesn't make sense. Oh, wait, I'm dreaming. And then I can fly and shit. Now, usually I can only do it for like a minute or two in dream time. Time's a bit different in dreams until the dream ends. And I usually wake up when the dream ends. So it's kind of annoying because sometimes I'll be in a dream and I'll realize it's a dream. I'll start doing some shit. And I'll also consciously know that I'm running out of time before the dream ends. It's weird.
Yo, I've never heard anybody talk about lucid dreaming like that. That is exactly how I am.
So that's how I dream. So the way I do that, and when I say that I use my dreams to calculate things, is because if you're ever heartbroken or upset or you're really worried or stressed, you might dream about the problem. So I do that consciously. If I have a problem in my life or something I have to worry about, be concerned about, I'll try and make sure I dream about it. And then in the dream, I know I'm in a dream. And it's basically dedicating time of my life, dedicating the time I was sleeping to solving a problem or dealing with a problem. How many amazing songs have been written in a dream? Or how many scientific discoveries were from dreams? Look up discoveries from dreams. The number of scientists who woke up and go, bang, it came to my sleep. You're obsessed with a problem and your mind works it out at rest. So the key to lucid dreaming is this. You have to try and
He's gonna tell you to start practicing in real life. I guarantee it. Who wants to put up a bet? $5 Cash App. If this is not the first thing he goes to, practicing in real life, I will send you $5 on Cash App. We're going in. I'll give it 10 seconds for the delay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's going to say it.
Remember your last thought before you fall asleep.
Oh, you just missed that on $5. Oh, I thought you were going to. Oh, too late. Sherry said, I recite a scripture in my dreams if it's turning into a nightmare. Interesting. I assume you mean a religious scripture, so that wouldn't be relevant to me. But having some like a mantra, that's very interesting. I'm going to try that next time. Thank you for that. Very, very interesting. Divine Rod said, actions are needed to achieve what you want in this world. Start small, but once you show your intent, the realm has no choice but to comply, and it will start to open opportunities to you. Interesting. Actions are what needed to achieve. Actions are needed to achieve what you want, I'm assuming, in this world. Start small, but once you show your intent, the realm, I don't know what you mean by the realm, has no choice but to comply. Are we still talking about dreams? I definitely agree that actions are needed to get what you want. 100%. But if you're talking about dreams, I'm a little lost.
And I know that sounds easy, but think about last night when you went to sleep. Your eyes were closed. You were thinking of this, then you were thinking of this, then you were thinking of this, and then you were half awake because you kind of heard a noise and you felt the covers on you, but you weren't asleep, but you weren't awake. But what were you thinking of? Kind of nothing. You have to remember the exact last thought you had before you went to sleep. And it's harder to do than you think, because when you start doing that, you start turning your brain on to focus, and then you can't sleep. So you have to do it like Zen. You have to just Zen go, I'm going to sleep, but I'm going to keep track. Right now I'm thinking of this dumb shit. Okay, now I'm thinking of that dumb shit. And sequentially in order, remember all the things you're thinking about until you remember the last thing you thought about before you went to sleep. When I started learning how to do that, there on out, about 70% of the times I would dream, it would be lucid. And I genuinely, even to this day, I'll be in a dream doing whatever, and I'll lift up a cat and go, that has no weight. This is a dream. Okay, this is a dream. So I'll just float through this wall quickly. Where's Kristen?
One of the big things that has helped me has been that Morty, my dog, Morty is rarely in my dreams. I don't know why, but and unfortunately, it's something I usually only realize once I wake up. They're like, I should have known Morty wasn't there. But yeah, I'm getting better at look at his face, look at his facial expression. Sorry, I'm getting better at when I'm dreaming and having a really bad time. This morning, I was dreaming. I was on a cruise or something, and I was pretending to be dead, because that was better than whatever situation I was in. Obviously, I don't remember the dream itself, but Morty wasn't there. Whenever I can, that's my thing. If I can just be like, where's Morty? Now, of course, in real life, I can always see that this motherfucker's right here. And he's right up my ass all the time. So that's not a normal thing for me to be like, oh, where's the dog? Because he's usually right here. But the more I do that, the more I'm able to have a little bit more control over these dreams. And they're never fun. I never have fun dreams. Never.
Fucking me on the computer, and I'll just control it for like 2 minutes. It's weird. But it happens by remembering what you're thinking about before you fall asleep. And if you actually genuinely think about that task, and think about, now when you go to sleep, you'll be trying to do it, and you'll realize, I'm thinking a bunch of bullshit, or I'm thinking of a memory, or I'm half remembering something, that your mind kind of falls apart a little bit as you fall asleep. If you can keep track of it, you can control your dreams. And for me, if I ever have a genuine real issue, I can literally say, I'll deal with it. I'll think about that later when I'm sleeping. I know it sounds stupid, but it's true. Also, I would also accredit it, and there's absolutely no scientific proof of this whatsoever. Everyone can call me crazy if they want. I would accredit it to my success when I was kickboxing. I believe that if my brain synapse is firing, it must have, for X action, it must have a positive reflection on that action. If my X synapse, the synapse in my brain is firing to slip a jab in a particular way. And
does anybody not know what a synapse is?
My brain is firing. Even if my body isn't moving, but my brain is firing to slip that jab. I believe that on a long enough time scale of my brain imagining me doing something repeatedly over and over and over again, I'm going to be better at doing that action, even if my body doesn't reflect it. So when I say I train in my dreams, that's exactly what I mean. I would train, I imagine slipping punches in my dreams and how I would do it. And although my body wasn't doing the things, I was fucking sleep. I twitch a lot. The chick would be like, "What the fuck are you twitching for?" I was like, "I'm fighting, bitch." I'm fighting. But my synapses were firing the same, and I believe that had a positive impact and a positive effect. That can't be proved, but I believe it. And if I believe it, that also gives power.
And
so that's what.
One last question for me for tonight.
Sure.
We spoke a while back when you remind me about being likable, and being likable, I think, is a trait that's underlooked because if you're likable, people want to help you move forward in life. What do you describe likable as to the audience?
Yeah, being hated and this is coming from me, but I would like to actually say, and anyone with brains watching this understands that I'm not a dislikable person. The Matrix attacked me, the Matrix lied, and the fucking NPCs said what the NPCs were supposed to say. That's fine. But being a dislikable person, like you can't make people like you, is not going to serve you well in life. You have to know how to make people like you. There's some scenarios we have to walk in and go, okay, I need this person to like me. And whether they're a liberal, whether they're a feminist, whether whatever, there's a time where you decide, do I tell this person the truth? Or do I fucking piss them off? Or do I just make them like me?
That's a very interesting point when it comes to how where it comes into my mind is how I comport myself on this channel. And what I mean by that is the only reason for this channel is that I need a place where I can be me. There is nowhere else in the world, not even with my parents, not even with my best friends. I cannot do this with anybody except you guys. That's why I appreciate you guys to no end. There's nowhere else in the world. There's no one else in the world who wants to listen to this, who cares about this or cares about what I have to say about it. And that is so helpful to me because I need to exist in other places other than right here. And so what you guys provide for me is an outlet to be myself, my true self, so that when I go out and interact with other people, I don't have this nagging need to be like, hey, you know that this, that, the other about politics and religion and philosophy and this and that. And so all I can say is thank you very much. And Sherry says, The Interpretation of Dreams by Sigmund Freud, a good book to read. I do indeed have a degree in psychology. I am not very familiar with that book, but dream interpretation is it's fun. It's fun, but I do think it's kind of less than scientific. But very fun. And, Sigmund Freud, the godfather of psychology. Jimmy says, hey, man, if I'm going to be your therapy, I need to get paid like therapy. Motherfucker, how about y'all fucking start paying me, and then we'll talk about what I can give y'all. I'm doing all this. So how about that? Let me get a fucking Cash App, and then we can talk about what y'all get. And there are people in the Discord who have gotten monetary prizes. Just saying. Not only that, but it's free to join the Discord right now. And as I've said many times, I have a number already set in my mind. Once we have that many members in the Discord server, all links that you can find in every video, those are going to be dead links. And anybody who's not already in the server is going to have to pay a monthly fee to be in the server. So join while it's free. You will be grandfathered in. You will never have to pay a dime. And I can give you actual real therapy too, if you want. I mean,
not lie to them. I can sit with a feminist and not lie to her and not be disingenuous once, but by steering the conversation in the correct way, make her love me. I just avoid the topics I know I can't.
I cannot do that.
Fucking honestly tell her the truth about, right? I had a guy message me going, hey, bro, I'm in this office and everyone fucking hates me and I fucking hate them all. What do I do about it? You make them like you. You're working in an office. You want to keep your job? Like, what do you want? You want to live in a fucking, you want to work in a business everyone hates you? What's the answer to that? You can't. Being likable is absolutely not really a skill. And it's served me very, very well. Even in the situation with this massive band. Yeah, some cocks turned on me, whatever. But there's a whole bunch of people who go, I like Tate. How many beautiful women stood up and go, I like that man? You know, you have to, being likable is absolutely a skill and it's practice. But what we said earlier is, if you want to find honest people, be an honest person. If you want to be likable, like people. Because you know what? That's the easiest way. I'll tell you
if you want to be likable, like people. That's well said. That's well said, because we act as if liking somebody is a, what's the word? It's not a conscious thing that if you either like somebody or you don't like them. But to a certain extent, that absolutely is true. But in another way, you absolutely can open your mind and look for the value that somebody else provides, even if you don't like spending time with them. Now, I don't really know why you would necessarily spend time with people you don't like, but that's another conversation.
Number one thing people never get bored of talking about themselves. If I had to make someone like me, you know what I do? I turn up and say, hey, man, great to meet you, bro. What's your name? Justin. Okay, what's your business? Thing. I don't know shit about that. So what, you build what? Let them talk.
That's Fresh's whole game.
But it's true.
Hey, man.
But it's true.
He said that's Fresh's whole game. Yeah, because if Fresh opens his mouth. What we got here? Sherry said, I enjoy listening to your perspective. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sherry. That really means a lot to me. Thank you. She said, I really enjoy your listening to your perspective. Your reasoning on various subjects is interesting for me to hear. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to me. It's cheesy, but if you understood how long I've been waiting. Hold on, Morty. If you understood how long I've been waiting to just hear that from people, and not that the rest of you guys haven't, but whenever I get somebody else saying it, I spent my whole life thinking like nobody gives a shit about what I have to say. I'm probably fucking stupid with this, and just the decision to start this and the fact that you guys are here with it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jimmy Dean says, every time I say I like you, they always respond with stuff like, how did you get in here? And I'm calling the cops. Dating is tough. Yeah, consent is a good thing. Hold on. Oh, Jesus. Struggle stream. Oh, come on. Go. Play.
Because they love themselves already. They like themselves. They either like themselves or they're fucking, no one asks them shit and they never get to talk about themselves. It's one of the two. And either way, they get to sit there and talk about themselves. If you want someone to like you, ask them questions, let them talk about themselves. They're going to fucking love you. You're a great listener all of a sudden. Girls say all the time, you're a great listener. You can sit there with a bitch and just go, yeah, so you're a model. Yeah, I bet people think that's easy, but it's not, is it? No, it's so hard. It's so hard actually because you always have to change clothes. You're sitting there going, yeah. She loves you now, but who does she really love? Herself. And you're a reflection. So the way to be likable is to like somebody. Or at least pretend to give a shit. If they give a shit about you, pretend to give a shit about them. If you give a shit about them for real, it's even easier. So that's it. So I was saying to this dude, listen, go into the office and just go up to these people you say they all dislike you and just fucking...
Thank you, brother.
Pretend you give a fuck. Try and help people out. Stop being a dickhead. Going through life, and it's amazing, man. It's kind of one of the things that comes with age. And, I'm egotistical, American, whatever, like every freaking red-blooded man is. But it comes with age when you realize there is a time and a place to just... There's situations where it's just like, okay, I want everyone here to like me. That's it. I just want these people to like me. And there's time and a place. And the richer you get, the less of those situations you're in, which is kind of a cool thing because it is bullshit. But if you're starting off at the beginning, if you're going to go, you know what, I'm 16, I'm getting my first job, but I ain't taking shit from no one. Bro, you're 16. So you better learn to take some shit because you ain't going to get very far.
There's 4 components to being really liked by people.
What was your first job? Everybody, what was your... Morty, you cannot be... I need this hand. The liquor. Look at this motherfucker just licking. Look at this. Lick. I didn't even smoke yet. And he's just licking. I need the hand, bro. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Lost my train of thought.
So you better learn to take some shit because you ain't going to get very far.
Oh, what was everybody's first job? What was your first job? My first job was working in a small restaurant, like a little privately owned, like mom and pop type restaurant. My first, I was paying under the table. My first official job was working at Target. Sherry says you could talk about bologna. You could talk about a bologna sandwich, but you make it sound interesting. So I would be interested to hear your thoughts. Are you hitting on me, Sherry? Are you going there, Sherry? No, I'm just kidding. I appreciate that so much. I've always thought that I was an interesting person, but people don't really like listening to me because I try not to be too much of me. I'm a very big personality and I'm a small man. So it comes off a little, and I don't do a very good job at it. People will say shit and I just get triggered and I'll be, and I lost a lot of friends and that's what it is. So the fact that you guys are here, all of you, the fact that you guys are here and are listening and care, it means the world to me. So thank you so much. Any Film says 12 years old, deliver 12 years old, deliver flyers for a bookstore, door to door, $1 an hour. Shout out to the Scholastic Book Fair, the book fair. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Jimmy Dean says my first job was a jeweler's assistant. I ended up becoming a jeweler and casting silver and gold rings and setting stones. That is awesome. How did you not steal shit? I would definitely have stolen shit.
Or any other way.
There's 4 components to being really liked by people. It's trustworthiness.
Okay. Trustworthiness, honesty,
loyalty, and damn it, I forgot the last.
Oh, come on.
This one. But if you have those 3 right there, that's
I wanted to have all of them in the captions on screen, but
foundation. Okay, because when you're honest, people are going to tend to be more honest with you because you're being honest, and it's difficult to be honest sometimes. When you're loyal, well, they know that you're not going to turn your back on them, right? Loyalty, especially nowadays, is a big thing, right? Like we said before, we had that guy that made that hit piece on Tate. Hey, we don't
death before dishonor
anymore because he did that shit, right? And these are just things that you guys have to get into your head, man. If you want to be around certain types of people, they're going to have less and less tolerance for fuckery, and you need to have certain things in place to be able to deal with this caliber of people. So
I would just not being humble as well, because if you're humble, you can actually have the wisdom to say, you know what? All right, let me tone myself down and adapt to this environment and be likable. Because it's power, man. If you're that humble and you're that likable, it's power in your hands. So
it depends. Yeah, you don't want to ever really outshine anyone because then they get insecure and then they're not going to like you. So I'll give you a quick example of the last time I tried to make somebody like me, which is rare. But I'll give you an example. Well, because I'm rich now, I don't have to make nobody like me. I get to do whatever the fuck I want. But about a year ago, I was in London and I decided to meet up with some guys from school. Fucking old school guys, right? So these guys from school come, we're talking shit about school, blah, blah, blah. And one of them tells me his story. Every guy's got like a cool story, like their coolest story. And he tells me the story of how he went to fucking Mykonos and they got really drunk and they ordered like $6,000 of champagne and they were too drunk and none of them could really afford it. And then one of the guys, his crazy friend, just picked up the bill and he just paid all of it. That was his story.
Faller.
Now, am I going to sit there and go, yeah, cool, I do 10 grand every single fucking night in champagne. Cool, I got the guy outside. Cool, you're a fucking loser. That's your life. You lived 30 years. That's your story, G. That sucks. I did this. I did that. I did this. I did that. Or am I going to be like, what the? I had to pretend to give a fuck. It's just, I had to pretend to be like, well, he paid all of it? Oh, bro. Wow, that's crazy.
Well, I mean, it's easy to laugh. It's easy to laugh, but humility is relative. If you're a multi-millionaire, you're a world kickboxing champion, you are the most Googled man in the world for any period of time. What does humility actually look like? And I do accept that they have humility, the Tates. I do accept that. We can go into that further if you disagree, but I think relatively for what they are doing, the amount of attention they're getting seems pretty grounded, relatively.
But there's a time and a place. I could have fucking wrecked them. And then afterwards, when they're like, yeah, so what you been up to? I can't turn around and tell them the time I was arrested in Transnistria or fucking got robbed in Jamaica or I'm picking up my Bugatti Chiron. Because they're going to instinctively know their story was trash. So I was like, yeah, I was fighting. I wasn't really drinking, man. So what's making us fight? Bro, you just got to play the game, man. You got to fucking just play the game. But like life is like that sometimes. And you get further that way. Like, I like to think that most people I interact with and I spend my time interacting with have a positive experience. There's people who hate me, but I don't interact with the people. All the haters who hate me, but that's just because they're fucking sitting at home and they're lonely and they're just checking off. That's their own issue. But the people I actually bother to speak with, I don't think there's many people I bother spending time interacting with in the real world who consider it negative. I'd like to think that everyone I talk to today, all day, would say it was a pretty pleasant or positive experience. I don't think anybody has said I spoke to Tate today and I made my life worse. So I'm a positive guy. I like to think as a whole, at least.
Just me being the person that I meant to remember what it was. So the 4 things, guys, were trustworthiness, honesty, loyalty, and then
we're back.
Oh, I was like, that was definitely not me.
Yeah, sure. So we're talking about likability, and I'm wondering, there's a lot of people watching that want to be in my position, and there's a level of jealousy too. And I'm wondering, because the whole world's against you, I could have done a hit piece. We went out to lunch. I could have recorded something. I could have had my audio recording, revealed it. How did you vet me? How did you let me into your inner circle, which is right now?
Great question. Great question. I'm going to slow this down. I'm going to run this back because I want to hear the answer. This is a very interesting question about why SNEAKO has been invited into this circle. So Divining Rod says, from the beginning, the powers that be have hated men comparing notes. Super facts. Super facts. Because that is power. Knowledge combined with community is power. Did I miss this? Let me try to scoot in. I'm sitting on my feet because my feet are so goddamn cold. I don't know what it is. I can never keep my feet warm. I have 2 pairs of socks on, and my feet are freezing. So excuse me while I read this. Hiya, 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 hiya. Okay. Why this man kink shaming? There ain't nothing wrong with sitting at home doing that. I mean, if that's all you're doing, there's definitely something wrong with it. But I agree. If that's, just once in a while, I mean, I would say, okay. So what's, I want an answer here. I want an answer here from everybody. Everybody. Men, women. What is the top number or the top frequency of masturbation that is not weird? I think we'd all can agree, if you're masturbating 20 times a day, that's weird. If it's once every other day, that's pretty normal. If it's once a day, even, I would assume that's relatively normal.
Yeah, and that's a good question. And obviously there's a degree of risk to it. So there's two answers. First, I don't gauge capability. I like to gauge intent, because capability is something that everybody has to a degree. If you sit and say, does this person have the capability to hurt me? Listen, the fattest, I'm telling you, look this way. If I were to send an assassin to get somebody, he would not look like an assassin. Everyone has capability by surprise, my friend. Anybody can get anybody, right? So capability is not something I judge. I judge intent. The main reason I decided that I thought it was okay for you to come here is I realized that you've been doing a lot of content for a long time that was very pro Tate. And I thought, was his grand plan really to do pro Tate content for X amount of videos, knowing I would then one day invite him so that he could eventually? That's too complicated and too big a risk. That plan didn't make sense to me. So I thought, I think he believes what he's saying.
Wait a minute. What is that? What is masturbation have to? Am I not allowed to have a personality and also masturbate? Don't act like you don't masturbate, Sherry. Come on. Don't lie. We're honest on this channel. We're honest at this party. We're honest. Except for everybody else.
Then, because I think he believes what he's saying, I think he's an honest person, a trustworthy person. I don't think he's going to be a snake. Secondly, some of my friends, and you were vetted by the friends. My friends stick up for you, and I trust my friends. And thirdly, also, I'm not going to lie to you, I did have the war room do a dossier on your real life. Oh yeah. I know your name, your address, all that shit. So, but that was good to have. But it's just, yeah, it's real. No, completely it's real. But yeah, it's good to have all those things. But all in all, I just gauged your intent. I thought his intent isn't maliceful. I don't think you do that. Now, if you did decide to do something like that, if you did, I don't think you will, but I'm pretty certain you won't. But let's say you did decide to do that, then God will teach you to listen. I don't even need to do much. God, if you were to ever go down that route, then I'm old enough and wise enough to know that to a degree, karma is real. People talk about karma and live by the sword and die by the sword and this kind of thing. Not in the stupid way a bitch goes karma, because really when they're saying that shit to you, they're getting their own karma back from you. That's what's actually happening. But if you live by the sword, you do die by the sword. I absolutely not really believe that. The reason that all these people are getting stabbed and shit are people who are out here stabbing people. It's amazing how it all just kind of comes full circle. And anybody who does treacherous,
what does Jimmy know that the rest of us don't?
Things or does snaky things, we talked about a lot in this podcast, but it's true. In the end, somehow they end up getting fucking stung worse than the person they ever tried to sting. It's just the way the world works. And I live with a pure heart and I'm honest, and I still have faith in humanity to a degree. And I realized that you meant what you said, and we're on the same team. I couldn't see an advantage for you trying to snake me or hurt me, so I believe you. I trust you. So good to meet you, friend. Good to meet you.
And I want to say,
I was just about to say, where did Justin go?
A lot of money from that, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, and I want to say this too, as far as like the treachery goes, and not trusting people. The reason why, if you look at someone like that's confidential informant, right, or a snitch, as they would say, the reason why they have such a bad rap and people hate them is because every criminal knows that their day is coming. Okay, when you sign up, right, like for example, La Cosa Nostra, right, the Omerta, this code of silence. The reason why they do that is because they're trying to prolong the life of crime, because they know at some point karma's going to come at them, right? So
no, it's because there is a code of ethics, despite the fact that you're committing crime. And I'm not, I've never been a criminal in the classic sense, but as somebody who was buying drugs illegally for years on end, there's just a code of conduct that even though you're not following the laws of America, that doesn't mean that you don't have a code of conduct. That doesn't mean that there's no, what's the word? There's no honor in upholding your word. And if you're in the game, if you're then absolutely talking about anything like that is not in line with what you're doing. And if you can't keep your mouth shut about doing illegal things, then you shouldn't be doing illegal things. Just my opinion. Divine Rod says Dharma, like Dharma, like was that the thing from Lost? Dharma is equally important as a selection of. I don't know what Dharma is. I'm lost. No honor amongst thieves. Not sure about drug dealers though. Well, definitely been robbed, and definitely stole drugs from other people. Not proud of it, but hey, drugs make you a shitty person. But those things are not. Those things were looked down upon, even within that community. And so, I'm pretty sure this is it. But the very last thing that I did, in terms of like drug user behavior, was I had a friend from college who lived about an hour from here, lived down by the Jersey Shore. And I went and I met up with him, and he had some, the same type of anxiety drugs that I take, like, for real, like, as a responsible adult, like it's supposed to be taken now. I was abusing them at that time. So he had, I don't know, let's say he had 10 of these pills. And a friend and I drove out to him, and we were like, oh, yeah, let's get all of them. And he wanted to charge way more than those were worth. It was like, we know that these are like, let's call it $5 a piece. We want 10 of them, $50, or let's, it's $40 for the 10, whatever it is. So we were, a friend and I were prepared to spend the average, or the expected price of $40, again, for the sake of argument. And then he was like, oh, well, no, these are different. So you got to pay, it's 80. And I knew he was lying and just trying to get more money out of me, and knew that I was desperate for the drugs. So I was like, all right, I got you. But I only have the 40 right now. Let me give you the 40. I'll grab this, and then this was like right before Venmo and CashApp were really like a thing. And so I was like, all right, like I didn't know that you were going to charge that much. Like, I'm down, but I only got $40. So you take the 40, I'll take the drugs. I'll go home and get more money, and then in a day or two I'll come back and give you the money. And of course, I didn't come back, and he would hit me up, and I would do that and da. So you're not incorrect in the sense that there's no honor amongst thieves, but and is drug dealing a community? Not necessarily, but there's people that are in a group. Like so let's say you have a drug dealer, then that drug dealer is going to have their people. And especially when I was in college, the people that populate that client base, it's very easy because you're at a college and everybody wants to do drugs. So you don't really have to, whatever. You don't really have to go far and wide. So most of the people. You'd be like, oh, I don't want to use the name. Let's call him Josh. So it's like, yo, Josh has got some Xannies. So let's go get some Xannies from Josh. So it's like the same maybe 10, 15 people that are always looking for the same shit. So there's not a community, but you know who's who. Nothing Korean. This is all hobby. No, this is I've admitted to, dude. This is what I did. I apologized. I paid him. I gave him the money. I'm beyond that life. I just, at the time, I didn't have the money. I needed the drugs. I wanted the drugs, and I did what I did. Venmo and CashApp are used for drug trades. Does CNN not? No, it's just Bitcoin. But yeah, very, very interesting. Let's back this up a little bit.
Criminal knows that they're coming. Okay, when you sign up, right, like for example, La Cosa Nostra, right, the Omerta, this code of silence. The reason why they do that is because they're trying to prolong the life of crime, because they know at some point karma's going to come at them, right? So when you go ahead and you snitch, what you're basically doing is you're enhancing and you're rapidly burning that light stick for them to get that karma faster. That's why people hate informants.
That's a no. It's just you're just crossing a line of decency. Like, we're all breaking the law. We're all doing shit that we're not supposed to be doing. But we feel like we have to because of what the drugs are doing to our body. We're not bad people. We're not hurting anybody. We're not doing anything. So there's no reason to tell anybody, much less any kind of authority, but even other people. There's no reason to talk about this. You're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing. I'm doing something I'm not supposed to be doing. End of story. So this whole thing about karma and prolong, it's not that deep. It's just not. Sherry says, interesting topic. I don't have much knowledge on this subject. Never done drugs. And I've never drank. Interesting. Me neither. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm always curious. I was asking Free Ego earlier, who said he would never smoke weed. And I asked him the same thing. Is there a reason? And again, I'm not suggesting that you do. I'm just curious. Is there a reason you never done anything or never drank? Do you are you waiting on something? Is is there something in your life that you decided you don't want to get involved? I'm always very curious because I was straight edge in high school. I didn't smoke. I smoked before I drank. I didn't smoke for my first time until May of my senior year in high school, and I didn't drink until after that. And so it always just it's just curious to me when people are not who've never done it. Like, people who have done it and then stopped, that makes perfect sense. But like, to have never done it, like, how do you know that you don't want to do it? I don't know. I'm not saying you should. I'm just asking. I'm curious. And Tyler's just using the same boat. I'm just curious. Just curiosity. Having a conversation.
And when they do go and inform, they get what? Protection from law enforcement. So they've effectively protected themselves and insulated themselves from karma that was inevitably going to come that way. That's why criminals hate informants so much, because they know I'm doing a life with dirt. It's going to come back to me. Mm-hmm. So that's why they hate them so much.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
All right. So we're going to do
I mean, it's more simple. Like I said, it's more simple than that. You gave, there's an unspoken, just law. There's an unspoken rule that, hey, we all know we're doing something wrong, so we're all going to keep our fucking mouths shut. We're not going to tell the kids in our class. We're not going to tell our teachers. We're not going to tell our parents. We're not going to tell anybody. This is between us. We're going to do what we do, and it's nobody else's business. So yeah, Myron's a little, very clearly a fucking fed and thinks he understands things better than he does. Divine Rod says, worked for some growers in Cali before it was legal. Interesting group of people. I definitely can understand that because my good friends at Jersey Shore Extracts are in the process of getting their legal, marijuana was just made legal in New Jersey this year. And there's a very strict process of going through and becoming a retail or a recreational retailer. But I within the next year, I might stop doing the dog training. I might become a bud tender. Unless you guys support the channel and I don't have to have a job. Just saying. You don't have to do that. I'm glad you guys are here. So it's fun to see a guy in town with dreads and look unwashed. Driving a new Escalade. Yeah, right? I'm like, how did you get that? Sherry said, not religious reasons, but I had family. Yeah, that makes sense. But I had family members who abused drugs and alcohol. So I knew when I grew up, I never wanted to become that. That, yeah, makes 100%. And I'm just curious. Like I said, I was just curious. And that makes sense. Yeah, bud tender. You never heard that? It's like a bartender, but for bud.
Doing a life with dirt, it's going to come back to me. Mm-hmm. So that's why they hate him so much.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Right. Is it though?
Last thought. Go on. You start.
First favorite part of the show, guys.
No, it's up to y'all.
Man, that war room's real.
No, bro, it's super real. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can tell you. I have to be careful what I say out here in the public, but I can tell you a million stories about how the war room's real. If I have a problem that's hard to solve, I go to the war room. If I don't know if you've ever tried to send, let's say, $500,000 to Pakistan. If I say send $500,000 to Pakistan, you go, okay, let's go to my bank. No, just fucking try. It's fucking the terrorists in Pakistan. You ain't sending them $500,000 to Pakistan with any bank. You think Western Union's going to take $500,000? If you send $500,000 to Pakistan, where would you even begin? I know where I begin. I know where I begin. If I had to go to Moscow today, and I had to get a visa to go to Moscow, Russia, the enemy, I know where I begin. I know what.
If I had to send $500,000 to Russia, no, I have no idea where I would start. But yeah, Jimmy D, that's pretty common for what state do you live in? Is it legal there? Because if it's not legal, it makes sense that you wouldn't be familiar with that term. But any state that it's legal, like yeah, and if you go into a dispensary, the person that just like if you go into a bar, the person there is called a bartender. If you go into a dispensary, the person there is just called a bartender.
Papers I need, and I guarantee I fucking get them. If the Matrix attacked me and I had no banking, no payment processing, I know if I'd move over to a brand new platform, which nobody even fucking talked about before I turned on to it, and I'd get a massive following, I know where I'd go. It's a network of extremely competent individuals. It's men who live by the same things we talk about, and it's men who want to know that they can call me. Imagine being able to call me when you have a problem. I'm not being arrogant. Imagine saying, I have a problem. Tate can fix this. To have that in your back pocket, the best way to do that is to fix one of my problems. There's people in the war room who can call me and say, Tate, I need a block. What do I say? I'll send it, right? So we help each other. That's how it works. That fucking jackass joined, said nothing, just sat there and goes, where's the secrets at? Fucking dummy. That's a dumbass, right? But it's not about that. The point is the war room is the most powerful organization on the face of the planet. It can't be denied.
Is it though?
Everything we said about competitiveness also is a huge part of the war room. It's the only organization in the world where we actively kick members out. And I say this to people and they get panicked and they're afraid to join because they don't want to get kicked. The reason we have to kick people out is because otherwise we can't create the experience. When I first started fighting.
See, again. We were watching Andrew Tate on Valuetainment, and he kept saying, I want to curate this and curate that. But because of his accent, I couldn't tell if he was saying create or curate. And the captions kept saying create. You guys tell me. Curate or create?
The reason we have to kick people out is because otherwise we can't create the experience. When I first started.
See, it says here create. One more time.
They're afraid to join because they don't want to get kicked. The reason we have to kick people out is because otherwise we can't create the experience. When I first started fighting.
What do you guys think? Curate or create?
When I went to the fight gym and we were punching the bag, etc., there was maybe 30 people in the class, but there was a separate room. There was a glass wall in a separate room, and there was 10 people in there, the best 10 people in the class, the best 10 fighters. And they go in there every class and they get fucking beasted until people quit. And throughout the next 3 hours, the 10 people would be dwindled down, 9, 8, 7, 6, till there was one guy left. And I was desperate to get in that room because I understood that's the most competitive place in this fucking gym. And when I finally got in there, the first fucking 3 weeks I was allowed to get in there, I was the first guy out. It was too hard. It's endless. All I can do push-ups, not forever. Nobody can do them forever. It was so fucking difficult. And that's the atmosphere we brought into the war room. You can join as a brokey. You can join as a nobody. That's fine. It's not about what you join as. It's what you become once you're inside. You're gauged from your beginning. But we're an organization where if you don't perform, we will kick your ass out. Because if you could just pay the member.
Give me, in one sentence, give me your opinion on what you think of Hustlers University. Oh, Darshan is out of here. Thank you so much for stopping by, brother. I really appreciate you being here. Everybody, and you're not going to type it, but DMAC, very much appreciate you being here. Please go check out Darshan's channel. You can check him out. Darshan McAway does very interesting streams. I personally think that he is way more interesting than the content that he does, but that he puts out or has been putting out. And I think he is wasting his time on his channel with what he's doing instead of talking himself, because he is extremely interesting and very charismatic. But either way, I am here to support, and I think you should as well. Especially if you are a Christian, you will like his content way more than I do. Darshan McAway, check it out. Thank you, brother. Have a good night. Jimmy Dean says the difference between curate and create is the same thing as the difference between manager and agent. I got to rewatch that. I haven't watched it in a minute. So I'm sure that that is a very funny joke, but unfortunately, I'm too stupid to get it. Divine Rod said that interview on Valuetainment was a masterpiece. Good on PBD for giving a platform. Facts. And Sherry says, good night, D-Mac. And Divine Rod says, sleep well. He says, promoting other talent, getting back to business in a few days. I am very much looking for. I watch every single thing that Darshan puts out, even when there is. Hi, Morty. Do you want to come up here? Come on. Even when there is a man who is calling me a furgot and telling me that my best friend died because I'm a furgot, I still want to watch what Darshan puts out because it's interesting. I do think it is more interesting when he speaks rather than asking a question and then letting somebody else ramble for 25 minutes. But that's just one man's opinion. Salute to the chat. Absolutely. Jimmy Dean, I echo that. Thank you for stopping by. And hope to see you next time. And again, check out D Mac, aka Darshan McAway. Very successful man who knows what is good. And even on this very channel, twice. Oh, I know, Darshan. I watched it. But even on this channel, there is 2 episodes of the formerly named I Didn't Read Your Book podcast. Darshan is a phenomenal author. We've talked about his book, Girlfriend versus Wife Duties, where you might not know what role you play in. Obviously, if you're with me, then I'm just going to be a little bitch and whatever. But if you're with a man like Darshan, then you might want to know, hey, am I in the girlfriend role? Am I in the wife role? I don't really know. Maybe you're further on in life and you've got your own children. He's got his own children's book series. And audiobooks coming very, very soon. And I cannot wait because I have too short of an attention span to read a book, and I blame public school education. Either way, audiobook. He has a book called Say Hello to Me, which I don't really know exactly what it's about, but I cannot wait to read it or listen to it. So do check him out. He is probably the person no offense to anybody else. He's probably the person that I respect most in this chat. He's the most successful person that watches me, and it's amazing to me that he cares enough to even stop by here. So I appreciate you, Darshan. Again, please go check out his channel, check out his books, check out his work. He's got his cologne. He's got so much going on, and he's doing the damn thing. So thank you for stopping by, Darshan. You have a great night, and salute to you and the family. Diving back in. Where did we leave off?
The atmosphere reporting to the war room. You can join as a broker. You can join as a nobody. That's fine. It's not about what you join as. It's what you become once you're inside. You're gauged from your beginning. But we're an organization where if you don't perform, we will kick your ass out. Because if you can just pay the membership fee and join, not help your brothers, not contribute, not be useful to anybody, and get to stay a member, then what kind of fucking organization is that? Doesn't mean anything. We're like the fight gym. We're like that glass room. We will kick your ass out if you're not performing. If you join the war room, it doesn't matter if you're already a multimillionaire. It doesn't matter if you're an 18-year-old with fucking nothing. You have areas to improve on. They'll be identified, and you'll be measured, and we'll make sure that you perform and become the best version of yourself. And you'll be competing against every other member in there, like we were saying earlier about helping master in competition and competing against your teammates. Like you were saying about the rowing, having one either side. You want to go and say, I made $3 million. I'm a big shot. Go in the war room and talk about making $3 million. You ain't nothing. You're compared against me. You're compared against people in there with more money than I have. Right? That constant competition is going to keep you on your toes. If you don't perform, you're going to be kicked out. It's the most competitive environment in the world. It's deliberately designed to be that way. And because of that, it's hyper useful. Everybody who's in there is not only competent, but they're competing to help their brothers. They want to be the best at helping everyone around them. If I'm in Prague and I need fucking 100 grand in cash and check currency, an hour, a fucking weapon, I need.
All right, 1 to 10. Give me a number. 1 being the lowest, obviously, and 10 being the highest. What is the likelihood of you joining some type of group like Hustlers University? I'm not asking about Hustlers University specifically. I am asking a group like Hustlers University, where it's going to be people who are coming together for the purpose of bettering themselves and making money, and whatever else you think of what that is. How likely are you to join something like that? 1 out of 10. And Sherry, I hear you. I mean, I'm glad. I have a roommate who went to school for I have a roommate who went to school for teaching, and never became a teacher because of the way that just public schooling in general changed from the time that we got in, or I mean, he's a year older than me, but he got into college in 2007 and the time that he graduated in 2011. And things changed. School was not the same in 2013 as it was in 2007. I don't know what else. Yeah, Divine Rod says, not likely, but I could definitely see it being beneficial. I think you have to be, if you are a certain type of person where you've got enough figured out and all you're looking for is other like-minded people, then something like the War Room or even Jack Murphy's Liminal Order. You may not like Jack Murphy as a person, but I spent a month in the Liminal Order, and there were some cool people in there. I left because that was exactly, it was literally 3 weeks before his whole bullshit blew up. If you don't know about Jack Murphy, then you don't need to. But I've always been looking for something to just fit in and be able to interact with other men who could show me how to be a better man. I do think the people in whether you like Jack Murphy or you hate Jack Murphy, I do think the men in that that group can the men in that group definitely have, you know, what I was looking for, but the problem is that the group became so obsessed with the heels above his head aspect that I was like, I'm not paying fucking $90 a month for you to be like, hey guys, just so you know, everything's okay. Like, all right, are you going to fucking help me be a man? Are you going to help me meet people? Are you going to help me anything? Or are we just like in damage control? I'm not paying you to help your image. So yes, I've paid Myron and I've paid Jack Murphy. I've been there. I mean, sometimes you got to make mistakes to learn how to do it right. Sherry says, school is changing now, but I love to teach. It's my passion. I'm glad you have the passion for it. In my opinion, school has been changing for a long time. But I think, you know, if there's level-headed people who are willing to really care about the development of their students, then, you know, I think that's a valuable thing. Definitely.
I need a fucking armored S-class. I need even security, even a lot of my security details now. Instead of bringing my Romanian team, if I'm in Spain, I can message the war room. I can have fucking 30 dudes. Cool. Bang. They're all training. They're all fighting. They're all in shape because they're war room guys. I can roll with a fucking army anywhere I go. If I want to get someone's door knocked in LA, I just message the war room. They'll fucking 10 dudes outside his house tomorrow. Like it's a real genuine network, but you're only going to find the value in it by providing value. And people say, well, that's why I don't want to join. I'm not ready yet. You're never ready for something like the war room. That's what annoys me most about it. Because now we're talking about it. It's like saying I'm not ready to join a boxing gym. Of course you're not. You can't box. You join as a fucking loser and you learn. You don't think, oh, I'll get ready.
And again, I'm not saying that Andrew Tate is the guy to have a men's group. I'm not saying Jack Murphy is the guy to have a men's group. I'm not saying Myron Gaines is the guy to have a men's group. But what he's saying about joining a group of men who are focused on bettering themselves, he's on point. It is what it is. Divine Rod says, it's good to get guidance from someone/somewhere, especially younger men such as yourself. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how young I am. I would love to be younger, but I definitely didn't get it when I was younger. So better late than never. Probably would have been a better use of my time.
and then go. That's not how it works. You have to join, you have to be humble, you have to be prepared to work, and it's the most powerful network on the planet. So we're talking about you. If I want to find out something about anybody, the number of people I've done this on, if there's any fucking influencer idiot who thinks they know shit, who's anywhere on the internet, I have his fucking address, his mom's address, his dad's address, where they all fucking live, where they work, where his banking is, all the pictures of him fucking naked, his ex-girlfriends, fucking all of it, standard protocol, of all of it, of all everything. Because I've got organizations of thousands of men who will do anything for me. You think I can't find out shit?
That's creepy.
I've got a fucking army. I run the biggest mafia in the world. The war room's gangsters.
I don't know if I would say that out loud.
Serious, and we're not out to hurt nobody. We're a very professional outfit, but it's absolutely utterly powerful. And I will tell you, even
okay. You have an army who will do anything for you, but you're not out to hurt anybody. Okay, so I guess that's fine. Definitely not joining the fucking Hustlers University war room or whatever the fuck it is.
In my stance in life, even as well connected as I am in Romania, even with all the money I have, when I do encounter problems in my life, I go to the war room and fix all of them. I've never had a problem they haven't fixed. Let's put it that way. So the war room's real. The war room's very real.
Yeah, you need a network of guys that can help you out because you're never going to be efficient at everything. You're always going to, no one's perfect. You're always going to need a brotherhood behind you. And men need tribes. They do.
The idea of the lone wolf is absolutely utterly false. Lone wolves die. The idea that you're going to be lone wolf and you're going to do it all by yourself is bullshit. If you don't have a strong network, you're going to fail. And it doesn't matter even whether that's a physical altercation. Listen, you can be Mike Tyson. 10 men jump in at random. One of them grabs one of his arms. Bro, it's over. It's over. You can't be a lone wolf. You only have so many hours in the day. You can't be checking the crypto price.
Okay. Again, number in the chat. Number in the chat. It's not that hard. One number. Give me a number. How many men do you how many average men do you think Mike Tyson could take on? Facts. Divining Rod. Networking is key. It's not about what you can do. It's about who you know.
Prices and checking the stock prices and working your normal job and fucking your bitch. And you can't. You need another guy who's checked all that stock shit and DMs you and goes, you know what? Buy Rumble. That's going to blow. Why? Because Tate just got fucking fired from YouTube and he's moved to Rumble and Tate's the fucking most famous man in the world. You should buy Rumble. Now it's up 30%. You need other people doing shit on your team. That's why packs of wolves all look in different directions. That's the whole point. I'm absolutely not a lone wolf. I've got Tristan, I've got my closest friends, I've got the war room, I've got thousands of people on my team. How can I not fucking succeed? How can I not make endless money? But the reason I have they're all on my team is because I'm on their team. They ask me for shit, I do it. That's just how it works. But a lot of men out here are lone wolfing. And the worst thing, even worse than that, what they do is they get a chick and they shack up with the chick. Well, it's me and her against the world. That means it's you against the world. That means it's still you're a lone wolf with baggage. Now you're a slow lone wolf. Now you're really fucked. Because your girl can give you emotional support, and that's important, and that's amazing. But when shit hits the fan, she ain't gonna be able to do nothing. When the fucking
And here's the thing. Here's the caveat about that. Is that of course, there's couples that exist that don't follow that. And it really is those two against the world, and it works, and they're, of course. But we don't talk about possibility. We want to talk about probability. Is it reasonable to expect that you're going to find anyone, regardless of your sex or your sexual preference, is it reasonable that you're going to find somebody who's going to ride that hard for you and with you till the end of time through everything? And the answer is no. The answer is no. Maybe. It's possible. It sure as shit is possible. But it's not something you can count on. So you've got to have I wouldn't even call it a backup plan. I would call having somebody like that the backup plan. Maybe not the back, like maybe it's more of an ideal situation than a backup plan, but you know what I mean? Like that's probably not reality, especially as men. You are loved conditionally. The moment you lose your job, the moment you get too emotional, the moment go down the list. The moment you're not fucking Superman, they're gone. They're gone. Divine Round said, I have a couple of sisters that would get Tyson a run for his money. I would pay to see that.
Gonna bust the door in. She ain't gonna do nothing. When the mafia's trying to kill you, she ain't gonna do nothing. She ain't gonna get you what you need. She ain't gonna keep you fucking alive. She's gonna be hiding behind you. She's a liability. She's something you have to protect and provide for. She's gonna make it more difficult for you to stay alive. She's not gonna make staying alive easier. I'm telling you right now, people were out to kill me. If people were to come here and try and do something crazy, I have a complete security detail, blah, blah, blah. I would message the war room before I call anyone.
Guys, if you could get me to 25 likes, my heart would be So warm. So warm. We're 3 likes away. I know most of you have already liked. If you haven't, just hit that and it will warm my fucking heart.
Please. That's absolutely not the strength of a genuine network of men. And that's completely underestimated in the world today. There are crime families with fucking 12 members that run New York. 12 dudes. Imagine what fucking 3,000 or 4,000 dudes can do. Bro, you don't know. We have billions of dollars inside the war room. Like, it's a real thing. It's absolutely not underestimated. And if anyone who's out here who thinks they're going to be a lone wolf or survives a lone wolf is incorrect. You need to find friends. You need to find friends you can count on and you can rely on. And that's the reason the war room's so competitive. You get in and you have to prove yourself. I ain't letting no fucking idiot stay in my organization. Why would I? If you're going to join the organization and you're unprepared to work and try, turn up in real person, meet your brothers, provide for other people, be useful, go to the meetups, if you're unprepared to do all those things, then you're going to make a stupid YouTube video and fucking quit. Good. See ya, jackass. You think we need your little bit of fucking money from your e-com trash? You're a fucking snake. I don't want you anywhere near me or my team. So thank fuck. I'm glad he's gone. That's the whole point of it.
I didn't realize that Justin met you through the war room.
Absolutely.
I think that's a very good testament to how.
Oh, so we find out where our boy Justin is from the war room. Jimmy says Tyson could probably take a dozen under the right circumstances, as long as he could stay on his feet. A dozen? 12 people? You bugging. You're bugging. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're 12 people. 12 people. You get 2 people on each limb. And you still have 4 people to beat the fuck out of them. Come on.
It actually works.
Absolutely.
It's not a scam.
Oh, absolutely. We do fucking three events a month all over the world. We just completed the test. I don't know if you guys saw what the test was. Did you ever see the videos from the test?
It's a physical test.
Bro, let me see if we can play the test videos again.
And also, let me make this very clear, because some of you guys are here in the chat, whatever. The War Room is not a fucking criminal organization, guys. Okay?
Sherry brings up a good point here. Fantastic point. And you're absolutely right. The moment you're not Superman, they're gone. Well, that depends on the quality of women, right? Absolutely it does. The problem is most single women, most women who are not going to be gone are snatched up by, and when I say snatched up, I don't, it's not most women who would not leave, most women who have that loyalty, most women who have that character, they get snatched up by the tall guys, the rich guys, the strong guys, all of those. And maybe they don't stay together forever. But they're not looking at me. They're not looking at me. And I know. I'm a cute dude. I'm a cute dude. But when you're 5'4" and you got no muscle, it just is what it is. It just is what it is. And I could get jacked. Is that gonna attract the right type of person who's, who I want to be interested in my mind and my heart? Probably not. Definitely would help. That's for sure. I probably making a little bit of an excuse there, kind of rationalizing maybe a little bit there, but I know I'm not an ugly dude. But when you're 5'4", like, it is what it is.
Yeah, like, blah, 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 blah. They're not a criminal organization. If they were, trust me, they would have been busted a very long time ago. Trust me.
I'm sure we have a lot of three-letter agencies inside fucking looking. We're doing nothing but improving ourselves, getting richer, getting stronger, doing our very, very best.
Yeah, it's self-improvement, guys. Like, come on, man. Like, they would have been busted years ago if that's the case. Think about it. Everybody, Tate, yeah, well. The Matrix has been trying to cancel forever. You don't think they would have been busted by now? Come on.
100%. All right, so the videos from the test, I think, have eluded me, which is a little bit upsetting. Let me see if I can find them in another folder. If not, I'll tell everyone what it was. So yeah, the test is something that just concluded. You know what? I'm going to go out my way, and I'm going to actually get these videos. Give me a second, because this is important. So the test. All right, you guys talk for a second. Give me 2 minutes. Justin, can you talk about it a little more? I'm very almost convinced about joining. I want to join.
The war room is actually. The war room.
All right, I'm very interested. I'm very interested to see what Homeboy has to say about the war room. Because I'm pretty sure it's like $5,000. And I don't think it's a one-time fee. So let's see what we got here.
Is absolutely the best decision you could ever make. I would say as a young man, but I'll say as any man. There's no dynamic of life that's not covered. There's no problem that's not solvable. There's no shortfall that you have as an individual that will not be pushed and forward to fire. The network itself automatically, if you are willing to get in and do your part, is available to you. If you come in with humility, the ability to work, and you bring something to the table, there's nothing that cannot be assisted for you to achieve. I can sit here and tell you for a fact it's one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. As a millionaire, as a man that was in shape, as a man that could get women, there is no reason for any person that wants to become better to look anywhere else. I can tell you that with full conviction.
Where else have you looked that you could tell that? That's my first question. Maybe the War Room has helped you to no end. Sure. Okay, great. But for you to tell me there's nowhere else, then you had to have gone other places and said, this didn't work, this didn't work, this didn't work. Ah, the War Room. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say he didn't do that. I could be wrong. But I'm going to guess that he didn't. Because you know what? That's what every men's group says. And most of the time, it's just a bunch of losers paying money to a guy who's not interested in helping them, but just trying to get money. I'm not saying that's them. I'm just saying the way he's explaining what the War Room is how Jack Murphy explains the Limit Order, how Fresh and Fit explains their bullshit. Everyone. So Jimmy Dean says an average guy couldn't take one punch from Mike Tyson to the face and stay standing. I agree with you. However, we are talking about 12 men. What is the power of a Mike Tyson punch with two grown men holding back that one arm? We have two men on his right arm. We have two men on his left arm. We have two men on his leg, his left leg, and two men on his right leg. And then there's four other dudes. I don't care who you are. 1 on 12 is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I absolutely would do influencer boxing. There was a guy that I worked with, the last restaurant I worked at, and he was like my size. He's 5'4". He weighed a little bit more than me, but he was a little bitch. And we legit almost like where I worked, it was like 5 minutes down the street from our local pub where everybody in the town hung out. And the overflow lot was Frankie Edgar's UFC gym right next door to the pub. So many times we had talked about, it never happened. I don't know why, but many times we talked about me and this dude boxing. And a lot of people would have bet on me because I'm a fucking savage. I'm a small dude, but I'm fucking savage. Saying them in particular. I don't know who them is. Those two men would first have to get in range without getting knocked the fuck out first. Tyson knows how to keep distance. From 12 people? You're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. Tyson knows how to keep distance. Like I said, under the right circumstances, but real shit is messy. Exactly. If they were going one at a time, then I would be, like in a movie, then I would be on your side. But movies are movies and not real life. Tyson couldn't even take one average guy if that average guy, well, obviously. Facts. I'm with Tyler.
May God strike me dead if I'm wrong. I believe you. There's not a better.
It's just masculine competition. It's masculine competition that's ruthlessly forged.
All right.
It's masculine competition that's ruthlessly forged. If you join a lot of these other networks, they're going to just be a bunch of fucking, even if they're rich guys, right?
Feel good shit.
Yeah, a bunch of CEOs in there complaining that their wives don't fuck them and a bunch of feel good shit.
That same dude. Honestly, that same dude, because I'm so small, there's nobody else that I know that would be like even fun to watch. Like most people I know are too big to even make it like a fun thing for y'all to watch. So the dude that I used to work with, Ryan, I don't remember his last name. The dude Ryan used to work at Green Turtle, whatever his name is. But like just anybody my size. I think I'm scrappy. I don't have like, I took Taekwondo as a kid, but I don't have any like fight martial arts experience outside of that. But like if I was gonna do a training, like an actual training camp, and somebody my size, I think I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident. It's merely the fact that I'm small. That's the only thing.
It's not being told the ruthless truth and getting your ass kicked out if you don't fucking work. It's a different atmosphere. I'm not one of these fucking dudes. I don't need members. I'd rather have a couple thousand useful members than 20,000 idiots. I'm not a brokey. I don't need members.
I've said that since the very beginning of the Indian Jesus. The very beginning. I don't care about getting 1 million subscribers. If I can get 10,000 of you who really care, I would quit my job and I would dedicate my life to entertaining y'all. And 10,000 is a lot, but for YouTube, kind of not really. 10,000 people. And if half of y'all would actually, do a Patreon or a locals or whatever, I would not only have the money to not have to worry about my bills and stuff and just only worry about entertaining you, but I'd also have the money to do the stuff that I want to do outside of the streams. Watch parties, meetups, stuff like that. That's what I want to do with my life. So let me put it this way. Say you have 20K subs and you have another YouTuber to box. Who would it be? I don't know YouTubers like that. I mean, I don't know. I know YouTubers, but I don't know anybody that is my size. Do you know anybody in my size? I don't know anybody my size on YouTube. But I mean, yeah, anybody my size, I'd be down. Junior says, I've seen a video of 4 guys rushing one and getting knocked out one by one, just like that. Yeah, okay, multiply that by 3 and see how that works out.
There's all these other groups, they need members. I think I need memberships. You think I give a fuck? If you're no use to me, goodbye.
I don't know who that is. Set it up.
Like, I don't need this membership shit. Let me quickly show you guys. Sorry, you say something.
No, I was going to say the membership is there so that they weed out the weirdos. You know what I mean? Or the people that aren't serious. Because I've always said it before. When people pay money, they pay attention. So if you don't invest, well, how are you going to take it seriously?
I'm pretty sure Destiny is like 6 foot tall. Is he not? I can't. I'm 5'4". I'm 5'4". I cannot fight somebody 6 feet tall. Unless they are just like, really? I definitely would have to train, but I would take that. I would do that. Hell yeah, I would do that. It's just for the exposure. Fuck yeah, I would do that. Yeah, I don't know who that is, but I mean, let's go. Just spam his shit. Fight the Indian Jesus. Fight the Indian Jesus. Fight the Indian Jesus. Let's go. Let's get it done.
It's human psychology. If you give things away for free, it's never going to work, guys. So, yeah, and then scroll down here.
That is a good point. Whenever I was in a band, we would have like demo CDs. For the youngins, there was this process called burning CDs. It didn't have to do with fire. You just put a blank CD in a computer, and then there's these things called MP3s, and you could put them on a CD. I don't know why I'm being an asshole about that, but yeah. And if you were giving away your demo for free, people would just like toss it, charge $1, and because people shelled out money for it, they're like, "Oh, this is worth something." And the amount of people who actually will put it in the car or whatever and listen just for $1 is huge. Sherry says, "Look, I'm 5'2.5." And we don't always go for super tall, rich guys. For me, I don't have a social media. Oh, so then you're really tapped into the modern dating scene, right? However, men find me, I just don't like most of them. Well, hey, hit me up. I mean, social media. I was scrolling across the bottom. I mean, you see me. Inbox is open.
Now I'll go ahead and say this while I wait for the video. If you are interested in joining the war room, message me on Instagram.
No, we're not interested in joining the worm. We getting a video? What are we doing?
We're gonna get this. Yeah, we're gonna get this.
Mentally and physically, guys.
That's important. Good.
Obviously, they didn't know what was going to happen. They were coming for some kind of mental challenge or a business challenge. It was put on as like a business summit. It was in the mountains of Transylvania, and 100 people flew in from all around the world. And when they arrived, they found out they were having a cage fight. So they turned up for a business summit. They're all put in a room, and 10 professional fighters walked in and said, "Each one of you is fighting on live television tomorrow night. It's a professional fight. You can fight or you cannot fight. It's your choice if you want to fight or not." I made it very clear. This is basically a suicide mission. You're fighting a pro, and he's going to fucking wreck you. Maybe you believe he isn't. That's good for you, but the chances are you're going to fucking lose. But you're not going to be forced to fight. The choice is absolutely not yours. Vice News was actually there. Vice are doing a documentary and they're editing it now. That's going to come out and show the whole thing. And it's very interesting that the psychology.
Right, I'm gonna fast forward through this because we're in the last 10 minutes and they're kind of just rambling. So we'll see if
someone asked about them earlier. Vice News.
Off and he fucking kicking the living shit out of people. Bro, I've been there fucking. I've had 70-something fights. There's not a single fight I wasn't scared for. It's scary. It's scary because it's your ego. No man wants to go back into life knowing he got knocked the fuck out. It hurts. It hurts your ego. It's masculine. It's primal. Nobody likes that. And the point of it was this: the people who said yes, they learned a lot about themselves, and we had a whole bunch of them fight. Nobody won, but they fought. That's the point. They still fought. And the people who said no also learned a bunch about themselves. Either way, you learn about yourself. Either way, you have to look in the mirror and say, okay, well, I said yes, I know I'm brave, but I'm perhaps not as capable as I should be. Or yeah, I said yes, but barely. You know, you learn a lesson. People who said no, they go, when push comes to shove, and I don't really feel like I have a chance, I shit myself. Well, guess what? When 10 dudes try and rape your wife, you got a chance. So now you know what you do. That's the way the world works.
Let me think of that.
Right? So the whole point of it was people were genuinely and utterly tested mentally. And it wasn't even a physical challenge. The fights lasted a few seconds. It wasn't about the fight. It was the mental challenge of it all. How many times in normal life are men tested like that? When was the last time that you've been tested like that? It doesn't really happen. And if it does happen, it's usually, unfortunately, life or death for real. At least there's a referee. I was saying to them, at least there's a ref. You guys think I'm crazy. There's a ref. There ain't no ref on the street. Was anybody seriously injured? No. And that's the beautiful thing about it. I made it as scary for them as possible, but also I'm understanding as a professional how easy it is to disable somebody without really hurting them.
So I think I'm gonna skip through, see if there's anything else worthwhile. We have moved panel time to Discord. We have moved the panel to Discord. So I'm not gonna do a whole long sign off. I'm gonna do the subscribe and then into Discord. And I will yes. That's the answer. Yep. Bingo. Done. Thank you for hanging out, Jimmy Dean. I really appreciate you, and have a good day at work tomorrow. But yeah, that would be, bro. I'm just, I don't have a good. I don't watch him enough. I used to when he was doing like edited videos and video on demand. Then I was all in his shit. But the live streams, you gotta love somebody to watch them live stream. So again. That's why I appreciate you guys. But yeah, I'm gonna fast forward through this, see if there's anything else, and then as soon as it's done, I'm gonna sign off. And then if you want to join the panel, hop in Discord, and I will be there for a little while. And if nobody, thank you so much, Divine and Rod. I really, really appreciate that, and look forward to seeing you again in the future. And if you want to chat with me, Discord is where we're going to be. Sherry said, I stand by what I said. I did not say rich men are not intriguing. Obviously. Yes, their money is an asset, but their personality is not. They're not for me. Hey, like I said, hit me up. I don't even know what you look like. I don't even know how old you are. Hit me up. We'll talk. Yeah, let's see what else we got in here, and then might be in it.
It was fine, but they don't know that. I'm not Rumble channel. Let me see if it's on my Rumble channel. I can play the
Yo, Andrew.
Yeah.
I think I want to do it.
Well, now he knows what it is. So the test, if he ever had words during the room.
Yes, I swallow. Nice name. I like that one. He did in fact get banned, and we were trying to figure out, is this the conversation that got him banned? But I don't think so. I don't know. We're still trying to figure it out.
We're going to do another test.
Welcome to the party.
Change, because the whole point of it was a surprise. You now know it's a fight. It's not how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to turn up for a business conference. Oh shit, now I'm fighting. That's the whole point. It's the psychological aspect. Because the truth about violence is you never know what's coming. Otherwise you wouldn't be there. That's how fights happen. Fights happen. Oh fuck's sake, here we go. I just wanted to go to fucking a burger. It's the unfortunate reality of violence. That's how it goes. If you knew it was going to go off, you probably wouldn't have turned up.
Myron, open it and then share the screen.
Yeah, well, here's where to go. Is it? This wasn't it. Where'd you know? Because
come on, Myron, struggle streaming this motherfucker. What'd you do?
Yeah.
That wasn't me.
There we go. I got to turn it into it. And of course, so this is it right here.
It's on my Rumble channel.
All right,
so I'm going to go ahead and
play the sound.
Yeah. It's gonna play everything. I got y'all, baby.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Darn games.
In fact, because you're so good at this, this is the third of a 3-part series. Can we play all 3 videos?
Yeah.
All right, go back.
So
go back. Let me play all 3. To start from the beginning, give the whole context of the test.
What did you do?
This was the test from start to finish.
All right, let's see.
After morning exercises,
The test for what? What is he talking about?
Master
Hold on one
Poet
second. Let me
regarding a mission to eradicate the
pause this real fast. We need to go ahead.
Oh my God!
Adjust this real quick. This I gotta switch Tate sound settings real fast to play this for y'all. But sorry, you were gonna say something.
So just do it and shut the fuck up.
Yeah. So this is part of it. We produced the 3 weigh-ins and the face-off, etc. It was beautiful.
We should be good here, guys. Here in a second, and thank you for being patient here.
All right, let's play it. Let's hope it comes up.
And so it happened.
It's fine.
This
Can
day,
you hear it?
Yep, they can hear it. I'm honoring it right now.
100 years ago.
Can we hear it? Can you hear it?
No, we don't want. You don't want.
Stop talking. We're trying to. You playing a video. Let us fucking listen to the video.
After morning exercises, Master Poe addressed the adepts regarding a mission to eradicate the Yarushi clan. Poe warned us that the mission was so dangerous as to be deemed impossible, with no hope.
Am I the only one already cringing?
Poe's words were golden. If he deemed this a suicide mission, I believed him.
Holy drone.
So we vote you over the test. In 3 days from now, there's a cage fight. Every single one of you has been paired as a professional fighter. This is the beginning of the path. Decide if you're going to do it or not. You can write yes or no.
All right. Part 2.
That should be a TV show, bro.
That? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? That didn't tell me anything. Oh, now I definitely want to spend $5,000 on that.
Bro, it was sick.
On Tate Network.
Bro, it was sick.
Bro, that was sick, bro. Bro, that was fucking sick, bro.
How many people folded?
Can't say.
Yeah, I mean, where is it here?
Well, that's the test. Yeah, just hit back and then.
A lot of them fought. More than I thought would fight. I didn't think that many of them would fight. I thought no way that many of them were going to fight.
To build an elite core of men, they need to be thrown into the crucible, not to kill them, but to make them wish they could die, to make the pain, the stress, the hardship go away. Most will give up, ring the bell, but some will refuse.
All right, pause because
some will
wait, hold on.
refuse to
Is the
buy.
countdown? Okay.
Some will refuse to accept their station. Some will push forward through the pain, through the sorrow, through the nightmares. Some will grit their teeth and fling themselves forward with purpose, will, and power. For them, the test will be a forge, casting them into a mold, much the same as every single conqueror throughout history. So it is with the men of the test.
Bro, what? This shit was badass. You guys missed out, man. You had to be there. It was fucking.
Yo, this fucking badass, bro. This fucking badass. Like, totally. That's badass. All right, let's see. There's a couple minutes left. Let's see what we got. Anything, see if there's anything
Sick.
worthwhile.
It was sick. You play the last one.
Oh, there's another one. Fantastic. Yeah, don't full screen it. Don't full screen it. It's not like we're on a show here.
The mission was so dangerous as to be deemed impossible, with no hope of return. Poe's words were golden. If he deemed this a suicide mission, I believed him.
Sherry, how come I don't have a notification that somebody followed me? Are you gonna follow me or what? Wait, so he's starting his own MMA thing? Is that what I'm getting here? I mean, that is kind of cool. Kind of. I get it. It's fights.
The raging flames of personal tragedy men are sometimes forged in something more human than men.
I did not understand that any better than you did.
So it is with the men of the test.
Welcome back, Let's go back to normal.
You can hit stop sharing.
Show on bread.
But imagine how that's not a transformative event in their lives. Right. That's going to be their coolest fucking story. I went to a business conference in Transylvania, Romania, and ended up fighting this fucking psycho in a cage. That's one of the coolest stories you could ever fucking have. Imagine how that's going to affect how they go through life forever. You think they're scared to go up to a bitch ever again? You think they're scared of anything? Their lives are transformed. They got the
right.
but it's fucking better than their lives are better than it's ever been. Think of the friendships and the bonds they created. That's all based on bravery, honor. They kind of got the fuck out. I was nervous going this, like walking to the slaughter. They were just like, fuck it. Let's do it. They're fucking gangster as fuck. I'm so proud of all of them. The war's the real deal. And this is just the beginning. Some are beautiful.
Not enough guys pay their dues, you know what I mean? So, yeah. Shit, we had something here. Let me go back. Andrew thinks so. Maybe her manager. Yeah, I'm a little confused with something. Happens is basically controls the world.
I think we are
and you have a few other
at the end.
No, I do. That's it. You can win. But you need to find inspiration. Like these men found inspiration from having people beside them and said, no, fuck you, we're not doing that. We're fighting. That's what it's all about. That's what life's about. You need to have that team of men. If you haven't got that team of men, you ain't got shit. You don't have shit without it. That's all life's ever going to be about. That's what it's about. Who you know and whether you really ride or die together. I couldn't, if you were to ask me now how, say, Tate, you're going to die. Choose how it happens.
How dare you, Tyler? You don't ask a woman how old she is.
I'd choose war with my boys. I can't think of a better way. What am I going to choose? Do I'm asleep with a fucking loser? I'd say bye to a woman, love her, give her the kisses that up. When it's time to die, be like, all right, strap up. That's the best you could hope for. Is that not the best choice? What else would you choose? Tell me. That's what it's going to be. Get the fucking team.
Right. I think
get some whiskey. Let's fucking go. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of life.
So I think we got the main picture here. And I don't think this is why SNEAKO got banned. Which begs the question, what the fuck? And why is SNEAKO banned? Part of this job right here is making sure that I'm up to date on what's going on with the stuff that I talk about. Literally nothing has come out in the last 2 days that has anything to do with SNEAKO being banned. This was the last thing I saw him a part of. I did see a video from when he first arrived in Romania. And he, it was an hour-long video, and there was no thumbnail. It was just like his phone, kind of like that, and that was the thumbnail. I went to go watch it today, knowing that I had to do a show to do, and the video was gone. And then Trey, where the fuck is Trey? Trey, screenshot that SNEAKO was banned, and so I assumed it had something to do with this conversation. But it's clearly not. So if it's not this conversation, then what exactly is it that got SNEAKO banned from YouTube? I need to know, because this is not even yet. This is the dream is for this to be my livelihood. I'm not even there yet. And I would like to avoid being canceled on some bullshit. So I don't know. It's very scary. It's scary that these companies can just delete your existence. I wish I had more answers for you. I really thought we would find the answer here. But this, again, it begs the question, what exactly happened? There he is. Were you sitting there the whole time? Or did you just pop in right now? Because I literally was just like, where's Trey? Either way, I don't know. What is it that even, yeah, they did it before he got big, sure. But on what grounds? What am I doing if this can just happen? If you're just good and you're entertaining and you're telling the truth, should I be worried? Maybe. But I'm certainly not going to stop. I'm sure as shit not going to stop. I will be here. And I will continue to talk about what I think is important. I will continue to do my best to expose you guys to what I think of the world. And I will continue to try to get your opinions on what I think of the world. This is one of my favorite things I've ever done in my life. I love hanging out with you guys. Sometimes we are a little bit more silly and goofy and look at more silly stuff. Sometimes we get like the other day when we were watching Jordan Peterson, that was very serious. And it got to me. It got to me, and that's the reason I wasn't on the Filthy Casual MMA watch party on Saturday. I just wasn't in the mood because of the reality of what it takes for a man like Jordan Peterson to be brought to tears on national television. And I just didn't have it in me. But I'm always going to bring you guys the best of what I have. Did I ever resolve the situation with the other lady with drama? Oh, Mackenzie? No. I mean, she made a long post on Instagram about how I was being disrespectful and how I was being something to do with how she was a woman, and I asked her the questions, and I haven't. Let's see. I think I heard it. Yeah, we got Sherry in Discord. Welcome to the never-ending party, Sherry. But yeah, she we were talking about immigration, and she didn't like where I was coming from. I feel that she misunderstood what I was saying. And then she put a long Instagram post, which I put in the Discord about me, which I replied to. She didn't reply to that. I brought the conversation to the Discord, and not because I'm trying to dunk on her or anything like that, but because I care about what you guys think. If I said something that made you upset, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. I want us all to have fun. This is a party. That's the whole point. And at my parties, fun is number one, but learning is a close second. And in order to learn, we have to challenge ourselves. And challenging ourselves, or being challenged, is not always fun. It's not always easy. But if you're a mature adult and you are willing to engage with conversations about society and culture and politics, then you absolutely should be able to hear that some people don't disagree with you. Maybe they're wrong, maybe they're right. But if you're just going to get mad because they disagree with you, then maybe this isn't the place for you. Because we get real here. We talk about shit. We want to get to the truth of reality. We want to get to the cause of issues. And if possible, we want to try to get to solutions. And the only way to solutions is through problems, through issues. That's what it is. We didn't exactly find out why SNEAKO was banned from this particular stream, but I think we learned a lot about the perspective of, the especially right next to each other, the differences between a Fresh and Fit and an Andrew Tate and a SNEAKO. And when you're in this space, that's important to know. I was watching like I said, there was an earlier part to this that was on the Fresh and Fit podcast YouTube channel. And Destiny reacted to it. So I watched Destiny's version, or I watched through Destiny's channel, and he was doing his thing. And this is exactly what he said. This is precisely what he said. Trey's on point. He said, I think they have started to look at SNEAKO as a Tate mouthpiece. That's exactly what Destiny said. Basically keeping his ideology alive on their platform and shit-talking them while making money on their platform. Maybe that's why they kicked him off. Maybe. Thank you. I love how you phrase your words. I am very deliberate with my words. I try very hard. Sometimes I fuck up. I do. Absolutely, I do fuck up. And I welcome you guys to question me, to call me out, to push back when I do fuck up. My goal is not to tell you how to live your life. Tell you I know all of the everything. and you should listen to me because I've got it all figured out. Unlike, some people that we are going to not name here. I'm here learning with you guys. I want to be a path that you don't necessarily have to spend the time to go digging through the depths of the bullshit on YouTube, because there's a lot of it. Leave that to me. I'll bring you some stuff. You may not love all of it, but I promise you'll have a reaction. And through that reaction, we will all become better people. And if we do that, what else can you ask for? Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. This was a long one. We have not done a long stream like this in a goddamn minute. Jay says, like I said in the chat, you have your condescending moments, but you're never just outright disrespectful. I think that's fair. I definitely can be condescending. When you say some stupid shit, like, really? Is that what you think? Maybe. But, like, disrespect is not how I operate. And sometimes I might mess up. Like I said, I might mess up. And all you got to do, hey, that was disrespectful. And I know for a fact, Trey will be like, yeah, dude, that was OD. Tyler definitely be like, hey, dude, too much. Who else we got in here? Jimmy Dean will definitely be like, yo, you're bugging. Some of you guys are new, and I really, really appreciate that. But you are more than welcome to call me out on my bullshit as well. What we want here is fun and learning. Like a real party. Imagine that. That's what I want from you guys. So thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I hope you guys learned a little something. I hope you had a good time. That's really all it's about. And of course, the party never ends. Sherry just joined the Discord. You should too. Party never ends in Discord. I'm going to jump, because we're not doing panel on here anymore, I'm going to go upstairs and get in my bed. But I will be in the voice channel. So if there's anything about this stream that you want to talk about, I will be there. Come in. Anybody in the Discord is welcome. You just got to click voice channel and you'll be in there. And this party will continue. But this party is over. Thank you so much for hanging out, guys. Once again, I am your host, Lutch, a.k.a. TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. If you could, you know this channel is not monetized yet. Running across the bottom of the screen is my Cash App, my Venmo. I would very much appreciate that, but you don't have to do that. Being here is all I need from you. And you know what else? It's absolutely free to like, to comment, to subscribe to the channel, to ring the bell, to share the video, to take the URL, post it on Facebook, on Twitter, on TikTok, everywhere else. You know those notifications don't work, but you can be the notification. And you can make this party, the next party, bigger than any party we've ever had before. That's what I want for us. That's what I want for me. That's what I want for you. So let's do it. Why the fuck not? If you had a good time, please come back every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I want. So if you're not subscribed, you might miss those. But thank you guys so much. Again, free. Like, comment, subscribe, share. But even if you don't want to do any of that stuff, even if you don't want to do that, that's perfectly fine. Even if you just want to sit at home and think about how great I am and how awesome this show is, that'd be fine too. Until next time, guys. Signing out. I am out of here. Peace.